Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map about to commence between these two teams that have given us a real weird showing in this series so far. Sinners came in very, very hot. They stomped the first half of their opponent's map pick. They then ended up choking completely, losing it. Map 2 was super convincing, and they stomped it away with really no friction whatsoever. I think it was a 13-4. And now we go into map 3, and there are just some major question marks for me. I have no idea which way this is going to lean. Do you have any inclination, Sheep?
You know, it's Mirage, so I'm gonna go for another prediction that I made the same on Inferno. That was gonna be a bit more of an equal half. I still believe we'll at some point see an equal half throughout this game. It hasn't been there yet. One thing that would need to change though is Brute Monster for 0 tenacity, because 8 kills on Anubis and 4 on Inferno, making it 12 total. That is a below 0.5 HLTV rating. That is not what you want out of your Opper. Kyofo has been pretty much the only one rocking a positive KD across both of the maps for them. So, I'm going to keep my eyes on Brute Monster.
Yeah, a map like Mirage definitely accommodates that AWP a little bit better, that's for sure. But yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Brute Monster's a major factor here, isn't he, when it comes to yeah, their successes going into map number 3, because he's been super quiet. They've almost been playing 5v4, especially there on Inferno. He just had no presence whatsoever. But they do get the CT start, so there's something to work with here.
That's at least a bit of a luxury. Haven't seen that yet. And it's also a bit of a simpler CT side to play than Inferno. Getting away with murder there is Simka. One shot, Z10 dead. That's it, now to full execute, but there's 3 players very close to this site. Simka continuing to keep some frags in his back pocket. Just, there's no kills coming through for Sinners. Just absolutely zero, and it's all tenacity. 1-0, the pistol is theirs.
Making light work of that. That was pretty perfect, to be honest. Finally, what you want to see out of the Z10 side that's been very quiet as well. This has been a rough sort of 45 minutes for them. But they break that curse. Put Inferno behind them. I said they get that CT start and that does them some favours. But to be honest, it really didn't do them any favours in that last map at all. The CT side of Inferno was completely absent. Right here, Morisco. We're going to try and make something work with the P250. Zedko's found a kill with his, and actually they've got a bomb plant. They've got a bomb site, but they've not got a bomb plant. The bomb's been dropped top mid, which I just don't really get. Why has Shot gone top mid with the bomb?
Yeah, that's... Maybe there's some giant mastermind plan behind it. Probably closer to... Oops, I forgot. And an easy cleanup early on.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. It's a good start from Zero Tenacity. Taking a couple of casualties in the pistol round. And sorry, taking a couple of casualties in that last round. They didn't actually take the casualties in the pistol round, did they? But, yeah, keeping things really, really tidy here. They've now got to do it against the rifles, though. Still a pretty hefty buy for the CT. So, you know, this whole series has been a bit of a recurring theme of these bonus rounds. And, yeah, the money being a little bit awkward into number 3 when your opponents go for their investment. That's not really the case here for Z10. Simka's going to try and get aggressive. Has a decent idea that B-Stick's up in the kitchen. Love that. It's a good trade back from Shock, but an awkward fight that I don't think B-Stick was necessarily expecting to take so early. Zero Tenacity just putting the pressure on here.
Nemanja, probably as soon as that smoke fades, he's going to try and jump into action. I do like this setup, although Brute Monster would have to win that fight. At least get a single kill to make it effective. Nemanja out-rotated and taken out clean from Z10. Yes, one player on the ramp. They deal with him. AVN, the only one left standing. And Sinners, the cost of losing the pistol round will only be 2. Once the AKs are out, straight back with a victory. And early enough that a full reinvestment isn't really possible. Okay, well, kind of, I guess. MP9, Deagle, up without armor. Sure. Well, Josh Brute at least, 1 kill away from equalizing his kill count on Anubis or on Inferno.
It's so toxic. It's so toxic.
I know.
Fine.
But it's a good thing that he's fragging better now, right? Yeah. So it's in a positive light. It's toxicity with a positive twist.
I guess so.
I'm sorry, Brute.
Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yeah, but Brute's going to be feeling real sad about that. He's hurt his feelings. But he'll watch this back as well and be like, that sheep guy. I don't know how you feel. You've made an enemy. No reason. Sinners though. Damn. On their way up short. Boost. Oh my god. Simka was just standing on nothing. That is so ridiculous that Morisco actually clears the boost. Sorry, Zedco clears the boost. And it's empty because Simka's so far out that he's just floating.
I very much do like that setup, though. That is actually great to have that positioning be there. Don't think I've ever seen that before. That's a great clear. B-stick still finding some real estate over towards short, but does leave Peppo left alone, and well, that's gonna be quite the easy cleanup for Z10. Of course, 2-man advantage was already established.
Round 5 then. Z10 right back to winning ways. Sinners on an awkward investment. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil, an AK-47. It's everything that they can afford. But it doesn't feel like there's too much weight behind it. Pressure out. Zedco, love that. Big entry kill. Putting that AK to good use because no one else has that same level of firepower. Simka wants to work some magic with his, but Peppo, that is disgusting. And I think this is where Z10 do their good old-fashioned save. We saw it a lot on Anubis. We'll see it again here. Get out of there with that AWP. Brute Monster almost gets spammed and killed. The manual will stick around. He wants an exit. There's not really a whole lot for him to hold on to here, but yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, just spraying in the bomb site is Peppo with that Tech 9, and as soon as he spots one, instantaneous headshot. Let's have a look back. Opening kill. Going the way of Sinners, and that just allows Peppo so much freedom in the bomb site. Are Sinners gonna revert back to a very slow default, or are they gonna keep the pace up?
It's a good question, and one that we don't have an answer to just yet. Money's kind of been all over the place here. Obviously, Sinners in that last round had just like the 2 rifles and the Tech 9s on the rest. Z10 were able to save that AWP. Sort of forced around it, but there's far from a perfect bite. Brute Monster's found the opening though, and this now, you know, when he found the 3 kills and you made a little toxic dig of, oh, he's nearly on 4. That's what he ended last map with. This is now actually a really solid performance from him. He's 7-1. He's pulling all the strings early doors. And even if he does slow down a little bit, you can absolutely credit him for this strong start that Z10 are having. As long as someone else can sort of take the reins a little bit and pick it up, then they're still in good stead to keep this ball rolling. 45 seconds. A little bit slower from Sinners.
Lot's going to be counting on this short aggression from AVN. Is about to spot 3 haircuts. Popping up in con. Only just getting the tag on one. Now there he comes with the kill, and that's the bomb. A retrieval mission started. Nemanja not flushed out well enough. That should be it. Peppo with an almighty task ahead of him. Ooh, nice shots though. There's the 5-7 peaks around the corner. Peppo wasn't ready.
Yeah, no, not allowed it. It's a fast shot for the first, but nothing more there. Pretty clean. 4-2. Zero tenacity, keeping these rounds coming. Looking very, very good as well. They call a quick pause here. Interesting time to call a pause, actually. Work out the best way to approach this next one. Are they going to be against another force buy? The answer is yes. Will they expect it? I'm not sure.
It's got to be discussed, right? That there must be the option at least for the force buys. And I'd like to see a bit more directness from Sinners. It seems to have been working out earlier on the B bomb site. And they've just been having trouble trying to outposition Z10 in these mid rounds. It's not been going too great. Well, we are seeing exactly that. A flashbang from B-Stick coming just in time to save his teammates from getting multi-killed. Brute Monster getting away with one. Not enough smokes, though, available. And the util's all there for Z10. They're using it to perfection. Brilliantly done. That smoking connector, I'm pretty sure it got blown open 3 times. So, there is a smoking connector, yes, but it is completely non-existent, effectively, because of all the HEs available for Z10.
Yeah, sort of defeats the whole point. I love that, though, from Z10. Not giving him any breathing room whatsoever. Spam away from Joffo. Oh, wow, that's really clean. Actually ends up with a big old multi here, slashing away the smoke for the knife kill. Z10 denies it. I mean, the bullets will stop the plant, so the jackpot in this round being that C4 going down will not materialize, but yeah, wild from Joffo there to just throw himself at it as he did.
Thought, might as well get some good money in the bank. Speaking of money in the bank, it's looking pretty solid. Joffo pretty much the only one who's had to reinvest in these past couple. But the AKs are out again. Oh, good shot. Just getting the vision right before that flashbang pops in. Gets vision on one more. Calls it out to Nemanja, who gets a free kill. This Sinners T side could have used the pause. Well, maybe we'll use a pause very, very soon, because this is not looking good.
This is awkward. Shock. Big kill. Gives him a little bit of space here, but less than a minute on this clock. The bomb's still left behind, and you can see the way that B-Stick is actually approaching this. He's worried that someone's pushed up and has got a sightline on it. So all of this time being wasted, Nemanja's just found 2 kills. B-Stick finally realizes, oh, We do have the bomb for free, but it feels like it's a little too late. He's left by himself. It's a 1v4. With 30 seconds left to tick. He doesn't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes. He's about to be shot on the side of the head. Simka will put the bullets in the body instead. Doesn't really matter. It's another big round.
Well, you saw his, you saw Marisco's response there in the end, just kind of scratching his head. That was a bit of a head scratcher, that round. Sinners have done so well. Every single T side that we've seen from them. And now it's looking like roadkill. It's indeed the timeout. Kind of wish they would have used it one round earlier, because, yeah, what can you get now, you know? Tech 9, maybe a couple with helmetless armor. And then it's still going to be probably 8-2 before you get another gun round in. Ugh, not ideal.
Yeah, not at all. It's really bizarre.
Actually bigger
again, you know, I said before, this has been a really bizarre back and forth of the series, and this third map is just delivering exactly that. Your prediction of we'll definitely have a close map now, right? It's still just blowing away in the wind.
Yeah, I guess I'll just never make predictions anymore. This has gone horrible. I used all my luck to predict the Simca 1v3 over there in map 1. Well, AVN and Nemanja have no trouble with this B attack. Ooh. Some style points from Peppo. It's a bit too late in the half for financial damage to really come into effect, but shout out Brute Monster, man. 11-1. He's feeling it.
Yeah, he's finally woken up a bit, hasn't he? He's finally sort of found his groove here. He's having a big impact on this third and final map. And whilst you can't always look at a series like this, you do have to say, you know what? It doesn't really matter. We can cut him all the slack in the world. If he goes absent in map 1 and 2, as long as he delivers here on the third, it's effectively a best of 1. Beppo has spotted one towards bench, but been seen himself, and there is zero chance they let him get anything out of this. It's actually going to be Brute Monster to find a 12th kill. Really solid stuff.
Right, so we've had that timeout now. We're still with Zetko on a Galil, but Peppa's on the op again. Sinners are really running out of options here, or at least good options from what they've shown. If they're going to copy any of the rounds they've played thus far, I'm going to be very disappointed. So, by the looks of things, it does look like a different approach as to what we have seen. It's going to be in the middle split. Probably quite late, but anything to take some control back.
Yeah, definitely important. As we go into these final couple of rounds, the difference between Sinners taking 2 here and making this an 8-4 half, and it just falling completely flat and leveling out at 10-2. Love that. Okay, B-Stick completely fumbles the run boost and then just stumbles around the corner as if he's drunk and just one-taps the AWPer. That's Brute Monster, who they've not been able to kill this half, by the way. It's only the second time they've managed to find him in 11 rounds. Nice trade from Shock. Spams through the smoke will continue, though. A lot of damage being dealt. Simca teed up for a double, but only ends up with 1. And space opened up here on B.
Ooh, Hilfo gets betrayed by the M4A1S spray. And AVN looking for a bit of a longer range weapon. Hopes to be at one shot. Spots Pep Hope. Peppo not distracted by the grenade. 3 kills as the T-side op finally makes its reappearance. And yeah, I mean, what a way to open up a round of Counter-Strike. And I mean, it still doesn't feel like the best of solutions for Sinners. The fact that, okay, well, just a clean 1v1, no flashbangs, no nothing, against an opper is the way. Sure. It's not something you can consistently rely on, but at least they have a 3rd round on the board, with the possibility to convert it into 4.
The man, yep. Creeping his way through here. Just sat in window. I mean, it is going to be re-smoked, so... Is he going to try and blow it open with this nade? This is kind of interesting. Yeah, there you go. A little sight line. One behind the boxes. A minute left. They're keen for 9. We will then see a 9-3 half in every single map so far, if they end up converting here. It's kind of wild.
And very far away from what I predicted as well.
Yeah.
Molly onto the bench. Simka does spot 1. That flashbang's actually great. Bouncing just around the corner. Simka's still in here holding on. No support really yet arriving. But Simka... Ooh. Gonna say doesn't need it, but just for the 1.
He stayed alive for a reasonable amount of time there, so rotations are already in. There you go, AVN up from short. Brute Monster, that is just filth. And okay, that was dumb. Yeah, getting a little bit too big for his boots there. Joffo on the jiggle, does see 1 in the apartments, but doesn't pull the trigger. Now he's working his way up. There is almost 0 chance he'll expect Zedco on this boost. So I think this is going to be a cut and dry Sinners round. He'll know that there's 1 van. It should be an easy pre-fire. No, hits the dink and Marisco returns the favour. Alrighty. So a 4th round here for Sinners. They break the 9-3 curse and actually put themselves in a reasonable position to try and pull this back into something. I'm not sure what yet, but...
Well, that's what the giveaway is for.
Favors. Yeah. Oh, yeah, is it?
Yeah. I saw the melodrama there. Oh, God.
Yeah.
We may have cursed someone with receiving the melodrama. Okay, no. It is the Sakaku for Shribly Pibbles.
Shribly Pibbles?
I feel like...
It's from Rick and Morty.
Ah, I have not watched that show.
What?
I thought it was a male genitalia joke.
Ah, right. No, I mean maybe Rick and Morty was. He kind of looked like a testicle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's maybe what they were going at.
So maybe I'm still correct.
Yeah. Hashtag save Shribly Pibbles. He needs a new heart.
How good is B-Stick, do you think?
What sort of question is that? I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, because there's going to be 3-4 players running at him very soon.
Well,
he does have some support.
Double, maybe even triple his kills. Because he's only found 2 so far. There we go. There's a 3rd. It was a 4th. Go on. Ooh. Missing out. That's okay. Honestly, him staying alive here is enough.
And Sinners, well, perfect. If what you're expecting is a second half comeback, a team ace to start it off with. 5th on the board.
I'm gonna wear this t-shirt to the next broadcast.
Save pimples. I might, you know, it's very fun for me to wear that t-shirt as well, as I've never watched the series. I've watched 2 episodes of Rick and Morty in my life. Yeah. Just like, oh, hi, you got the Rick and Morty t-shirts. Like, the what t-shirt now? That's so funny, though. Just to, like, buy random merchandise of, like, things you don't even watch or know.
That would be me having, like a Stranger Things t-shirt or something.
Yeah. Oh, cool, you watch Stranger Things. It's like, what's that?
What's that? I thought it was a band.
Alright. Gun rounds! Yahoo! Will Z10's T-side look the same as Sinner's T-side? I surely hope not. And that's a missed smoke. Okay, great start. Just forget that, guys. It's gonna be a push. Ooh, double push. In towards A main.
Oh, wow.
Brute Monster takes 2. Even more up for grabs there.
Jeez.
Wasn't even... Oh, poor Risco walks right into the jaws of Brute Monster, and it's a bubbly performance from him on Mirage. Look at the pop that cork on Peppo's head as well. And Maya looking to steal some shine. Oop.
Oh. Awkward.
How is Peppo alive? Well, he is alive, yes, but much influence into the round, no.
Yeah, it's the back off here, doesn't it? Might be allowed to save the rifle, though. Brute Monster, that was unreal. You know, just keeping it going after such a good first half with the AWP. Seeing that rifle out, I was sort of, you know, wondering if we'd see any kind of crazy mechanics out of him. But yeah, it's a triple entry out onto A. That round was all him. And Z10 back to winning ways before Sinners are allowed to tie things up.
Understandable timeout. Although I'd rather have a timeout be after this round, you know, because it's probably just going to be a half buy. Don't really see you going in with the force buy.
Yeah, I've always kind of wondered the psychology behind going for the pause before the buy round. You know, like in a round like this.
Like one round.
Because they're not, obviously they're not talking, they're obviously not talking about what they're going to do this round. They're going to talk about what they're doing in the buy round. But is it to sort of throw Z10 off a little bit, like offer the scent of, you know, trying to counter-strat what Sinners are going to be going for on their buy round, but then hoping that they have a short attention span and they forget about it in the next minute against the Pistols? I'm not really too sure. As I say, I've never really understood the psychology of it, but it is something that teams do.
I'll ask someone.
Yeah,
this year.
Let me know. This year.
I'll try and text the coach. Yeah. Don't know how quickly I'll be in contact with the CS coach again. I could ask Barry, but I'm not sure if Barry actually does it. Current coach of 9. There's a Zeus on B-Stick, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see it in action. For his 4th kill. Now I'm the one being toxic. He's the man calling the shots, though, so you can cut him a little bit of slack, but I don't know, 3 and 12 just doesn't really do it, does it, in 3rd map decider?
3 and 12 is fine if your team is leading the way. Molotov will force him out, yeah.
Well, no success with the eco round here. Sinners are going to be staring down the barrel of their opponents on 10 rounds. And remember, we didn't really stress the importance of this game all too much. at the start of this series. But
No,
this
we
is a
actually
2-2 game. This is a round 5 decider match. Winner goes to the playoffs. Loser goes home. There is no time for mistakes. And honestly, throughout this series, we have seen a lot of them.
Yeah, it's elimination Counter-Strike. It always brings you beautiful highs and deep lows. When elimination and even qualification is on the line. Let's have a quick look back to the route that these two teams took. Z10 lost to Spirit Academy, then beat Partizan, beat Sashi, and then lost versus Astrum. And for Sinners, it was 2 losses, and then from 0-2 managed to crawl their way back. In this moment, Z10 is in the hot seat. 10 rounds on the board, and have shown to have a bit more structured of a T side. Looking to find for some openers in middle. Big chunk of no man's land right there.
They're going to press on to the finish line now, though. Brute Monster close to breaching the 20 kill mark. And Peppo's been a real consistent factor throughout this series. Whilst his team are trailing behind and a couple of his teammates are really struggling, everybody on the team negative. He sat there 14 and 12 and putting up a pretty serviceable performance. Morisco draws first blood here, though, in middle. It's Nemanja down. Morisco, jump across. Does C2. It's going to be good info. More importantly, he'll get away with that advantage. Shot with another. This is much better from Sinners. It's a little slower, a little more coordinated. B-Stick won't catch the timing. They will run up Con and he'll hear it. Relay that information. He should still get a piece of the pie as, yeah, they'll emerge out. Him from jungle, doubles down and puts his 5th kill to the tally. So, 7 rounds here for Sinners and they've still got some fight left in them.
Yeah. Well, maybe a close half will finally be afforded to us if Sinners can continue this form. I'm wondering at what point does Z10 throw in one of those desperation rushes? Or desperation executes, rather. Well, with Nemanja getting sat down, he was the one throwing a bit of an A fake. It's not going to be much here for Z10 at all. 3v5, and they haven't even entered the bomb site yet. Oh, God, they're so far away, though.
Okay. I mean, with that entry, there's still something here. Morisco behind the smoke. And all the CTs ready for the retake. It looks like they'll let this plant go down. Z10 pressing forward. Okay, maybe they won't let the plant go down. Foot on the gas a little quicker than I expected. And AVN's now got to try and recover this sinking ship. Does take the contact, but tiny bit of damage. No kill. He sees the barrel poking out the second as well, but knows he's not going to be given that fight. Choffo with a nice headshot. Whoa. Hold the phone. Still knows there's one on top of the dumpster. Just can't push up close enough. Knows that it's a 1-for-1, but relays that info to Choffo. It seems like Z10 was just none the wiser to the fact that he knew his position was compromised. This would be one hell of a round to fumble. But Sinners are right on the precipice of doing so. AVN tapping down this bomb. Should be killed after the fact, but still a fuse on the round. And Choffo has already found 3, looking for the 4K to get this one closed off. They had the info he was in apartments, but that info's a little bit out of date now. Could have crossed to Van, could have crossed to Short. Shock's just going to try and hold it. Does Choffo call his bluff? The answer is yes, but no! He jiggles it instead. And whilst he'll find the kill, it won't be quick enough. Balls are still from Shock. As Sinners make it 8, but no easy task there.
Oh, they make it so difficult for themselves. that I don't know what player it was, but there was one player closing in on short, moving whilst there was a complete stalemate. A complete stalemate in the favor of the CTs. By far, it was a 2v4. There was no reason to try and move in. Before anything happens, he just tries to go for the 1v1 against Kyofo. Of course, then that shot onto Peppo from the apartments. That headshot, yeah, that's a crazy one. I mean, nearly bringing it back, affording himself the hero AK. It's been a great series from him thus far, although the lowest fragger on Z10 on the map. Kyofo has done his work. Map 1, map 2. Still the money ain't there for Sinners. 1 round away from being broke.
It's the pistols. Any kind of damage here would be absolutely huge. As you say, the money on this CT side is not too desirable. AVN creeping his way forward. Boosting up the rifle into window. Choffo, the only man to wield one. He did survive in that last round, just wasn't able to catch the timing on the diffuser. 5 seconds flies by so quickly. When you're in that position, trying to get sneaky, Zedko punishes. He might be good for another here as well. EVN. Oh, okay. Big kill. Oh, that's rough.
I think that's going to be round. That kill not coming through. P250 somehow shooting blanks out of Brute Monster's gun. 9 to 10. Finally a bit of a cushion built for the Sinners.
Okay, well, 1 round that separates it now. In all 3 maps, the first half has been one-sided, but in 2 of them, we've seen it close right back up. The momentum shift. Sinners. Some of those weaker pieces, some of the quiet boys stepping up to the plate now. Putting up the numbers and a strong defense with it. Brute Monster slowed down a little bit too. Felt like he hit the 17 kill mark a few rounds ago. He's not been able to deliver since then.
Molotov going a bit deep. Nemanja still managing to find one. Very isolated position from Zetko. As, yeah, now people rotate in. It's Peppo on the op with one more. Great position from Shock. That's the bomb. Z10 gets such a good start, but it's a recovery mission at this point. Capture the flag instead of defusal. And Shock's going to be guarding that with his life. How do you get back into this? No util left for the T side. Try and clear CT, and it's 2 kills simultaneous. Double digits on the board for Sinners as well. 10 to 10 the scoreline now. That round started as a clean 4v5. But why is the bomb alone? Ugh.
Mistakes after mistakes. We said this before. It's a time where you can't really afford to make mistakes, but we're seeing them shine through constantly. Just the pistols in play once again here for Z10. Bad time to lose control. Bad molly as well. Misses window. Morisco's going to take advantage of that and peek out.
Another missed smoke. Oh my word, Shock will just have a free line of sight. Well, we talked about how is it playing 2 best of 3s back to back. Does it warm you up? Does it bring fatigue? But seeing the amount of missed Util coming out from Z10 after a near full 6 hours of playing Counter-Strike, maybe fatigue is indeed the undoer of their run here in Galaxy Battle Phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is their 6th map of Counter-Strike today, and we're only just past lunchtime. Not just Counter-Strike, but high-intensity Counter-Strike, you know. We're talking elimination match here. We're talking strong teams to face up against as well. No walks in the park. They haven't really been the clear favourite in either game. It's been met somewhere in the middle. Losing control at the final hurdle. It's just absolutely brutal. Especially considering they were 8-2 up in that first half, and it really did feel like they could have taken a 10-2 half. I think that would have made all the difference, but bomb left in spawn, standard default. They need some success here.
Right on the money. That HE onto Nemanja. As he nearly walks into the spray of Z10, is able to luckily avoid it. This setup is looking beautiful from the Sinners. Everyone right in the line of attack that Z10 have prepared for this A-bomb site. And I don't see Z10 getting through this. Shock again on that same angle. This time only good for 1. But already a man, now 2 down. Sinners are looking to get a map. Match point, playoff point secured quite early now. Unless Z10 can pull off another miracle 2v4. Turn that 1v3, but that's not happening. 12 for Sinners. Would you believe it?
No, not really, to be honest, with how this map was looking and how some of these key pieces have been absent, and to be honest, are still absent. Yeah, B-Stick still sat on 6 kills, but it's these other key players that have stepped up. Shock's now 21 and 14. Just had a monster of a few rounds.
Straight wall banged one out. As we're heading into what could possibly be the last round for Z10 of this tournament. Sinners crawling it back from 0-2. There's a hefty fight going on in middle with Brute Monster, the final contributor. Ooh, and look who's under pressure. It's B-Stick, who hasn't that much to do on this CT side as a B anchor. Oh, look at this, Josh. Peppo's here as well. Very little util available for Z10. But maybe just enough.
Yeah, might be done. Right here and now. They've got the pieces in the right places. 3 stacking up into the apartments, but maybe a bit of util to slow them down here as well. Peppo's AWP will do the trick. Big shot. Connects onto the second, not the kill. B-Stick's there to follow. And it's all on to Simka. 1v3. The bomb is down. And with 20 seconds, knows that They have well and truly fumbled this series and given up a major lead here on Mirage and their chance in the playoffs. It's going to be Sinners moving forward here in Galaxy Battle. And Zero Tenacity surely kept up tonight with nightmares of what's just unfolded. 7 rounds in a row from Sinners. That is sick.
Yeah, that's a big one. And at some point, Z10, I mean, you're looking at the round where it did turn to a defuse. It did turn to, you know, possibly Hyofo just missing that jiggle shot. How different would it have been? Well, those are if, buts, and maybes that we don't dabble in too often. It's going to be Shock, the MVP of this map, 22 kills. And so much of that work done on the A-bomb site where a lackluster A-site take just gets stomped out. The util from Z10 becoming pretty ineffective, usually by the HEs or by body blocking them. You know, very simple solutions that Z10 just weren't prepared for happening.
Yeah, honestly, it all just sort of goes wrong so quickly, and I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit with fatigue. You're in your 6th map of the day. Your opponents are starting to sort of win, not necessarily lucky rounds, but, you know, convert in some of those closer scenarios, and you just feel like you're getting the wrong end of the stick time and time again. You do start to lose that confidence, that morale starts wavering, and yeah, a really difficult pill to swallow there, to be honest, for Zero Tenacity. It's a brutal loss, and one that they're going to be thinking about moving forward. But they're 1 for 1 for the day, I guess. It's not all doom and gloom. They did beat Monty earlier. But yeah, this game just had a little bit more weight behind it, didn't it? That 2-2 match. And sadly, we won't be seeing any more of them here in Galaxy Battle Phase 2.
No, it's their end. But Sinners going from 0-2 all the way back up into the playoffs. It's a nice run that they have made. Hopefully they can show up in the playoffs, as of course we do have, same as last season. Or last phase, rather. A playoff invites waiting for us. And today we are going to finish that group stage. Next up, it will be... I just had it in front of me. It's Dynamo ECLOT versus Sashi. Yes, that's it. Dynamo ECLOT have recently made a very, very new addition. And Sashi have kind of dwindled away in the form that they've had before. So I think we'll have to wait and see how that series is going to go. Starting in a round, it says on my screen 18 minutes. So I guess we'll see you guys, each other there. Ooh, fumbled it in the end there.
No rest for the wicked and no rest for us. We are straight back into our second best of three of the day. It's ECLOT versus Sashi. And as you kind of mentioned before, Sheep, it's two teams that have got their issues, I guess. ECLOT haven't been on the best of form recently, and they've brought in a new player. Sashi were on a bit of a weak streak, but they're now playing on boot camp, and there's a little bit of a fun storyline to this, because the last time Sashi were on boot camp, they were unbelievable. They went on this ridiculous streak where they won like 20 best of threes in a row or something of the sort. And they're now sort of finding their form again here. So I do... Normally, I would definitely lean towards ECLOT in this series. And bearing in mind, just a week ago, ECLOT smashed Sashi 2-0. That's what you'd expect. But in this series right here, I actually think that maybe Sashi have got a little bit more equity.
Yeah, they've looked slightly better. I mean, they've had to make some changes as the what is this?
Cappy trying to flick it off his head, and that's it. Now he's fighting Hunter.
Okay, well, so maybe Sashi are going to be a bit distracted before the game actually kicks off here. Yeah, that's one of the, you could say, disadvantages of being at LAN. But no, yeah, they've only, if I'm correct, only have had one loss thus far on LAN. I think they've played Z10 right before they went to LAN. And I watched the match they had against 9. In Yala Compass, which actually did come really, really close. 13-11 and a 19-16 in there. It is...
Oh, I watched that game as well. I was casting that game, and then you were also streaming it.
Yeah, I was streaming it, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really close game.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, as the Vito... I think we'll avoid nuke. Yeah, that's a ban on ECLOT's end, unsurprisingly so. As, yeah, this Vito, it does look pretty standard. Both teams on their pick, just above 50% win rate and around 30% on the opposition's map pick, and nice 50-50, well, somewhat 50-50 spread on the final one. Inferno. Maybe we'll see Inferno again.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, these two teams, we've got number 58 versus number 59 in the world. It is almost as close as it really gets. ECLOT, with that luxury of playing all 7 maps in the pool, can get rid of nuke, which is a huge blessing for them, I'll be honest. Sashi are unbelievable on nuke. They've played it 43 times in the last 3 months. And yeah, they seem to be able to beat some really good teams. And I think they use it as a bit of a crutch. I mean, that series we were talking about against 9 the other day, map 2 and 3 went OT and super close, but map 1 was an absolute stomp. It was 13-4 there on nuke. How have they denied that plant? The spams were not connecting. Eventually they do. And ECLOT, who find themselves on a free A bomb site, realise that there's, of course, a price to pay. And it's blood. Lucky keeps it coming.
Yeah, Nubik, only one on the site. But he was going to be found out eventually, hiding in plain sight. Won't last long. And for starting, well, pretty much all 5 players over towards the wrong side of the map, the lack of pace on ECLOT's side does allow them to just chip in there right before the actual retake comes in. Some nice plays by Sashi. They've had some trouble with the riflers, sort of 4th and 5th person rifling. Because what team were they before? Was it called Espionage before? Pretty sure it was. Yes, Espionage. That roster was also unbelievable on nuke. And the core of that roster carried into this Sashi team. Team kills not the best. So Becky gets taken out by his teammate. v3, Iceberg heard all those footsteps, so at least they know what's going on, but can you deal with it? That's the second question.
It's a good pick from Dietor. this is now a little bit problematic. Smoke's come in. They're both looking towards Donut and the peak. Oh, Iceberg just prioritizes denying the plant. That's huge. Now they're sending scrambling. Cabby is able to fly out through CT. It's Iceberg to actually find the second kill as well. Upgrades into the M4 after looking at it going, is that an M4 or is it a Galil? Yeah, it is. Awkward team kill at the start. And, I mean, honestly, you're just kicking yourself there that you've not been able to find him on the cross, right? That is brutal. ECLOT, though, yet to put a round on the board. They'll drop down to an eco here. I have had a bit of a... I'm interested. If there's any ECLOT people in the chat that can answer this question, who is now calling on this team? Because they've dropped Ela, they've picked up Mangus. Do you know the answer to this?
Actually, no. It is Nubik that is calling right now, because I did see that on
I actually
Twitter.
thought so. Right.
I will quickly go ahead and confirm that, because I hate being wrong.
My quite toxic reasoning for assuming that was that his performances have dropped off a bit recently. And I thought maybe he's now calling, but yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, they've actually really dropped off recently. These last sort of week or so.
Yes, Nubik as IGL.
Right.
I already did see an earlier message that they were starting to experiment with moving the Alive out of the IGL role, but then they also probably realized his rifling just purely without IGLing isn't up to par that much.
Yeah, he's not a
player
that brings a lot of value without calling,
he's had a great stint with Sumpy calling, but at that point it was Matisse destroying tier 3. Like, he just wake up before he's even had his coffee. He dropped like 30 kills per map easily. But they actually did get some great results. They won the Tipsport LAN together as well. But yeah, just not the solution Dynamo ECLOT were looking for. They've lost a couple of their core to Sangal as well, of course. Sangal, who then had to, like, all of this is because of Falcons. Because Heroic had to rebuild, so they took the Sangal core, and then Sangal had to rebuild, so they took some players from Dynamo ECLOT, and yeah, whole spiral. Iceberg, frantic there, not too clean.
It's a true butterfly effect, and it's Falcons causing problems again. They're always the culprits, messing around. He's got Tracy back next to his name. Yeah, always. It always goes back to Falcons. It's a good start here, though, for ECLOT. They've found the two-man advantage. You've got two players pretty low, Mikey especially, but they've got the right idea. They're going to route this bomb back towards A, and it all comes down to whether or not Sashi, in the next few seconds, start to realise and pull Zyphon into CT to watch that A cross. If they don't, then this round's just done and they'll just save the rifles. If they do, then maybe there's a chance to do a little bit of damage before they get onto the site. This is really smart. Mangus is selling a bit of a fake here on the ramp, so yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's moving a muscle. Oh my god. He's walked in. He thinks it's empty. Now he's taken the contact. They're still going to rotate through to B.
Are they?
And all the pieces are in place. Yeah, they are. They're going into B. Mangus thinks that the side's clear and they're stacked on A. This could all go wrong. Cabby's in the corner. Oh!
He's done... has he done enough? No, okay, everyone's dead. Jesus.
Wow.
That's a good lesson for Nubik. It's good that they get away with it. Wouldn't give it to him to completely fill that round this early on in his sort of IGLing career. But probably gonna be a nice note of try and keep it a bit more simple. Full push. Full spray from Zyphon as well. There was one more. Cabby gets that. Beautiful colors through that smoke.
Back to winning ways. Team Sashi. They had the opportunities last round, didn't they? It felt like just a really bad read there from ECLOT. Gave the chance for that round to all go wrong, but they keep a lid on things. Seems like the lid's popped off again. Forsey trying to work his way through middle. Bomb with them, creeping forward. It's on his shoulders. Daito also quite literally on his shoulders, trying to get that sideline into red room. Look at this from Lucky. This should be both. There you go. Nice and easy. Love that. That's the round done and dusted.
Yeah. Mungus all by his lonesome. Successful aggression from Sashi in towards middle. I mean, like, looking at this lineup from Sashi, I still do feel like they should be a lot better than what they've recently shown. Like, the pieces are all there, right?
Yeah.
Of course, with the newer edition of Becky, I've seen him play a lot in the Parisi lineup, who have been developing some pretty good talents. Pretty good Danish talents. Gabby taking a long range shot into Mikey, easily finding another opening advantage for the CTs.
Yeah, I'll be honest, and we're going back a long time here. We're going back just over a year. When Parisi dropped their main roster and ended up with the Parisi Rising team going into that main slot, I thought, they've got big boots to fill here, and this is surely just going to be a flop. And it actually wasn't at all. They put up some really, really good results. They didn't quite fill the boots to the max, but, you know, they solidified themselves as quite a formidable team. They are still now, and as you say, they've developed some strong talents that are now strong pieces in external rosters. In the meantime, during the waffle, the smokes have gone up, and well, ECLOT have been able to find themselves a 3B bomb site, but retake hot on their heels. Cabby unlucky with the kits. The Spastia, the util's the problem. There's none of it to work with. Reliant on the headshots. And whilst Cabby will find one, Lucky taken care of. Oh my god.
Are they going to check in time? Okay.
Spam. Jesus. That was bold. Okay, well, nice closer from Daito. But the fact that they're reliant on Daito spamming the wood there to deny that plant. Deny that defuse. Worried me a little bit. He still ends up with it.
He managed to close it out, and actually 4 versus 5 at the start of that round. So, good recovery from ECLOT. Oh, but that Parisi roster probably would have entered a lot more people's radar, as I think it was with Becky in the lineup. They finished 4th in 2 open qualifiers, and they finished like 3rd, 4th, and they finished 2nd in 2 others. So at some point, I think they were 2 rounds away from beating, I think at that point it was Aurora or Paravision or some other team that was fighting for VRS points. Like earlier on this year, when everyone was doing like the open qualifier runs, like NIP and whatnot, we're doing all of those tournaments. Parisi was there with them. Parisi was there finishing pretty much top 4 every single open qualifier, but then you see how much it hurts if you can't actually get over that line. So yeah, some fun Danish Counter-Strike trivia for you there.
Yeah. Winding back this past year, it's been a good one for Becky. He's still sort of struggling to find his form here, I think, in this Sashi roster. Sometimes he has really good games, but for the most part, he is just towards that middle, bottom end of the scoreboard. I thought he was an unbelievable talent when he was part of Parisi, though. I was very happy when he was picked up for bigger things, but yeah, needs to prove that before things get too late. Good trade from Forsey. Lots of damage dealt, but Zyphon just tunnel vision, completely ignoring the threat that comes from middle. As I spoke, desperate to try and keep this round alive. It's Becky left by himself. 1v2. He's got the AK in hand. He's looking to try and recover this one. He's got a whole load of util. He's got the cavalry. He just hasn't got a kit.
Yeah, but the bomb's planted pretty much right in his face here. And at this point, he's probably starting to realize, okay, they are not covering me. Nubik already looking to take a wider angle as he steps out right into him.
I think if he had a kit, he'd probably fancy trying to hold that for 5 seconds, wouldn't he? But
yeah, or taking slightly more time to, you know, because there was still a Molotov left, taking slightly more time to figure out where Dynamo ECLOT were actually set up. As, I think that could have been a possibility as well. But, hey, hindsight 2020, all that jazz. It's Dynamo ECLOT making a bit of a comeback on the first half here. Slight comeback. How many kills does Mikey get here? 3, 4? 3.
3. Unlucky. One more bullet. One more bullet. That's all he needed. Maybe 2. I don't know.
I need more bullets.
Damage, does it? Mangus wants to try and clean him up. The SMGs can find all 5 kills. It'll do some favours for the money. The HG doesn't give him as much of a kill reward, but he'll take it. 4-4 tied up. ECLOT recovering nicely after a bit of a shaky start. And yeah, really good work there from Mikey's SMG. Just quite able to find the quadra. A good opportunity here for Mangus to upgrade if he wants it. I think he's going to hold on to this Mac 10, play a little bit of a bonus.
He's known for that.
Yeah.
He's known for sacrificing himself into the SMG.
Sometimes he doesn't even need to be a sacrifice. He can go in and find the kills. He's a player that's very good at creating space.
What is... This started a round is weird because you already see Mikey way deep in the A bomb site. Iceberg's just sprinted out of cave and Dieter's taken that empty space. All without a single piece of utility. What a ridiculous setup has this become. Dieter and Force would just clear out this B bomb site, but Lucky's still... What's going on here? Sashi so close to actually recovering this, but the headshots rain through from Dynamo ECLOT. What was that? I want to watch that round back. That was ridiculous. Oh god.
Yeah, just wild positioning, right?
Yes. Like, there was a moment you could pause that minimap, and you could probably just like show it to someone, and he'd just be like, "Ah, yeah, huh?" Like, as soon as the more you look at it, the weirder it gets.
Yeah, it's the fact it's so quick in that round as well. You see,
yeah,
that first prong already out, cross to the big box on 8. Quad ready for the end up. Hitting on that A site.
Yeah. When we were on the perspective of Iceberg, you saw him sort of sprint out into middle. Probably not going to see it, but you saw him sprint out into middle. And then as soon as he lands there, he just kind of looks around like, okay, there's no one here. And then just pauses for 3 or 4 seconds, just not really watching anything. Probably just as confused as we were. At that point, his teammate had already gone down. So, understandable to call a timeout after that one. Just kind of calm each other down.
Sashi. In a spot of bother here, to be honest. They are down to a half buy in this one. A few upgraded pistols. Cabby on an MP9. Zyphon with the M4. Over on the other side of things, ECLOT rocking and rolling with a full investment and money behind them. Some wind in their sails. Cabby. We're going to try and crunch down here. Lucky's with him. SMG in the 5-7. pressing forward. It's actually going to be first blood drawn by Iceberg. And they've got the mid control here, so the pressure's really on. They know that ECLOT are funneled to a small space around A main or the T spawn. There's time pressure, not quite mounting yet, but it will start to become a problem. They're going to group up back towards B.
If Becky goes down quick here, well, nah, actually gets put offside by all that util. Still gonna be pretty alright. It's gonna be the retake setup. But once more, retake without util, not ideal. The Molotov will at least give them a bit more time. It's gonna need to be some heroics here. Cabby coming in from the flank. That's two. Can Mangus and Detour hold on to this? Unlikely, but still possible. 1 versus 3 from the new addition. Iceberg, cold, as you would expect. And Sashi with a bit of a half bite. Get back into it.
Yeah, not bad. Ridiculous
Really
round
good,
to be
actually.
winning, quite frankly. Yeah. Not one to expect at all, but round number 11 brings a bit of heat. Sashi with the strong buy, the couple of AKs to add to the equation there as well. He's coming full force. Mangus. Little attack from the molly. He'll smoke it. Try and play forward.
Oh.
Into cave. It's Iceberg. Wow. Beautiful headshot.
On the footsteps.
There we go.
He pulled his trigger on the timing. Zyphon is just gonna move out of this smoke. Is he? Oh, I love this from Zyphon. Oh, that's such a great play. That is so good, knowing that Dynamo ECLOT don't have the resources anymore to keep cover of that smoke. Mikey on an op now. Things only get weirder and weirder for ECLOT.
With 45 seconds. He's got a chance to recover this bomb, actually. They're not holding it. He's not aware of that, but in the next couple of seconds, he should be executed from the sideline. There you go. Doesn't spot Becky out of elbow. Mikey dealt with. Light work. Sashi on to 6. This is all the more impressive because it's their opponent's map pick. They need to keep this ball rolling. It's been interesting stuff so far, but ECLOT for the final round of the half. A little bit strapped for cash. Mikey on a Khalil. Nubik with that Tech 9.
Well, the early util does relatively little to both damage and or slow down the ECLOT attack as they just continue to walk through. Shift being held. And Zyphon taken. So only lucky on the bomb site with this AWP. Switching angles back and forth, but a miss on the one, only the tag on the other. Another magic retake needed. And Donut ain't so sweet now for Cabby.
Oh, wow. Hang on a minute. Cabby and Iceberg might have a little bit of an in here. Bomb's going to be tapped. They're both super low, so this doesn't feel too plausible. But they're worried. They're worried that Iceberg's still on this bomb. They've realised that's not the case through all of the spams. Eventually, Cabby will find the kill. The round will be won here by ECLOT. It's the final of the half, so they don't need to run away. But not bad at all. Trying to put 6 apiece. And yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to call it a low buy, but it wasn't an amazing investment. They still make it work.
Good stuff. 6-6. Hey, there's the equal half that we wished for. Did see a red fly by there, but back-to-back Sakakus. This time it's for Grimcat. Is Grimcat another reference that I don't understand? Jeez,
not that I know
grandpa
of, no.
saying that.
Yeah, not that I know of. Six, so not bad at all. For Sashi, I mean, it was a really good start. So I think like 6-6 was kind of the minimum after how they kicked things off, but still a reasonable point to sort of break even on your opponent's map pick. They'll move over to their T side now, where they can try and control that pace a little bit more, bring us something perhaps better. Nubik up close. Ooh.
Opening kill already, and Camby is just still kind of solo peeking this. Don't really know what plan was there. Feels a bit disjointed. Maybe Becky didn't want to offer up the bomb just yet in cave. Not really sure what those fights were meant to do.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Something needs to happen at some point here for Sashi. It's a good shot from Becky, but it's way too little and way too late. Ugh, that, yeah.
Feels like a tough one to try and crack. 7-6 though. ECLOT pulling away. This pistol round was perfect and taking the lead here at the start of this second half. Absolutely what they're looking for. It'll be Glocks on the other side. Sashi don't want to touch it. They know that that pistol round was absolute disaster. And justifying any kind of investment here just doesn't feel like the right idea. So Cabby. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but a good start.
Should be it, right? Yeah, no more shenanigans out of the Glocks. Forzy getting himself a couple of cheap frags.
Now it's time to try and bite back. Yeah, a couple of cheap frags, call it what you want, but I'm not sure what more you're really expecting to get out of a round like that. We do see the Glocks doing more than they bargained for. No bomb plant, which I guess is somewhat disappointing, but trades in middle. This is chaotic. Forzy ends up with a double. Blow that smoke open, no sight line, nobody close, realising they're just going to bomb it to A here. The site that's free, the best shot at a plant. Iceberg taps in the digits. Man advantage here for the retake, but they are a little bit locked out of this.
Seeing the util that's available for the CT side, this should still be a retake any day of the week though, right? Right?
I don't know. They're being a bit slow with this. I mean, they've all got kits, so, you know, a slightly longer fuse on this round, but the bomb's already 2/3 of the way ticked. The util usage here from Sashi has just been pretty perfect. I mean, smoke will go down on the site. Force is going to tap the bomb, but... Oh, no, the spams don't connect. Oh, that is a mess. That's a shame. That was well played, though, for ECLOT. Yeah, you're right. That little elevation on the site was cool.
Yeah, and I think it was Mangus eventually. Like, he was in Donut fighting the Donut player and decides to just use his smoke to block his site, like, block his opponent's sideline to the bomb site. That's a very heads-up usage of that smoke. I do like that. Because you might want to, like, block him off somewhere, or, you know, just trying to make sure you force him into one angle of the fight. But he's like, okay, no, we'll just isolate the 1v1 right here. And I do like that. Good stuff.
It's going to be ECLOT pulling away from the pack a little bit here. All they have to do is overcome the Tech 9 bite, and they'll be on to double digits and well on their way to try and close out their pick. But Becky has other ideas.
Oh, he had the bomb.
Oh, I thought I saw it beep when he was getting aggressive. I don't know why he's pressed up as much as that. Just desperate to try and upgrade into a rifle. And that makes things 10 times harder. Honestly, that's a really awkward position to recover that C4 from. Siphon and Cabby have got to try and play this together.
Round that showed so much potential with this play on your screen right now just gets shut out. And you feel like if, especially when you're on boot camp, you are just able to yell at Becky, right?
Yeah.
You could just like tap him on the arm even. Yeah.
Tap him on the arm? There's more than a tap on the arm there. There's a full swing.
Yeah. Come back! Just, you know, you can be on time with that call. Cabby surviving with a single point of health after all of that spraying. And Detour takes the full HP Becky to the grave. Very little towards lane control now. Dynamo ECLOT have been playing solid, like just a good CT side, but it's also been Sashi unable to capitalize on gaps and like potential openings, right? I wouldn't call them mistakes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't go that far.
There's been those opportunities, right? There's been, you know, open A site. There's been the rounded prior where they found the entries with the Tech 9s onto B and they fumble it with the bomb pressing. That definitely was a mistake. Right here, doesn't seem like they're going to get those same opportunities. Spam through the wood. It's actually bang on the money, but Daitor's just around the edge of the bricks as well, so spams won't be lethal. Nubik in the meantime, here in CT. Light work of that one. Lucky. Good for the single. That should be about it. Great rotation flash. Mangus is able to just swing and finish there. And 11 rounds here for ECLOT after a little bit of a shaky T-side, we'll call it. It was okay, but it wasn't great. They are looking much, much more comfortable on their defense. And I'm starting to see why they've gone for this ancient pick, because it's well drilled, right?
Yeah, it's looking super. Even after some, you know, potential, you know, an opening pick not going their way. Still within protocol, not... Everything seems to be done with a purpose. I'll just put it like that.
That's a nice way of putting it. Does feel
Watch
very
this round
calculated.
be... Yeah, watch this round be a generational throw, but... We're not counting on it.
I'm ready. Full caster's curse. Seen a fair share of messy rounds in the first series of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well. Was that just straight through the smoke? I think it was. I don't think there was any sightline. And another Deagle kill. The tag, yes, it's there, but Forsey needs to hold on as the pressure is mounting.
Oh, wow.
He will hold on together with Mungus.
Jeez.
I got a bit scared there when the two Deagle kills came through. Thought, oh no, have I actually just gone and done it? But no. Not like that. Super clean. And well, Sashi have the image of a Red Bull, but this field is very, very empty thus far. 6 in a row for ECLOT. No mammals in
It is quite
sight.
fitting though, because there's been a whole lot of red on this T side. No green.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, just losses.
It's not really been fitting, as there hasn't been any energy for them on this T side. That's such a dumb joke. God. Right.
But now they need some wings. I'm going to stop it there. We're going to stop it there. No more.
Yes. Yes, we've completed it. And Forsey will continue with the great half. He's rocking. It's looking so desperate. 2 challenges through his smoke. Well, Mikey does the same, so guess we're all equal now.
Yeah, there's no Angel here to save them. That'd be cute. Nice kill, should be sort of one of the last of this game, to be honest. I can't imagine that Cabby and Becky are able to pull this back and recover anything here for Sashi on this map. They've well and truly lost control. After a 6-6 half, not anything from their T side. It's all on to Becky in the 1v4. He knows that this one's cooked. He knows that it's finished. And it'll be the final nail in the coffin.
Sublime.
Hammered in. Yeah, beautiful. It's as good as it gets. It's as clean as it gets there from ECLOT.
Yeah, just no opposition in that second half. Very cleanly done, and yeah. What can you say? What can you say if you're Sashi? What can you say if you're Hunden? What's the call here gonna be? Like in between these maps? Like, okay, guess we'll just be that much better on train then, or I don't know. What would you say to them? You've coached before.
Yeah, you know,
One game.
My very unique style of coaching is very, very little insight and more. I'm like Jason Lake. I'll jam myself in a coach slot if I'm working with a team that don't have a coach, and I'll say, put me in, and I'm going to stand behind you, and I'm going to shake your chairs and hype you up, and that's me. There is very little insight offered, but yeah. Sashi are a good train team, and actually they are the very, very early innovators of train. They were actually the first team to play an official on train on HLTV. So Iceberg is, you know, a chef in the kitchen that is always looking to try and take advantage of when new maps are brought in and try and innovate early. Now, spoiler alert, they lost it. They got smashed by Z10. but yeah, it's the thought that counts. It's the attempt that I like. And since then, they've actually sort of solidified themselves as quite a good train team. So I think they could definitely bounce back. And especially there on boot camp, you know, you can come away and rather than molding in your own chair, sat at home by yourself, you can sort of do a little bit of a team huddle, go and get some fresh air and sort of talk things over and get the troops rallied up again. So I think they've still got a pretty good chance here going into map 2.
Well, that garbage can that we saw on the cameras way before, maybe they'll have to do away with that as to not be as trash in the second half. Again, we'll head into map 2 train coming up in around 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We saw a contentious map for the first 12 rounds, and then one of the most one-sided halves that we have seen in a while. Certainly today, ECLOT just stomping a flawless CT side on their map pick of Ancient. Now we move on to Train, and it's a little bit up in the air, I'll be honest. It's a Sashi pick, it's a map that they're good on, but I'm not massively confident after what we saw at the end of that first map, and I think there's definitely a chance that ECLOT could cause an upset.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, I mean, every single map's going to be a nice test for Nubik at this point. Of course, the new man behind the steering wheel of this team. But I think this Train one especially really will sort of lean more into like how good will Nubik actually be in calling. Because you need to be on it. You need to be very, very sharp on Train. Either with the decision making on when you just beeline it to a bomb site or when you try to completely out-rotate your opponent. Train has both. So I'm looking very much forward to this map. Of course, Wander as our beautiful observer. Shout out.
Yes, indeed.
To him.
Beautiful man. Beautiful on the cams. Second half pistol. Second map pistol underway. And ECLOT. Dealt a little bit of a rough start. Nubik. Think down to 2 HP as well. You said he's the man behind the steering wheel. He's got to not drive him off a cliff here. As the bomb goes down, beeping away. 4v4 retake coming. Daitor's got the kit. And Xiphon falls off the ledge as he takes the gunfight. It's a little bit awkward, but he gets out alive. He does actually find a kill for his troubles as well. This is all going wrong for the ECLOT retake. Forcia Mangus. There's just no hope in this. Dead to rights. Lucky an iceberg will finish. First on the board. Good round from Sashi.
They get through that quite cleanly. As it feels like ever since CS2, and especially since everyone's gotten used to it, it feels so difficult to stop the Glock rush on a pistol round. You need like perfect positioning and at least that first headshot to hit. Otherwise, you're just gonna be overwhelmed. It feels like. And in terms of statistics of the weapons, nothing has changed actually. So. Well, maybe the movement slightly, but I actually want to know the percentages. How much of a percentage T-side pistols have actually been won over CT pistols? Bit of an awkward lineup for the CTs there, doing some team damage. 3 kills, probably hoping for slightly more there out of the 4-spot weapons.
It's a little bit of a flop. Quick technical pause, though. I like that we saw Becky looking around. Was that a technical pause called from them? Is there something? Is there a fire in the corner of the room? That happened actually at one of the boot camps. I can't remember what team it was, but in the last sort of 6 months there was a team.
Really?
And yeah, we called a pause, and yeah, they said one of the PCs in the boot camp room had caught fire, and yeah, it was wild. It was like a really long pause, and the other team gave their technical time as well, and I think they might have had to forfeit a map in the end, but then they still played the series. It was wild. I can't remember what team it was. It might have been. I don't think it was 9 Pandas. I can't remember. It might have been 9 Pandas. Thinking about it. Yeah, it was interesting. First time I've heard that excuse.
I've used cats on fire before.
That one a little less believable. I don't tend to just spontaneously combust. At least I've never seen it.
Oh, you should see my cat.
Just catches fire sometimes.
Yeah. Well, these deagles, not much more than one. Oh, new wallbang alert.
Oh my god,
It's
Gabby.
not really there.
I mean, he's just farming pistols, but a little warm-up session. Getting the mechanics going. BQ's going to escape, so 4 players stand alive, 3-0. Sashi, as good a start as you could really ask for on your map picker train. There's a decent chance that we do find ourselves on a third here for the second series of the day as well, but still early doors. ECLOT got a good opportunity to bite back, but they do need a reasonable half here. And on the CT side of train, it's notoriously quite a heavily defender-sided map. I'll be disappointed if they can't take 6, maybe 7. What they're looking for here.
I've seen more and more solutions on the T side, though. Ooh. Among Us. Not prepared for the peek into that flashbang lineup. It's a bit of a bad flashbang lineup if you can get peeked out like that. Iceberg taking one more. Detour still stuck on this bomb site, hoping for any support. Maybe a possibility at a multi-kill here. This is a good angle for it. The pressure mounting. He's holding on. But not enough.
Mikey then after the 1v3. Oh, oh god.
It just
Hearing
looks at his
ghosts,
mouse.
seeing ghosts, yeah. Oh, he thought that was a weird mouse glitch. I thought he was just thinking, oh god, there's someone in the corner.
Yeah,
Happens
no,
there in
it's
the mouse map.
I've especially with these, since we've had the cameras, like I've been casting more games recently where the cameras are on, and it's so funny when you just see guys get a kill or whiff a kill. You just see them on the cam, just like pick up their mouse and just stare at it for like 2 seconds. Just tell the mouse like, "What are you doing, bro?" And they just like continue with their day. It's so funny. I don't know. CS players need something to blame.
I guess so. I'll be honest though, crazy to me when people can keep their desks so clean, the mouse pad so free of hair or crumbs or whatever. I always end up with all sorts of crap on my mouse mat, and I'll whiff a spray and then I blow the sensor at the bottom of the mouse to shake the mouse mat. Maybe I'm just a messy guy. Good start though.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't use your mouse mat as a plate.
That's good advice.
Thanks. Always here for it.
I have a dog that sheds loads of hair as well, so there is just
Yeah.
generally hair all over the place. It's a hard life.
Ooh, that's actually pretty alright. Mikey doesn't get a kill there, but that's so much info and a terrible flashbang. Clips the curb. At what point do they expect Mikey to be here? Nubik's gonna double up with him. I like this from ECLOT. Will it work though? Still haven't spotted Mikey. Mikey gets 2.
Wow.
Keeping it, I wouldn't say like a possibility. Yeah, for 4C. Glide out of this one. But Becky, no problems. 5-0.
After such a good start, you do think maybe you start to fancy the chances of the SMGs, but better stuff. Sashi just recuperate, get that round over the line. It's a tactical pause here for ECLOT. They realise, yeah, this one is slipping away fast. MR12 can sometimes do that very quickly. Just fall out of your grasp, you lose control. Gotta try and regain it here.
Yeah, this run again just carrying that extra weight of, you know, double eco for Dynamo ECLOT. Maybe just a single eco with the last bonus build up now, but just feels like there's that extra bit of pressure on, and Sashi do realize that they are just going to be storming down. Nubik can't find more than one, and that's the case for everyone. So many trades, and before 20 seconds has left the timer, we are already in a retake. Forzy this time better weapon than in the last clutch. He's given a chance. Op versus Iceberg. Can Forzy stay frosty?
He needs to. Just not enough time on this, I don't think. He has got a kit, and he's actually barreling towards this site. He's thinking they've exited. That was just the wrong call. Feels very unnecessary to throw that AWP away. A bit of BM from Iceberg. Fist bump to the coach. Yeah, it's another good round. He's calling a masterful T-side here on trade. ECLOT just do not have the answers. Sashi a 6-0. To be fair, they got off to a really good start on Ancient and then dropped the ball, went 6-6, and then ended up losing the game 13-6. So I'm not filled with confidence just yet, but they have looked a lot better here.
What was that wallbang, by the way? Does hit Forzy eventually. They take some wallbangs away. New ones are always born. I'm glad they are still here on train. Mikey clearing the brown halls. There's another 1v1 fight going on.
Ooh.
That's alright.
Wait a minute, Magnus might have the timing on this as well. Yeah, he does. Oh, Zyphon! How? How does Zyphon get away with both there? That is ridiculous.
Probably just expecting the move. Thinking, alright, it's pistols. Smokes are down. Well, maybe. Just have a little look. That was a crazy read. Weapons back out again. Yeah. He's 7-2 actually.
Merriam, a nice little freebie there. Backs away, but wants to reaggress. Becky ready and waiting. And finally, the man advantage. I mean, they're 7-0 down, so they need these advantages, and they need to capitalize upon them. This isn't the first time we've seen them pull ahead in a round as well, not be able to get it over the line, but Nubik stripping Becky's head off his shoulders really does solidify the advantage here. They've got the rifles as well. I feel like previous rounds we've seen them find these opening kills, but, you know, they're down to SMGs or pistols, so it's difficult to follow up with.
Mike is gonna get a good look.
He saw the leg. Look at this. He keeps looking at Daitor.
Yeah.
Just not clocking it.
Spotting each other's feet. In that scenario, having a rifle way better than having the op. No kill shot available. Dynamo ECLOT on the board.
Okay.
Another great push for... Yeah. Finally. And for a 7-round streak, the money hasn't really gotten too wild for Sashi, right? It's still okay. One more round, they already have to think about maybe a Galil here and there.
Okay, Daito. Playing up close. Mikey's going to fall early, though. The bomb's still been left behind, so plenty of options here on the side of Sashi. Forcey feels like he has to be mobile with this orb. It's difficult, because ideally you'd like to just post up on an angle, but... Really has to stay on it. Less than a minute on this clock.
Does feel like a fake this, and well, yep, exactly. Bombs heading down to the B bomb site. Now they realize, but it's only gonna be Nubik here to hold them off. And once again, not really able to pick his targets. Lucky with the quick double. Lucky's been slowly racking up these kills. Well, pretty much everyone has from Sashi, haven't they?
Good time for attack pause, I reckon. 8-1 down. Money back in their favour to some degree, but round count's certainly not. The one saving grace is Sashi haven't got tons of cash to work with, so if that clock can sort of break them here, there won't be too much to work with in the next, and they can start to materialise a couple of rounds towards the end of this first half, but I think that might be wishful thinking, to be honest. They've looked poor. A little bit lost on train, and Sashi have been eager to find them. Here we go, round number 10. Forcey with that sniper. Been hitting some okay shots, but there hasn't been a whole lot more to get excited about. Lucky on the other side, just been hitting a few more of them.
Straight out the smoke on Ivy. Cabby just finds Mungus. It's a complete solo mission for Cabby. Let's keep our eyes on the kill feed as the brunt of the attack is gonna head over towards this B bomb site. Again, Nubik all alone. And once more, just the single one. Lucky from the back lines will easily hold on. Say that. Just get tapped out. Icebarker's behind them. Yeah, oh, what a pickup. Iceberg just sprints through on the bomb site. Gives us a little laugh at the camera. 9-1. Whew, what a T side thus far.
Could we see another 9-3 here? Or something more? I think we might see something more, to be honest. There's a low buy here for ECLOT. Really not a lot that you expect them to pull into this. I'd like to see them sort of get aggressive, try something like they did last time they had the 5-7s. It almost worked out for them. I think we'll see somewhat of an aggressive prod coming through here. Mikey's mollied off, so no longer a crossfire, and he actually takes damage from it too, so they have the warning call that there is one close. Snake in the grass looking to pack it. Nasty bite. Becky just around the corner. Timing super important. Mikey's going to use that contact as a cue to peek, but Becky's so quick. Iceberg able to follow it up. Forcey with the double, though, so back into the 3-on-3.
Possible recovery indeed, and once more, hefty push. This one's going to be a bit too late, though. Still the option, if Mangus falls, which they are aiming to, they could just wrap it all the way to B. That's exactly the plan. Oh, so 4Z. So much control taken. So much of it wasted. Siphon doesn't even see him. Just sprays him down and out, and well, in this round specifically, literally running laps around Dynamo ECLOT.
They really are. Forsey left alive. Knows that the round's done. He's just prioritising trying to find a kill here. Not going to happen. They'll be on a buy for the next anyway. The final round of the half will come with some weaponry. Decent stuff to work with as well. Forsey's got that, or rifles out. Bit of util too. No kits, which is a slight concern, but to be honest, anytime the round has got to the point where Sashi have got the bomb down, it's already pretty cooked. If they want to try and get a second here, they need to do so with some force. Things done before that C4 gets beeping. An interesting setup here. Too close towards the B slope.
Ooh, nice opener, but for the first time in a while, 2 kills at the start of the round. Make that 3 for Dynamo ECLOT. And that is pretty much for the first time Forsey has come to reinforce this B bomb site, but Cabby slipped the net again. Does seem like now Nubik does have his eyes on it. Good awareness. And the final round of the half, it feels like a consolation prize, but it's a second for ECLOT.
Yeah, definitely not a half that you're going to be happy about, and not one that I think is even all too recoverable, to be honest, even if they do find the pistol, but they can play it as it comes. Worst case, they've got a third map ahead of them, so just trying to build up that confidence a little bit is important. We see the knife go past. I'm sure we won't be landing on it. Oh, USB whiteout would be big, but no, it's a Glock Vogue. At least a change from the, the usual, the Sakura or whatever it is we've had a couple of times so far today. Cordon Bleu, congratulations. Glock Vogue. I think it's a cool skin. It's a cool skin. It's another one of those underrated ones. And it's a blue in this case, but in real life it's a pink. So, not bad.
Nice.
Nice.
Cabby's been an absolute nuisance for the Dynamo ECLOT this entire map thus far. So many pushes and
Alright, well, if Sashi can just take this pistol round, then it's pretty much game over. Double Julie's in play, in a good position here for Lucky. He's got Cabby around the corner. They want to just bait them into the meat grinder, jump away. The double pistols will take contact. There you go, Cabby. Being even more of a nuisance. Ooh. Knows that Nubik's going to peek into him from above. And sometimes he just has games like this. He puts up mega numbers. Right here, he's not going too far above and beyond, but hasn't really needed to. Rocking around 100 ADR, he's having a fantastic performance. Oh, it's all getting a little bit sloppy now, though. Giving Mangus a double like that. And there we go. Back into a 3-on-3.
Melons turning into drama for the Sashi team. Not really doing what they'd expect from the Doolies. And you see Sashi trying to piece this one together. Where are they going to come from? 2 players still up in there. Is he gonna try and he's gonna try and distract here.
He's got sort of a range advantage here as well. I mean, it doesn't matter so much because Zyphon's low, but A chance to just pop the head. Better than the Glock in these kind of scenarios. Bomb's going to go down on A in the meantime. They do have this late warning call, but Forsey's still doing damage. The 3v2. Very winnable for both sides. Leg spotted. Becky doesn't want to tap bullets into the foot. He wants the head, the grand prize.
Oh!
Bad timing for Daito. I don't know why he's cycling nades there, but punished and dealt with. All onto Forsey. Big pickup, but not trying to go over the train. He thinks that Iceberg's bluffing. What is this? Iceberg's just full 10-second diffused it. And Forsey with a beautiful headshot at the end, but the round is lost.
Wow. That is ridiculous. Could not believe it. Could simply not believe that Iceberg was sticking that. And I get that. I fully understand that not being the case. But man, oh man. 2 kills to the good. They throw it away. Dynamo ECLOT make it a 3v2 on the wrong bomb side even. And somehow, someway, I mean, this is just Sashi's map.
Yeah, just looking to get this final nail hammered into the coffin now, surely. ECLOT. Not a lot of reason to save here. You've been putting money aside for a future that's just not so bright. Realising just get this one over and done with. We'll play Inferno. Sashi historically a decent Inferno team, but both teams sort of break even somewhere down the middle in terms of their past results. Oh, Mikey. He's got the right idea. This is big.
And just goes away. Doesn't really want to check it. Oh. Slight little sigh on the camera there from Nubik. As the Molotov missed the target. Zyphon, long range on the MP9. Feels like solutions are few and far between for Dynamo ECLOT. A 1 versus 5 handed to Mungus with just as quick of an end. 12 on the board already, and what can you defend this with? Tech 9s?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe a slightly better buy now. They've got the plant, maybe some Galils, but what a wild series. You know, this is... What's so strange about this as well is you normally see best of threes go like this when you have two teams that don't have very deep map pools, and therefore they're very, very good on one or two particular disciplines, but when they go onto their opponent's pick, they're really uncomfortable. That is not the case here for these two teams. You've got ECLOT, who actually play all 7 maps, and you've got Sashi, who play 6 of the 7 very confidently, and very frequently, and somehow they end up just absolutely flopping on Ancient. We've got ECLOT, who have just given us nothing here on Train. It does beg the question, what's in store for Inferno? Cabby. It's a good start,
on
though.
Inferno, both teams will flop.
Yeah, it would just be just an
0 rounds.
Shitfest. Just, yeah, 0 rounds. Would just be a mess. Inferno is a map that you do sort of sometimes see very messy gameplay, you know. Lots of saves, lots of awkward retakes. Chance to just get this one done and dusted here on Train. 3v3. Iceberg kind of has the wrong idea here. He should be able to get a freebie kill onto Daitor in the next few seconds, but the bomb is going to go down on A. It doesn't seem like there's anyone really there to stop it. Sashi really think they're cooking here. They've got 2 players back B, and Iceberg's, oh, I've got this sick flank going on, and it's just not the case. And they realise a little too late.
Dieter's watching it.
Yeah, literally. Does Iceberg check this corner. I think he does. Yeah, look at him. Oh, that was rough. Okay,
Siphon with the other
it
kill.
might actually end here.
Yeah, 1v3 for 4Z, just to keep us going. He thought he had it, but Becky will overpower him. Gets a little high five. 13-2. Jesus. That is one big scoreline. My God.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
Powerful stuff. Pretty much, yeah. Really, really powerful stuff. ECLOT just gave us nothing. That was a wildly... I don't want to call it a boring map. I hate using that word, but there was just nothing there. It was really, really comfortable from Sashi. We didn't have to see any flashy plays or any particular individual popping off. It was just this brick wall defense when they were on their CT side. Not that we had to seal too much of it, and yeah, very, very little resistance out of ECLOT when they were on their defense. So yeah, the MVP being Z10, it could have been any one of them, to be honest. And we are going to that third map to decide the victor here.
And that third map hasn't been too easy for either of the teams. I mean, we've had ECLOT 13-5 very recently over against Sashi. That is the most recent head-to-head result. But if you look at the other results, ECLOT, I think, are slightly favored in terms of against who they have won. When heading into Sashi, I think they did manage to beat Passion UA, and then the time afterwards it was like a 13-2 or 13-1 loss right after, which the consistency favoring definitely much towards Dynamo ECLOT heading into this third one. But Sashi might be feeling really, really good. Who knows?
It's actually kind of interesting you mentioned that head-to-head. So much of the time, I don't put too much strain on the head-to-heads because a lot of the time it's like historic data that doesn't make any difference, right? You know, you're talking about games that took place months ago. But yeah, these two teams have actually played against... This is the fourth best of three. These two teams have played against each other in the past 3 weeks, which is pretty nuts. But it just shows, you know, they're both almost exactly the same. They're one place off each other in the rankings, so they're getting the same invitations, and yeah, so often having to butt heads. Inferno is going to be an interesting decider map, as you say. Both teams are having slightly shaky results on there as of recent, but Sashi are on a little bit of a streak with our last two going their way, so we'll have to wait and see. First, though, we've got around about a 10-15 minute break. When we come back from it, we will be ready with our third and final decider of this series, our last map for me and Sheep of the day. Look at him. Oh, cozy up with a plushie. Yeah. Have you got multiple of them? Or just the one?
Yes, actually, I do have one more there, and I have this.
So you are indeed several sheep. I love it.
I am a part of several sheep, yes.
Beautiful.
As it should.
Alrighty, folks. Well, join us back here around about 10 minutes' time. We'll be ready with the action. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go with map number 3, the third and final decider of our contentious series, sort of. I mean, it's gone to a third map, so it's got to be somewhat contentious, but neither of those maps have been particularly close, have they? Sashi just dominating there on train leaves a lot to be desired for the Dynamo ECLOT side, and I'm really not sure which way this is going to lean when it comes to Inferno. I think they'll definitely have the momentum, but you could argue the same for ECLOT there for map 2 as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's for both sides. It's been the it's been the CT side for ECLOT that they kind of were bad at, and for Sashi it's been mostly the T side on Ancient. That's not really gone their way, but yeah, so in theory it should be a big ECLOT CT side and then the other way around, a big Sashi T side. But that is if everything in the Counter-Strike world was logical, which it rarely is. Inferno, a more common map. This is one of those bootcamp strategies.
You reckon?
Are they just going to play 1v1s?
This is ridiculous. This is now one of those, like, okay, we've got the HP advantage, let's just run away and survive for a minute. I like the fact, though, as much as, not that we ever really cast knife rounds or put any kind of emphasis on it, I like the fact that this clearly means something for Sashi. Sashi very clearly want the pick of the sides here, and they are willing to, you know, run down this
Be
timer
annoying.
and play be annoying and play quite a frustrating setup to ensure that. So, yeah, I quite like this. And there you go. They are going to walk into the blender, and they are ground up. So Sashi will get the choice of the sides. I think they'll start CT.
I would not be too surprised if they actually do. You know how we could spice. I have a feeling we could spice up the knife rounds by giving each team one piece of utility. Just you can pick one, whatever you want, be it a flashbang, a smoke, nade, molly, decoy, whatever. Like your in-game leader is allowed to buy one piece of utility for the knife round, just to spice it up. No. Because then if you have the HP advantage, especially in a 1v1, you can run away. But if someone throws like a really good HE, you're still going to be screwed. You know, like it's...
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I should not be in charge of tournaments.
Well, my idea once was all of the players, before we had the webcams and it was always just the player headshot pictures, I said that each tournament organizer should ask for 3 pictures of each player. So 1 neutral one, and then a smiley face with thumbs up, and then a sad face. And depending on how their individual performance is, depends on which one shows. So they're happy if they're fragging, they're sad if they're not.
They had that at the Mongolia tournament, where they had like
yeah,
the
they did do that
flashbang
once.
pictures.
After I had suggested it, by the way. I'm going to take credit for it.
Well, full 4-man stack here on the B bomb site, still trying to get through, trying to get in. It's mostly the CT side kills, but Detour and Forsey will break it open. Don't expect the other here. Just 3 on the list for Dynamo ECLOT. Cross all that off, and Zyphon goes unnoticed below the blankets. Unseen.
What a ridiculous pistol round, right? You find the 2 kills on the B site. They even kind of semi-anticipate the 3rd, and it's like, oh, wow, okay, we definitely got it now, right? Who expects a 4th player? Who expects a 4th player on second oranges? It's just ridiculous. So, yeah, super sick setup, and Zyphon's done very well there to just hold his nerve and actually find the kills when they come his way, because that's sometimes a little bit easier said than done. He delivers. So, just the pistols here for ECLOT. It is a force buy, despite not getting that plant. I'm not always the biggest fan of these decisions, but it's what they'll make, and they've got to try and own it.
I mean, it looks like the original global offensive force buy, right? Before all the money changes and before teams even really considered getting a bomb plant or not in going for a force buy. Usually it was this. Feels like such a long time ago where it was just the standard to go for a force buy on the second round CT.
Yeah. It is kind of a weird
If you
one,
had the
isn't
bomb
it?
plan or
How
not.
we've seen that meta change. Ooh. Oh, wow, Becky.
Okay.
Was really tested there, and oh my god. Delivers. Bit of support from Zyphon, and lucky it wasn't all his USP, but brilliant work being done. Absolutely love that. He's not really giving the pistols any opportunity. Nubik. Straight into the crosshair. The bullet's flying. And he just takes them on the chin. Eats them. It's a good round.
Pretty big destruction, and I'm starting to fear a bit for Dynamo ECLOT at this point, as we could see a half spiral out of control again at their dispense. Tech9's taken out.
Spamming away. Desperate for some kind of lucky pot shot. Just won't come. Yeah, Cabby would deny anything for Daitor as well, so... Seems like this one should have a neat little bow on top of it in the next few seconds. Double stack here in CT. MP9 doesn't quite shut it down. Zyphon will. And honestly, a bit of a blessing in disguise to lose that SMG. They'll be against a buy in the next, so... Excuse, opportunity for Iceberg to just reinvest into that rifle. I think that's exactly what he'll do.
At least it's the AKs now. And a bottom mid smoke. Interesting to see. Looking for a bit of a conditioning play here. Over towards that mid control. Looking forward to see Sashi try and attempt that in the near future. Silent into the apartments, but 2 dinks already to both of the B-side players. Both the T's. Still fighting.
A lot of damage having been taken, but a man advantage, so they do still feel like they've got the reins here in round number 4, despite being 3-0 down. Cabby round this corner. Incendiary will be deployed, so that'll just keep them at bay for a little bit longer. Might even funnel them into the apartments, that's what we'll see. Slower stuff, but it does feel like the eventual hit here towards 8.
And a lot of utilities already been drained out. 2 Molotovs used mostly out of desperation. Lucky's the only one to still have something. As they've retaken top middle. Oh, this is an interesting fight. As Becky just gets destroyed. Cabby now needs to step up. Low HP on multiple here. Clears those out, but still the 2v2. Lucky's in behind quick. Very quick. It's the spray onto Detour. Leaving alone Mongoose. Up to the task. Is he? Well, maybe. Util for Lucky doesn't decide to use it. Because the aim's good enough. Dynamo ECLOT edging closer and closer to a round victory. But not just yet.
Jesus, that's a bad one to lose as well with the start that they had. And getting out onto that A site, you will feel like they were robbed there, but got to take it on the chin. Four to 0, Sashi keeping it coming. The other side of the coin. Spams away through the smoke. Zyphon. Ooh. Receives a whole lot more damage than he deals.
Still holds strong though. In that banana control. I say that and they're just leaving.
Yeah, you've cursed them. Easy opportunity for 4C to then take some of that space. He'll want it. The bomb's still been left behind towards the T slope. We saw a whole lot of this earlier on when we were covering Inferno. And it did sort of cause some issues in some of these later round scenarios where they'd find poppy entries onto the bomb sites, and you think, right, okay, it's a really good opportunity to just get in and get that plant, and then it was like a little bit of a separate mission, a side quest to go and retrieve that bomb. So it does mean that you are a lot less mobile. You're not able to necessarily play off of contact when you are consistently leaving that C4 behind, but it does show a little bit more composure, I guess. Lucky in the meantime. Should be good for the DB kill here. He'll see that barrel. Yeah, lovely stuff. Forcey not ready. But lucky to be that little bit wider out. Oh, brilliant entries onto A, though.
Yeah. Some super sharp timings there. Taking advantage of the fact that there was already that opening kill. And Sashi had to split themselves apart. 2-2 like. And well, that's not always going to work out for you. Well, not always. That's very often not going to work out for you in a 4 versus 4. And we'll see the first save of this Inferno. Many more to come, I assume. But Sashi thus far, with Lucky being on 6.5k, think should be good for one more.
Yeah, definitely. We should see a buy out of this next one. An important round to win, though. Otherwise, things, you know, very, very quickly close up. We've seen that time and time again. This is a pretty good start, as Lucky found that kill on B, but he's given up that long control and having that crunch come in, which causes all the problems there. Not really ready to take those fights on the site, not from that angle. My spoke in the meantime has disconnected, but they're on boot camp, so there's 6 brains to try and work out how to fix the problem. Better than just one. It's always awkward. I've known players in the past that are just like, technically, when it comes to PCs and stuff, they just think it's like this magic box that you turn on and don't really have any technical knowledge of how a computer works. And yeah, when there's some kind of tech issue mid-game, it's when you're stuck at home and you've got no one there to help out, it can be a little bit problematic.
Yeah, especially at boot camp. It's like, oh, I don't know this PC. And you're just...
Yeah. Trying to diagnose it, yeah. But yeah, I've had it before. Players ask for PC advice and you try and explain how to do something and it's like, what's the BIOS? And it's like, okay, all right. I tell you what, get on FaceTime. We'll team viewer me in, like.
MNJ, caster, interviewer, and tech help.
Nah. I don't really like interviews. Oh, I struggle. I don't know why. I feel like, right, when it comes to, especially interviews at like tier 2 and stuff, a lot of the time you don't really get great answers out of players. And there are some players that are very, very good to interview, but many that just don't really want to or like being interviewed either. So like at tier 1, all the players are media trained, so you know you get some good answers out of players, but you kind of the lower you go down, you go into tier 2, tier 3, so many of them aren't, so they don't want to be there either. And then also just this, there's in tier 1 there's so many like storylines and you know these sort of like banters between rivalries of teams and players and things like that, and I don't really feel like we have that too much in tier 2. So there's not, I don't think there's often too many, like, at least I can't come up with too many sort of fun or insightful questions to ask. So it always just divulges into either this sort of same old, been asked a million times, like, oh yeah, how's the team feeling kind of thing, yeah. Or just stupid questions where I ask them, like, you know, who they'd bring with if they were stranded on a desert island and things like that, and that's not particularly insightful either. So,
if you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
Literally, they just look at me like, who the hell is this guy? I don't know before. I did a series of like really stupid interviews with like some players. The year before last, I did like a little series with it, and yeah, I was just asking them really dumb questions like what their walkout song would be, and like Yeah, the one I just said of like if you were on a desert island and you could bring one of your teammates with you, who would you bring with? And it was really interesting actually. Like some of the responses I got on that, like for other players, the instant mindset of it was, oh yeah, who would I want to drag onto this like hellhole island with me, right? As like punishment. And when I asked Mighty Max, his instant thought process was like, oh yeah, who would be the most resourceful? Who on my team would like help me build a base? And I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty good way of looking at it. Like my thought process is also instantly, if I'm doomed on this desert island, who do I want to like finish the run with?
Yeah. Who do you want to banish with you?
Yeah, who do I want to banish with me? And
who would be the greatest to have if we'd find a barrel of rum?
Exactly. Jack Sparrow.
No, I'm actually like I'm still a bit bummed out that the interview never came online. But the interview I did with Kenny S and RPK that we had, that was a really fun one as well, because it did kind of like loosen them up a bit, you know. Even RPK, who doesn't really speak English that great, like it was still very, very fun to have him like talk about some of his passions and whatnot. And
I don't know, that was a sore day for me, Sheep. They try-harded me on Vertigo. It just...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you were just drinking beers on stage at that match. I was in the back translating questions to French. so we could ask.
It was a
RPK.
mess.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Someone is just hitting all of the cameras.
Yeah, I think Hunding keeps bumping into it when he walks past.
Yeah. I do like that they have the Sashi logo on their drinks. Like the water bottles. Yeah, if you can see it from the, I think it's Becky's screen there in the middle. She just grabbed it away, but yeah, you can see it a bit there. Like you can see the Sashi logo.
So that's probably like labels that they've had. I mean, that kind of goes out the window when Iceberg goes and gets a can of like iced tea. But but yeah, I guess that's a. Not giving any sort of sponsor, you know, we're desperate to, or not desperate, you know, when you're trying to sell sponsor spots, you say, right, no product that we use is allowed our advertisements. We're going to put our own labels on our own water bottles. I'm pretty sure Sashi haven't become a producer of bottled water. That would be like a wild career turn, but it's one of those things. I might start doing that. I might start duct taping my logo on my chair and on my t-shirt and
nothing for free.
Nothing for free.
Apparently, what I'm reading now in the chat from one of our moderators is Iceberg is changing PCs. So yeah, we'll continue the podcast, I guess. You can just see Mangus very bored, just swiping his mouse. And on the top right, is that YouTube Shorts? Yeah, just browsing YouTube in the middle of a game. Yep, that's the vibes. I can see it on the bottom left. Someone was watching the stream.
He's so cooked. That is such brain rot.
Oh god, it's such a long timeout. Opens Instagram Reels. That's legit just me every single game. Like every time I'm not playing on stream, I'm just always on my phone in between rounds, like always. And then when I'm on stream, I'm like surprised that I actually play well. But that's just because I'm not on my phone in between rounds.
I was about to say, I noticed like a huge performance difference from when when I'm not playing, actually sit and watch the game and, you know, focus and stay locked in, and between rounds going on my phone. Huge performance difference. But yeah, I still continue to do it. The algorithm's got me by the balls, man.
That's why Smuya got kicked from Big. That's the story. Do you know that story, actually?
I do. I don't think he was on Reels, but...
yeah, for the viewers, it was like there was already some doubt slipping in, and Tapson apparently had a very stern talk with Smuya, and he said like, "Hey, don't be on your phone during practice anymore." And then they were on boot camp together, and apparently he had, from what I heard, he had just broken up with an ex or something like that, something that he deemed his attention needed, as a little nap in the top right there. No, but then he picked up his phone and taps and like blew up at him. Which, yeah. That's how that went. I feel you in the top right there. We should be back. I see icebergs in the server. Should be all good. Hopefully the people at home enjoyed our podcast. Had a bit of extra time to redeem your Galaxy Key. If you want to add yourself into the giveaway at halftime, you can.
We should do a podcast for realsies. What would we call it?
One
and a half Dutchman.
Oh, yeah, maybe. That doesn't really imply there's anything Counter-Strike-y going on, though.
1.5
just talk about like
Counter-Strike Dutchman.
We can do tier 3 talks. Completely not a stolen concept there. 4Z right back into it with the opening kill.
Tier 5 talk, we just analyse like Face It Level 4 games. Just...
ECA inters. Just that actually would be fun.
Sure, everyone would love that. Okay, Lucky. Oh, big pickup. I like that.
There's gotta
Got
be
to hunt
enough
down
though.
the second as well.
Bomb's kind of stuck here. So yes, it is a 2 versus 4, but especially if this kill comes through onto 4C, they just lose both players. And Dynamo ECLOT managed to take both bomb sites before the bomb's even been planted.
Nice stuff from Daitor to finish it off then. So, alright, Sashi. I liked the instant sort of bite back from Lucky there after they took that early disadvantage. It did feel like he needed to take a little bit of initiative and try and play into middle. But, yeah, didn't work out all too well for them. So, ECLOT have broken the CT money. They're now getting back into things. And we've got a map on our hands.
We do. We definitely do. I think for these USPs, maybe we could have a revisit to our podcast idea. Although I think Nubek wants to make a quick end of it. There you go. Quickly dealt with. Those walls were thinner in the past, if I remember correctly. Back in Global Offensive. The first Inferno edition of Global Offensive. Those walls were paper thin.
Yeah. Yeah, they do provide a little bit more cover now, don't they? But the further you go back, the thinner the walls were. If you ever played Source or 1.6, it was just ridiculous. You could stand on A site of nuke and just shoot through the floor and deny the plant on B. It was completely bonkers.
To be fair, that was still a thing in Global Offensive, right? Shooting through the floor on
yeah,
nuke.
but it didn't do nearly as much damage.
No,
you could
yeah,
shoot
that's
like
true.
10 bullets, it would kill them. You could do it through the walls as well if you were like hell, and yeah, you could spam and deny the plant on site. It was ridiculous. It was a silly game.
Yeah, there are walls here, but they're more just concepts. Nubik, opener. After 1 minute of throwing util at each other, Nubik decides to take a fight. Quite deep, actually, where Lucky does go down. And by waiting, Dynamo ECLOT, well, not necessarily force a rotation, but more like make it happen, are the catalysts for it. Can Becky hold on? An almighty task ahead of him. It's at least the first, but very short-lived success.
Yeah, man advantage, and that's enough for Sashi to just sort of pull the plug on this one. Spams through the smoke. Thinking maybe, just maybe, they're entertaining some kind of retake, but in the next few seconds I realise that's not the case, and you can see by the manner in which they're already down at the T-spawn and hunting hard. They realise Sashi are not touching this. It's one of the key reasons why I really don't like Inferno, to be perfectly honest. You just... It feels like... you might as well be playing a 2v2 or something, you know? It's those initial gunfights, and after that, so much of the time, there's not really much justification to play for the round, and you do just kind of have to give it up. It's always awkward. We'll see that very painful fat strike again here for Sashi. So tied up at 4 apiece. Just about enough money to buy around those 3 save rifles, because they're able to drop. But ECLOT are definitely back in the picture after a little bit of a rough start to this third map.
I'm somewhat glad that they had already won a round before that whole sort of timeout break that we just had, as otherwise it would just kind of... Well, actually, the timeout was on Sashi's side, so... Never mind. I was getting to a point, realized I was wrong, and I'm just gonna bill out now. But looking for this T side, hoping to build it up a bit. Economy, of course, horrid to keep control of. But Sashi haven't been that sharp with the rotations either. I want to see that bottom mid smoke again. I want to see some control, some extra info taken, but we haven't seen it again, which I'm disappointed about.
It's actually been quite a stagnant Inferno, hasn't it? When you think about when we saw Inferno earlier on today, there was a lot of activity happening on Banana, a lot of util, a lot of early gunfights. ECLOT haven't necessarily fallen into that same trap, at least not yet. There's still a fair few rounds to be played. Like you're playing just behind the wall. But he will just be given this Banana control. Sashi don't really want to fight it anymore. They went for that deep smoke early. They'll re-smoke it. Re-smoke actually goes a lot shallower, so that's going to lock Mikey out, who hadn't quite ventured to car yet. They'll retake that top Banana control. I like this. This does feel a little bit more mobile, less static. Sashi putting on the pressure and dealing the damage as well. That is filthy from Iceberg.
Dynamo ECLOT didn't even dare respond. Otherwise, that would have given away the whole shebang. That they had every single one of their players there on Banana. So they just let Nubik die, stand there watching. Becky now, again, not made easy for him in this scenario. A FAMAS, wanted to get at least one. That's good for 2. Cabby there with the support. And that's pretty much round as Mikey, with 5 seconds left, should aim to either die soon enough or stay alive.
Yeah, and hopefully
I mean, he's
now
on 9k.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Enough cash to last them... I was going to say until the rest of the half, but maybe not, actually. If they lose this round and then lose the next one, then the final round of the half would be a little bit strapped for cash, but then at that same point, they'd also have the loss bonus built up. So maybe they are just chilling. Maybe they have nothing to stress about.
Yeah, but they're gonna win the, probably gonna win the next 3 rounds. Just gonna be theirs on that T side, you know, just predicting this. Oh, well, I might be very, very wrong. As Lucky just mows down 2. And that timeout, actually, timeout called at 4-4. I don't know what Sashi talked about, but man, that is certainly a couple of great rounds.
Wow.
In a row. Super clean.
Just down to Mikey, 1v5, knows that this is a lost cause, bomb in the open, and the next few seconds should be dead to rights. There you go, Becky will finish him off. Someone in chat asking for our Tier 5 talk to watch the new Eternal Fire Academy's Orgs games. They're in advance, bro. The Bushido Wildcats, they're in advance. That's way too... I did actually stream their game. Believe it or not, I streamed their game a couple of days ago. Yeah, can you believe that? I was saying to Sheep before the broadcast, but I'll say it again for stream, that, yeah, they were playing against my team, Granny Snockers, in advanced. And normally I whack a stream up and we don't get like loads of viewers, but it's whatever. We'll have sort of 30, 40 people come and watch. And I put one up and no one from the other team was watching. And I was sort of wondering, that's rare. Like we normally get like some fans from both sides. And I have a look and turns out that the Bushido Wildcats is an org owned by a big streamer. I go and check his Twitch because he was streaming the game. There was 12,500 people watching this ESEA Advanced game. I couldn't believe it. So they've got enough eyes. They've got enough eyes. Tier 5 talk is all about highlighting the future stars from Inters. Now people scout talent for Tier 1 and it's like, oh yeah, Kosuke and Munisi and stuff. No. We're looking for the next absolute sleeper, right? We're looking for someone straight out of middle school into Tier 1.
I mean, if you look at how far the scouts from Navi and Spirit have been going recently, it's pretty much on the same level, signing or like pre-signing 9-year-olds.
Pre-signing preschoolers.
They actually did. They actually sort of like pre-signed a deal that one of the 9-year-olds that got banned on Face It after like some clip surfaced of him absolutely destroying like 3K elo guys. They banned him until he's 13. But then Spirit came in and was like, yeah, you can get a trial, like we'll guarantee a trial with us when you're 13 or like when you're old enough.
Mail's a really good example of like an absolute superstar. His dad is like one of the guys at Godsend, and yeah, it's like a proper Project Mbappe. Like, as soon as he was old enough, he was destined to be pro. He played.
Wait, what player?
Came Mail. You know, he plays on Johnny
Mill.
Speeds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He finished top 3 at a DreamHack when he was 11. How ridiculous that is. You know what I was doing when I was 11?
Do I want to know?
Yeah, no, it's a weirdly phrased question. I think I went to Minecon when I was 11, actually. I think that was the year. Yeah, 2012. So I was at Minecon. And he's winning DreamHacks.
Detour have time here?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. Well, let's head into this then. Detour 1v2 quickly getting rushed down and quickly getting dealt with. Bit of a chaotic mid-fight there. Interrupting the podcast. 7-4, Sashi after
get to go to Minecon.
I am. I've never been there, sadly.
I met Notch, Fubui, that woman as well. That I can't remember her name. It's gone from my mind, but she's the one that does all like the Minecraft like press release stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the dedicated Wham guy in there or not? Was
I
that
didn't. I went to
edition?
the Minecon. You know that really famous clip? I didn't go to that one. I went to the one, you know that famous clip of the guy proposing to his wife and she's wearing like an ocelot onesie? I was there. I was there for that. I was like 5 rows back.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, for real.
That is some, that's some deep lore. Some deep Minecon lore. Anyways, Dynamo ECLOT, final chance at getting something here, but the past 3 have been full gun rounds, full beans, everything they want and need, but very much nothing available for them in terms of round wins. Once again, Becky to be tested, and not yet any rotates off of this long position.
Yeah, Nate's coming in, doing a decent chunk of damage, and not a whole lot of time left. That one is not used to inflict damage. It's used for something a whole lot better. Lucky blows the smoke open and tees up 3 off the back of it. Almost ends up with a 4th, but Cabby's there for the side swipe. And Daitor all by himself. Should be next on the chopping block. Very nice adjustment to trade out his teammates, but 30 seconds left, and he's actually left the bomb behind. He's going to go back for it just in case. Yeah, grab it. Give this one a little go. 20 seconds. He hasn't got a chance to go back towards B, not only because it's being guarded, but because there's not time. Just going to drop that smoke, try and cross. He knows there's one towards Pit, but is there one on the site? The answer's no. He'll tap the bomb, try and flush him out. Peek in, no damage. It's going to be Cabby with the headshot. Final round of the half, so nothing to lose. But an 8-4 for Sashi. What a recovery after ECLOT were able to tie things up.
Super clean as well, right? Just super clean. Closest that they got was the 1v2 after the bomb plant, but that was dealt with without issue. So big props. As a jawbreaker, no, the Notorious Big. He's back alive, and he's now a Counter-Strike fan instead of a rapper. The Vogue, Glock 18, all yours, man.
I wish, man. Don't get me excited like that for Biggie's return.
If we go to overtime, the next person that gets it is Tupac Shakur, and we're just there like, wait, what?
Oh my god, there's something going on here, yeah. It would have been so much more fun if you fully butchered his name and then realized you were so close.
I nearly did. Because I thought it said the not notorious B.I.G. And like I saved it just in time. Because that would be a funny name as well. Yeah,
I guess so. Some fat guy is
just
no
not
one really
notorious at all. Just big.
Yeah. Not on the police's radar.
Yeah. 2 kills already. Dynamo ECLOT. Looking to get a bit of a better start here. Mid-aggression. As Mikey caught with his pants down. Straight route now available towards the A-bomb site. I say that quick into it is Detour. Is able to hold on for at least one. Well, wait and see, as that fight took a bit longer than necessary. Iceberg takes it.
Yeah, really key. There's that little pincer from long, though. That's really, really important. That's going to be a tough retake.
I don't deem it possible. You called it the Bermuda Triangle before. Well, will it take more victims? Legend says it will. But maybe Dynamo ECLOT have just enough to survive it. And by the looks of things, yes, they do. Lucky. Unlucky with that timing. But still gets the headshots. Needs to get out of this mini pit. Has 5 more seconds to do so. Get out wide. Take down the diffuser. Oh, he will just in time. So many angles offered up for him.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the most important thing is winning that pistol round. And whilst it becomes a real mess at the end there for Sashi, and the Bermuda Triangle's not able to claim another victim. Normally the ships go missing. It was actually the Glocks that went a little bit missing here. Lucky finding that kill on the diffuser is just about enough. There just wasn't time to get back on it, so really, really good work being done. And whilst the trade was snappy, needed to be a better bodyguard there. Protect the president. With 20 seconds before we get into this next one. It is going to be a force buy for ECLOT after a short timeout. And they kind of need to make this work, to be honest. If they lose this, it's an eco in the next. That should be on to 11. And this gets really rough. So a lot of weight riding on these MP9s right now.
They're giving themselves a ton of pressure here. I mean, I understand not wanting to give up 10 that easily, but now you're at the risk of giving up 11, which, I don't know, doesn't seem that much shinier to me. But this boost setup could deny it all. Very measured reactions. Not the panic that I was expecting.
Oh, wow.
There's the pandemonium.
There's a bit of panic for you, yeah. Chaotic there towards long. Siphon will tap down that bomb and... Well, for ECLOT, this is a tough call now, isn't it? You know, do you even try and play in for this? I think the answer's no. They'll back it up. There's not a lot to be saved, to be honest. You know, they'll be on an eco in the next, so 2 MP9s. Shouldn't change all too much in terms of the narrative, but... It's something, and something's always better than nothing. So, Siphon will get out of there, so not to die to the bomb. The other two can sit comfy in pit. Double digits, 10-4. Sashi keeping up this dominance from that second map of train. Seems like ages ago we were on train, doesn't it?
Yeah, we did have like a good 10-15 minute break though in between with Iceberg's PC issues. I think that does contribute slightly to our misfeeling of the time. I mean, we even had Ancient before that, so that feels even longer ago.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it's the bit. We can blame Iceberg's PC, I think. Not anymore, though.
Yeah, nice push
Popping
out of B,
heads.
but Iceberg's clean.
Not kept so clean on the bomb site, but Becky, the saviour. You see the little wings on his Mac 10. Angel comes to lift them up.
Yeah, we'll just pretend that we didn't see that spray from Lucky, what should be shown in the replay here. Okay, no. Wonder is also nice to Lucky.
You reckon he's a Lucky fan?
I'm a Lucky fan, so I wouldn't be too surprised. 15 and 6.
Nothing's changed for me not to be a Lucky fan anymore. But I think I used to be like a big Lucky advocate. I was like, you know, before he went to Astralis, I was like, he's absolutely cracked. He went to Astralis, he had a bit of a rough time. And then I was really annoyed, actually, when he was dropped from Astralis, because I really didn't think he was given enough time there. And I think that there were so many other problems with that roster that just wasn't his fault. But yeah, now he's kind of been playing at this level for a while now, right? Ooh. And he's very good, but very good here at Tier 2. Cabby, I like this, through the smoke. And they seem none the wiser. So now, to his team that were potentially about to push through the smoke, he can say, just sit put, keep the pressure on with the spams. I'm about to stab him in the back. They're not ready for this at all. Ooh.
Throwing in all the util. really to hone in that focus from the CTs. Still standing, but will easily be cleaned up. There's even still a lurk from Becky. 12 easily found. And that's by a wonderful move out of Cabby. That kill is meaningless. No, but I get what you mean with the Astralis thing. I was gonna make an analogy saying Astralis for the past, whatever, 6 years, has been kind of what Manchester United has been over the past 20. You know, going from this big organization that wins everything to a team that destroys players.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty fun one.
Yeah, I feel that. No. You're right. I'm not like a. Yeah, I mean that's an easy enough one to understand, right? I don't really keep up with football all too much nowadays, but yeah, there's a. I feel that.
And both Astralis and Manchester United got second this week, so that makes the analogy even better.
It's perfect.
This is possibly the last round. What this half has been, could have possibly been the final half in Galaxy Phase 1 for Dynamo ECLOT. I don't think they're going to be looking back at this too happy with their performance. Although Nubik may have something to say about that ending. Oh, 3 from him. Good stuff.
Trying to prolong things here. At least, with the Charlotte coming second this week, at least they didn't lose to Tottenham.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Lucky still wants to try and clutch this. I mean, he hasn't got the bomb. He's found an ore. He's going to throw out the map. That's just wrong.
Reload peaks.
Okay. Wow. Alrighty.
Brilliant.
Well, Vital's looking around. Where's he throwing the orb? He's not going to have thrown it on the roof, is he? He's going to throw it off the cliff. No chance for you, my friend. That's a good spray down there, though, from Nubik. Love that. The fact that he ends up with more as well after being tagged down so low. Really, really impressive stuff. So, I don't know. For me, it feels like they're prolonging the inevitable, but for them, it's every little helps, right? Keep just kind of building up rounds. Take that one. They can win one more here. The money's kind of broken for Sashi. They can maybe start to pull this back a little bit further and give us a conversation to come back. Maybe. We'll see. Spams away early on, though. Daitor. Taking a lot of damage. Not dishing out all too much of it. They're sticking around here, too. Going for the boost. Oh, this could be so deadly. Mikey ends up with a double.
Oh. Great stuff there. Re-aggressing through 3 smokes. And a thrown Molotov. More than worth it. Mikey always someone who pulls off those type of plays. Hasn't been too effective up until now, but man advantage still there. I'm afraid this is going to be a burst into the B bomb side. It's going to end up in a 1v2. Sashi will win that in the clutch. That is my current fear.
Becky. Trying to creep forward. Oh, definitely saw something. There, towards the back of the site. Molly's going to go down. They realise the jig is up. Becky ends up with a freebie for the first. Second Oranges player peeks out. That's Forsey. They need this trade. They need it instantly. Blinded ends up with one onto Lucky. Feels poetic. There's certainly a little bit of luck on his side there, but all onto Zyphon. Pops himself in the head angle, knows he's low on health. 1v2 seems ambitious, but he's up for the task. Big headshot onto Nubik. Mangus there in CT. Almost gets caught with Util in hand. In fact, he does, but it doesn't cost him his life. He's there for the trade. And again, by the skin of their teeth, ECLOT hold on, but how many more rounds can you convert that come as close as this?
I was watching that round like a spectator, just praying that my prediction would come true. I was like, no, have I just actually called this? But No, wrong by just a single moment. Mungus had enough health. I was expecting the Molotov to be thrown in deep or something from Mangus. Although, on that CT angle, you don't really have anywhere to escape. Sashi still with rifles, although the younger brothers of the AK are more prominent. Now the banana fight's starting to kick off a bit. We've had a very boring banana in the first half, but this is a lot more exciting already. A lot more fighting going on here.
Mikey's super low. And Cabby, who was a bit of a beast in that last map, and actually had his moments on Ancient as well. We're going to try and do the same here. All about getting this over the line before it gets too complicated. Mikey in the corner. There's a severe lack of util, though, on this T side. I mean, it kind of goes both ways. A lot of it has been deployed early, but yeah, hoping that they had a nade. Not possible. Lucky has to dish out the headshot instead, but the smokes will go down. Archers and Library. And they'll keep barreling forward. 3-man stack on the A site. This has to hold up. Oh, what a shot.
Forsey with more. Giving a bit more time and room for Mungus to do what he does best. The 180 siphon! That is some spice to add onto the dish of destruction of Dynamo ECLOT. Sashi, out of nowhere, with the 180 flick siphon, gets 2 1v2s. And that is too much. 13th on the board. Sashi, move into the playoffs.
Oh, that is such a sick way to end it, Siphon.
Damn.
Yeah, giving us, you know, we haven't seen anything all too flashy in that map in particular and across the series, to be honest. So giving us something to put us on the edge of our seat just before we close. Really, really cool. It didn't seem like ECLOT were going to be able to materialise all too much in terms of a comeback, but yeah, that certainly put them back in their place, didn't it? MVP of this one, Lucky. 20 kills, and more importantly, 112 ADR. He was having a monster performance on that decider map. And, well, they send ECLOT packing. Sashi, your next team going through to the playoffs. I can't believe how contentious this 2-2 bracket has been. I know we've got a stacked tournament with some really good teams, but, yeah, you know, every single team that we've seen so far today, I would have put as like a 3-0 or 3-1 side, and I'm very surprised that, yeah, they're in this position.
Yeah.
But sadly, we've already said goodbye to Zero Tenacity. We say goodbye to ECLOT, and we've got one more team to send packing as well, haven't we?
Yeah, that is going to be CYBERSHOKE and Flux, which I am pretty certain is not going to be casted by us. I'll have to double check that.
Don't worry.
No, it's not. No, no 9-hour days. It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day. And, you know, looking at the teams, yeah, if you pick all of these teams for another Swiss system, yeah, exactly what you say. 3-1, 3-2, or yeah, 3-1, probably the bracket where they'd exit. Nexus in this Galaxy battle. Swiss had a very good performance, blasting all the way through the top brackets. But yeah, all in all, this has already been a great day of Counter-Strike. I think CYBERSHOKE versus Flux is going to be a very level game as well. I have a feeling that's going to go to 3, no doubt. But yeah, depending on the veto, of course.
I guess so. I lean towards I lean towards CYBERSHOKE a little bit more in that game, to be honest. They're a team that just always impressed me. And, you know, I always had them as like my dark horse pick before they were then recognized to be very good. Now they're recognized to be very good, and they're just considered as a good team and so often the favorites. But yeah, a formidable side. That's going to be a really, really good game. You want to make sure you catch that one, folks. Around about 25 minutes, and as Sheep said, it won't be us bringing you through it. It will be one of our lovely colleagues, or 2 of them actually. So yeah, double the action. That's going to wrap things up for us, though. Thank you everybody so much for tuning in for the last 6 hours. I've been MJ. I've been joined by several Sheep. You've all been absolutely fantastic, keeping us company in the chat and whatnot. whatnot. Much love to all of you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your evenings. As I say, you've got a banger matchup to look forward to. We'll see you all next time.
For sure.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for what seems like to be the last time here at the Swiss stage at Galaxy Battle Starter. We have the penultimate matchup, which will be CYBERSHOKE against the likes of Flux. And to bring you the action, you got me, Sir Danny, and alongside me is Pronogo. So obviously, analysis is usually pretty short here at Galaxy Battle, but we got to talk something about these teams. And on your screens right now, we got CYBERSHOKE. So Pronogo, what do you think about them?
Yeah, Sir Danny. I'm thinking right now we've got ourselves a nice little barn burner to end us out here in the Swiss stage.
Hmm.
I'm thinking that this will be one of the matchups that I don't think either team here is going to go down easy. If I had to give you a favorite, it would be CYBERSHOKE, but I don't necessarily know that
Mhm.
they are outside the reach of Fireflux. I do think that this is a winnable series for both. If you wanted to talk about score lines, I'd say Fireflux, who are now on your screen here. Wow, that is a big bottle of Pepsi. Look at that. That's online Counter-Strike at its peak form, ladies and gentlemen. You know they're really online when they're sipping Diet Coke and all that. When we have Fireflux here, if they win this series, I think it's got to be 2-1. I think they are going to drop a map no matter what. CYBERSHOKE could close this out 2-0, but I still think it would be hard fought. It would be one of those close 2-0s where, every round in regulation, maybe some extra rounds in OT. That's the kind of complexion I think we're going to be seeing. And, well, we'll get to see what maps we're battling on as well.
Yeah, I feel like the reason why it's kind of hard to predict who's going to come out on top in a matchup like this is because it feels like neither squad really has like a proper home map. Though you could say, Fireflux, they definitely don't want to play Nuke. That seems to be their permaban. Whereas on the side of CYBERSHOKE, they're also not a big fan of Inferno, but they know Fireflux is relatively decent on it. And what I was kind of hoping to see in this video is that we might land on these more, I guess you could say, fast-paced, relatively loose style maps, and that's exactly what we got. We got your Dust 2, we got Mirage, and if we need, we can always go to the third map of Anubis, and I feel like, yeah, this is a best of 3. I feel like it is really hard to predict, just considering how, well, I'd say inconsistent these two squads have been. And it feels like if it's their day, they could really perform well. And to kick things off, of course, it's pistol round, and it is Lovely Dust 2.
Yeah, Fireflux on the attack here. And you were right about when you're saying all those maps and you're talking about how they can absolutely be a little bit more on the brawly side. One thing I think it's worth pointing out here is they are all dusty maps. Valve, please fix. Soulfly going to be our first peeker here. Oh, look at that. I love the little bait. They knew a player might be in behind those short ramps there. And Soulfly with 2 quick P250 headshots. Clothesline and glowing and doubling up on Defenneman. It's all on the Blixie on the A site. Rotations are available, but really they're hunting for any action they can get back. CYBERSHOKE now down, obviously, 2 members. This is not looking too hot for them.
I mean, it's already a stellar start for Fireflux. I mean, you kick off the round feeling, okay, let's, do our bog standard play. Let's take short control. And not only do they get short control, they get 2 kills, massive kills nonetheless. And now, yeah, Lonesome Natiniki, pretty awkward position with the dualies. Obviously, if you're on the T side, you want to go for the hunt. Find that last player, make sure he doesn't save that Kevlar of his. And on the side of Fireflux, yeah, they'll be very happy with that pistol win because, again, this is a squad that I feel like usually if their individuals are able to perform, then you might have a good Counter-Strike matchup. But there are moments where some of these guys tend to struggle. And the pistol round, it's one way to show off some confidence.
Yeah, and Soulfly, I mean, the last matchup I saw him on, he wasn't necessarily fragging to the top of his potential. He can be an impact player. Not always, but apparently he was good for 3 frags here. And Paz, not able to finish the job on a Natineki, so has extra cash in the bag of the dually player. But, we're likely to see a CT4 spy in round number 1. Bomb planted and exploded. So the slowest of pistol starts we could imagine, yet still had some action for us. That's another thing to point out. Fireflux known for their slower T sides, a bit more on the calculated sort of side of the spectrum, and we'll have to see whether CYBERSHOKE have what it takes to handle that. This is Fireflux's map pick. So CYBERSHOKE elected to go to T side, or CT side rather, and everybody knows how to play pretty much every angle on Dust 2. So we need to see if CYBERSHOKE can still deliver the goods. As of right now, they're setting up to receive this potential B hit from Fireflux, although it's still a little bit too early to say. Minute 30 on the clock, and Fireflux have not yet chosen a destination.
Yeah, those CYBERSHOKE have. They believe this is going to be the eventual push on B side. It's good to see that glowing, just in case, lingers about CT spawn. Might hear some players in short, or even react to what's happening in long. Oh man, the late long take, man. If this would be a stack in long, they'd be running into a lot of problems. But luckily for Fireflux, Long is abandoned. They don't have to worry about anyone in the pits. They'll chuck in a Molotov for good measure, and this is where you'll throw down the smoke, cross safely, and you've basically got the round at this point.
Yeah, the only question mark here is whether or not some of these rifles change hands. CYBERSHOKE certainly want to steal away whatever they can to set themselves up for a successful third round. Notneki will end up combining with Lovicus to take Paz out. That's a Galil brought over. Not the grandest of hauls, but that extra 5 bullets can help you spam and smokes. We'll yet to see if CYBERSHOKE want to do that on their CT side. And, well, if Dougie tries to cross over, Fenneman, his scout will be brought into action. That's a good tag. This is a dangerous position now for Fireflux. They've got the round secured for sure. But can they get out in time? Can they get away from the bomb without going down with the ship? Glowing's on standby to retrieve any weapons, surprisingly. Waiting for that scout out. Ooh, that's a nice little swing from Soulfly. Keeping him interested. Now there's a T-player going down. Banjo, the lone Finn, on the lineup. Might have given up a weapon, but Scrunk on the hunt. This is kind of cheeky. If Lovica sets his guard down, oh yeah. There, Mac-10 could have gotten some damage instead. Fenneman's just fine. And okay, well, we've got something of a buy available for the CTs, but really they just want to try to make some hero play happen with the saved weapons. They don't really want to invest too much into this so that they can have a proper buy going into round 4. This looks like a nice clean start, 3-0 for Fireflux, barring some kind of miraculous move here from CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have to say that it has to be miraculous, to be honest. If they make the stack at the right place at the right time, that could make all the difference in the world. But now, Blixie, first kill on the 5-7, able to get a kill, and now he's got an okay position in pit. Has the backup of Glowing if needed, but this is where the round is getting very interesting as Fireflux are putting a lot of emphasis on the long take. This means that some areas of the map, like the B-bomb site, are ill-defended, and that could cause someone from the CT side to play aggressive. How is Blixie still alive?
Yeah, that's my question too. He's now getting crunched on from multiple positions, but they're so scared of facing down long and exposing their backsides. Soulfly will now take to the pit position. Glowing has scarpered off with that scout. Fenneman tossed it over to him, preferring the FAMAS instead for their position. This is still pretty solid for CYBERSHOKE. You mentioned earlier talking about the stack. Well, they have the information to work with now that all of the T's are burrowed in towards long. It's enough time to maybe, cause for concern. But, well, Soulfly is no longer in the list of grievances. He has been taken out, plucked out of that pit position. Glowing can be deadly with this weapon. Even still, Dougie deadlier. Back into a 3-on-3, and this position is going to get cleared. Scrunk through the smoke with the molly, timing out Lovicus. And this gets a lot harder for CYBERSHOKE now. The defenders with just a FAMAS and a 5-7 are going to have to hold this slow crunch towards the bomb site. The longer Fireflux delay, the more concerning this could be, because if they go down trying to plant the bomb for a brief period of time, that will be a 2v2. And that's when they need to strike. CYBERSHOKE not yet doing so, however, and they will be gotten the better of. A nice and easy third round. Well, not as easy as they wanted it to be, but keeping 3 alive is good for the economy. And CYBERSHOKE will have to invest all on their lonesome.
Yeah, round start was pretty damn good for CYBERSHOKE, picking up that one frag. Glowing as well. An amazing shot with a scout. Dare I say phenomenal.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't. Let's go beyond that. Instead, let's focus on CYBERSHOKE's investment. Now, again, returning to Fenneman, I've seen this guy play on the AWP, and for me, I've been a little bit dissatisfied, but I'll get right to it in just a sec. Before that, Scrunk taking pit control, looking pretty good. Glowing just a little bit late on the peak. Surprised he still goes for it. Basically a one-and-done spot, and now Fenneman right behind the car position. Yeah, it's great to see that he's at least able to back away in time.
Yeah, there are problems elsewhere, though. Soulfly continues the entries galore. And that will be a frag into mid, giving even more control over. And look at them, the way he's just toying with Lovicus. All down to Fenneman. Your man talked about being disappointed with his op performance, and I think he is going to need to snipe some miraculous stuff if he wants to get any action in this round. Even a chance at just reducing the economy of his opponent, keeping a hold of the op, and Quick alteration there, but he does end up adjusting. The problem is there's still so many more T's where that came from. Soulfly going to jump up. That might be a fatal error, but instead tapping from downrange. Banjo going to clear him from long, and you can't necessarily throw too much shade at Fenomen for dying in that position. He was getting swarmed, but I do think that he bears some responsibility for the car whiff, and now's a good time as any, Danny, to tell us what you're thinking of this man.
Yes, it's time for me to give him a new one. You see, with Fenomen, I've noticed as well from some of the matches I had a chance to cast him, you know, him and actually Dougie to some extent seem to be those oppers that back in the day we would call them, you know, we would give them the derivative title of supportive oppers, which, I mean, even back then, it was kind of anachronistic, right? But I feel like even more so in CS2, if you got these operas who are usually not even, you know, the first point of contact, the second point of contact, but like the third and maybe even fourth, that seem to be playing it super far back in some angles where, okay, it's B bomb site on Dust 2, maybe it works out, but for the most part, that is a player that is basically a stationary turret that if you end up losing a few players initially, that EWP doesn't make a difference at all. It becomes a hindrance more than anything. But I'm done.
We saw that exact
Okay,
script
that was
play
me.
out. Whoa, okay, Lovicus with the drive-by. Gonna make us change narratives for a moment and talk about him. Put himself on there. That's not the way Fireflux wanted to start this round off, but still, weaponry advantage for them quite a bit, comfortably winning that gun round. Well, Fenomen's scout will be baited out. Yeah, I do think there's something to be said for what you were saying, though. That script played out on long last round, where it was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the T's and an opportunity for it to be brought back to a 3-on-3. The whiff happened. He has to fall away. He can't stay there as the third point of contact, and not the way that most teams in the meta are using their oppers at this point. So hopefully we can see Fenomen rise to the occasion. Ooh, so close, but Soulfly not yet finding him. Flexi, he's baiting pretty hard here, but Lovicus only has the deagle. Should still be good for Banjo. They're not even looking at him. Oh, wow. Some damage to Skrunk as well. Okay. That's a little bit of a setup. It's 2v3, but the HP, CYBERSHOKE can still claw this one back.
Oh, this got to be good timing for the Tinicate. Oh, ouch. That's
brutal.
That's a bit painful, but whatever. Okay, let's just chalk it up to a pistol round. You'll have your chances with a gun round. And yeah, I mean, again, we saw a pretty good start there for CYBERSHOKE getting the initial frag. I'll say one more interesting tidbit is that Glowing seems to be the highest rated player in this squad. And he's also the in-game leader, surprisingly enough. And he's able to find a lot of good impact for the squad. Though, admittedly, right now, it's a bit of a rough start for him. And, in fact, the squad in general here on Dust 2. Okay.
What a bold move there. But, you know, the longer it goes, the more you worry. Yeah, Glowing is the young 31-year-old talent. Can't believe we found a player older than me. But he is fragging out pretty well in general. Not necessarily yet in this matchup. A little bit of a trade towards tunnels. HP favoring the defenders as Paz goes down, but Soulfly, he's found that aforementioned fragging IGL. Brought us back into a 3-on-3, and the HP now favoring Fireflux here as Fenomen's been brought down very low with his unorthodox pick. Smoke covers Soulfly's approach, mantling up towards Catwalk, and I don't really know if Lovicus is going to find too much value there. The T's are now pivoting more towards this A site, but they have opportunity to pivot away and away and away they go. Recovering the bomb outside B tunnels. Their first port of call, and it looks like they will be descending upon Lovicus. Multi-frag required, but Blixie's already getting active outside long, so might be able to catch Soulfly as the entry's on over. Did he hear that? Narrowly not going to see him in tunnels. Lovicus is set up here.
Oh, but that's the problem. He goes down way too quickly, and the round is practically over. It's B-side we're talking about. Lovicus needs to find something, but gets absolutely nothing. But Blixie, right, with a great response, there is still a chance to get back into a retake, but Dougie with the op knows there's a player in tunnels. And timing is of the essence, and Tuggy is able to get Blixie. And you know, the round is practically over for Phenomen to get back into this with an AWP nonetheless. It becomes nigh impossible, and Fireflux will get themselves 6.
So far, we are not seeing what we talked about in that brief analysis segment, Danny, about the whole point here of this matchup is that it's supposed to be close. You're supposed to be thinking that CYBERSHOKE will rock up here and, you know, brawl out on Dust 2. It's been the first half of the first half, and we haven't seen really any sign of resistance. Not very many close rounds yet. Fireflux just running away with this one. So there's an opportunity for CYBERSHOKE to rebound here, but essentially the T's have already guaranteed to win the first half, and that is a scary prospect.
It is, right, especially considering what's up next is okay. I'll begin from a little bit farther back. I feel like Fireflux in as a squad, they seem to enjoy playing these maps, especially those in which once you switch to the CT side, you're able to be proactive as a CT. And I feel like, you know, a map like Anubis really lends well to those sort of plays you can make. Mirage as well. Think about the numerous ways CTs can aggress in middle. And it looks like, to me, Fireflux is one of those squads that enjoy looking for that initial frag on the CT side. On the T side, well, that's the whole game plan, isn't it? You got to go out there, look for those opening frags. And admittedly, they have been losing some of these opening duels. It has been the CTs to come out on top. But despite that, Fireflux, they haven't been, you know, playing all out, you know, 1 minute 30 in the clock. Let's just push on A side. They've been relatively, how should I put it? They've been slowing down the tempo, right? Even if they take, you know, long control, they still linger about, wait for the CTs to make a mistake. And there have been moments where the CTs have tried to regress. You know, they tried to make some proactive play to make sure they're the ones dictating the pace. But now we have seen time and time again that this slow pace of Fireflux has lended them to, at this point, 6 victories.
Yeah, the slow pace is enough to grind you down, and it can be even more frustrating when it's slow, and that's where you're, you know, losing your patience, moving out for ill-advised peaks. At the same time, I don't even know how much that's been a factor here. It feels like CYBERSHOKE are just being pieced apart by the calculated moves of Fireflux so far. Worth noting as well, as we get back into things for round number 7, this is not going to be a bye. Not a good one, anyway. Fenomen obviously saved the sniper, but it's pistols and an MP9 on Lovicus. That doesn't work if you're going to be playing standard Counter-Strike on the defense. On Dust 2, you need to do something a little bit cheekier, a little bit more differently. And I liked some of the tactics they did with their force buy rounds, but you're not going to be able to count on Lovicus doing a drive-by deagle headshot at top of mid. You need something a little bit more, shall we say, calculated with this mixed buy. And apparently Fenomen is thinking about solo pushing. Another grave risk, and Dougie could punish him for it immediately. But will he overstep? Will he spring the trap?
I'd say he's already overstepping here. Oh,
no
missing the
way.
shot. What now? That's the problem, right? You push up all the way top mid without any sort of backup. That's it. You miss your shot, you're donezo. You're out of the round. That's the AWP, the biggest gun you had, out of the equation. And that is, you know, that is kind of frustrating. I'm not really sure what was the game plan from, you know, the CT side, apart from I'll go and try to find a pick. And that act of desperation has costed them a player. And now they're just with the remaining pistols and that MP9. Let's give it a shout.
Yeah, Fenomen just looked like a clown there. I don't know what he intended to get. Obviously, he was looking for a pick, and he even got gifted the timing to potentially do so, but then he whiffs, and then he dies. There's no fallback. There's no support. Not a well-advised plan. And if you're already this desperate, only 7 rounds in, well, how are we supposed to have any faith? Paz has none. Gutting them down immediately. Third headshot instantaneous as well. A hat trick from him. And that's 7 rounds for Fireflux with really, I mean, no sign of response yet from CYBERSHOKE. They've had some impressive victories here so far in this tournament. And they even brought, you know, Rush B close. It was overtime to decide the third map between the two teams. That's a team that I rate. I think that they're on the come up. Rush B have definitely been slowly playing themselves into some kind of form. So for CYBERSHOKE to take them so close, but then collapse entirely on this first map, we need to see a change of plan. Let it be this rifle round.
This time around, even with long control, they're being mega careful about it. Just about now, you can see a few players peering through the T-side smoke. In fact, even this, I mean, look at how slow-paced they're playing this one. Lower tunnels control makes a lot of sense on the CT side, so it's no wonder you could see Scrunk chucking in a Molotov just in case there could be someone. And just about now, like, look how slowly Flux is playing, because they know there could be someone in lower tunnels, there could be someone in short. They're just about now taking control of the map, and one important piece of the map is absolutely long. So we should be seeing a few smokes, a few flashes raining in, and long control being next up. Scrunk, first point of contact, looking for the engagement in pit. There we go, gets it on Blixie. There's Phenomen with the response, but the short presence is also coming through. If they eliminate glowing, that's it. That's the only line of defense they have to worry about. But look at this, Lavicus making the rotate. He's already here, but there's a chance for a pass to strike. And he knows the positioning of Lavicus. Oh, thought it's gonna be a kill, but it's at least Dougie with a bomb plant.
Well, there's still two 1A1Ss in play. One of them's got the op. Flux have 13 points of health on Paz. He could go down to this HE, not because it's going to be earmarked for him, but because all he needs is one bullet. Good through the head. It's just a 1v2 with a sniper. Dougie has been, well, finding impact. There's the first. Oh, and he knows where the second one is. Lovicus can't get the jump on him. Now that's an impressive set of flicks. Back onto it, and of course, even when CYBERSHOKE turn things around, show us what they're made of, show us that they got some fighting spirit left in them, Flux are still able to stuff them. It's going to be harder than that. You're going to need to work harder than that. That's what Dougie says. 1v2 clutch with the up. That forces out attack pause. Second of what CYBERSHOKE have so far. They've got one remaining, and the half's not even over yet.
And speaking on Dougie as well, I mean, it was quite peculiar that one Sensei was out of the squad, that of all the players, they decided to pick up another Turkish player, because I believe this counts as a international roster where I would assume they're communicating in English. And at that point, you know, the European market of players opens up tremendously, and there are a lot of options you can go for. And I was quite surprised that of all the players, they decided to go for Dougie, because, you know, he's had some off games here and there, but that's a great highlight, okay? I'll give him that. And I want to see more. I want to see more what Dougie can do here on the T side up.
Oh, I also want to see more. I think that Dougie trades with some operas at this level, okay, but he's not necessarily a standout player. That's really the first proper impressive clip I've seen of his. Not to say he hasn't had others when I wasn't looking, but hasn't made me look too much, right? Coming into round number 9 here. Flux still looking to maintain their lead. Of course, it's just pistols and an MP9 on the side of CYBERSHOKE, so easier round than the last is at least what you'd think on the cards. But I have a little bit more appreciation for CYBERSHOKE now that they've at least shown some spirit in that last round. They're not going to appreciate it. They're down 8 rounds. Let's not mince words. They are not feeling good on Dust 2, but at least they actually looked like they had some zip of spit in them. So let's see what else they got as we get down to 50 seconds on the clock. So slow, our Flux.
And why not? I mean, it's been working out, but at some point, this T side, they got aggressed. They have to go for these gunfights. Soulflight losing a lot of HP. Surprised that Lavicus does not want to engage. I guess he was expecting someone on the other end to be aiming at his position. Right now, Scrunk looking for a frag of his own in short. Look at the timer though, 20 seconds. Now you have wasted a lot of time here, Flux. You're gonna have to book it, and you might make some big mistakes. Lavicus up close with the deagle, but is only good for one, and this is great from the Tinnicky as well. He does not want to be caught out on site. He'll take control.
What a disaster. Fireflux have finally been hoisted by their own petard. I guarantee you one person said, hey, we only got 16 seconds left. What are we doing? And everybody decided to run out. Even then, the trades were much better than they had any right to be. CYBERSHOKE absolutely whiffing some shots on those lesser weapons that were kind of gimmies. But I think even if Lovicus dies in that position in tunnels, Fireflux had already scored an own goal. I don't know that they would have even had time to. It was definitely a slim margin. And that's given up an opportunity now for Fenneman to stare down towards that suicide position. You know, it occurs to me, Danny, if you're casting on YouTube, do you have to call that the beep position? The unalive position? What do you call that? How do you do it? How do you make it past the censors?
Huh. Yeah. The asterisk position? I don't know.
There you go.
Kids find
We'll come up with
interesting
some
ways.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
I'll give him that. Oh.
Interesting.
Damage inflicted.
So far, Lovicus has been able to get a little bit of damage. You're right. Certainly takes some back, but Soulfly going down is a big nail against Fireflux. They have been enjoying his entries, profiting off of them. 11-5 is no laughing scoreline at this point. Leading the way. Not going to be doing so from the grave. This 4v5 is a rare occurrence for Fireflux. They haven't really found themselves in this position too much. Certainly not against proper weapons. Can CYBERSHOKE chain two together? Can we see the impossible, Sir Danny?
I mean, winning the first gun round, that would be a start. But again, they're running down the clock, man. Now, that's the scary part. 20 seconds, though. And this is weird. It's only 2 players pushing. Where is the rest of the gang? Banjo is still in long. He's going to have to commit at some point. So far, oh no, Dougie's going to go for the insta-bomb plant because they just simply don't have enough time. And this was... I don't know. Why are they running down the clock? I mean, they had map control for such a lengthy period of time. They could have very easily committed on the side at just a minute left on the clock. And why leave it to just 20 seconds? And Banjo, why is he not part of the initial push? Like, what's the whole point of that? You got one player watching out a lurk. That's in long. Another player in middle watching out lurk. That only leaves 2 players to actually hit the site itself.
I feel like that guy from The Office in front of the conspiracy board, you know, like, I'm seeing these things. They're not nothing. The longer you look at that last round, the less sense it makes from Fireflux's POV. They just bungled it. We'll have to see if they can find some repose, because that one was awkward. Still, CYBERSHOKE are going to be happy with a second round on the board. If they can get this to, you know, an 8-4 score line, they can get up to 4 rounds. That's as happy as you can be after the horrendous start they had. Soulfly, though, once again looking for those entries. It's kind of telegraphed his position. It goes down. Lovicus happy with that pick as well. So far, they have won all the rounds that they've killed Soulfly first in. It was only 1 round, but that's still a lot. So we'll see if CYBERSHOKE can continue it. Well, a frag through the smoke is going to help. Not Neki, though. He is their last man. Oh, Paz with the turnaround. I can't believe he just delivered that on a silver platter. Now a 3-on-3 on the hardest site in the game to retake. Yeah, Skrunk might have 1 health, but do you dare go for this as CYBERSHOKE? Surely you have to. You can't afford to give these rounds away, but you also can't afford to lose. Can't afford to die. It's going to be a take, though. They are going for it.
Incendiary is being deployed as well. That is such a ballsy play from Paz. He had no idea how many players are there on the other end, but he just pushes through the smoke, sees the light, and kills the player. And that's it. That is round over once again. And it is quite dissatisfying as well that of the 2 rounds CYBERSHOKE have won, basically both of them were just, I don't know, just Fireflux overcooking it, man. Simple as that.
And also kind of weird that even though that round still whittled off a minute on the clock before we actually got to the bomb site, it still felt like a rush compared to the rest of the rounds they had been making. So I guess good adjustments. Everything is on a sliding scale. We'll wait for Fenneman to
and think about this as well. We saw there were a lot of rounds where Fireflux, they slow down the pace, right? They're playing it slow. They're doing a very good job. In fact, they're being very methodical of how they take, lower tunnels control, throwing down smoke, mollies, and whatnot. You have two players clearing out the tunnels. That round, we didn't see any of that. That round, we saw, okay, I'll just try to swing out. Let's just swing out lower tunnels. See what happens there. Oh, I die. There's a guy walking out mid. Oh, he dies as well. And I was thinking, yeah, this round is gonna come to an end, right? We have those free players in tunnels. What can they do? And what they did do was good fragging. I mean, Paz able to find those two massive frags on the opener. If we had a chance to see his POV, I swear that second kill must have been a spray transfer.
Yep, it feels that way. Even if there was a little micro skip. Hey, one thing that we might see as time goes on, I mean, Valve did fix the game, in air quotes, when they patched up most recently, fixing something to do with spray control. So just saying, maybe we're going to start seeing more sprays as a result of that. It's down to, the visual feedback of it all, but apparently it made a lot of people feel placebo-wise that they're better at spraying. So, hey, maybe that affects pro players too. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes all you got to do is just read some Valve patch notes and thinking, "Oh man, they fixed the game. They fixed the game." You jump on the game on the same, you're jumping on a matchmaking game, and you're like, "Wow, I'm hitting shots. I'm great. I'll keep on playing until I lose my first game." And then I say, "No, the game sucks, man." It's
this game is terrible. I didn't win 13-0 every game.
Yeah, obviously the game. Blame it on the game. Or if you're a CYBERSHOKE, I don't know what you blame. Do you blame
just
your awful CT side? Do you blame your individuals? Oh, that's good.
Directly into the mirror. That's it. All right. Now, hey, this is a much more proactive round, and it has setup. Look at this. They've got players up mid, but they have setup. They have got backup. Not nearly the same.
That's good.
As that one clown car round that we remember, round number 7. Let us strike it from our memories. But, they don't find anything. They fall back. If they were heard, that's still going to be a lot of interesting little conditioning here in round number 12. Like, are they there? Or did they go away? Did they retreat? What's going on? And so there's more angles for the T's to clear. We're talking about a team that really plays this out slow and has overcooked 2 rounds so far as a result of that. So Fireflux could end up own goaling a 3rd time in their half. If they're busy checking angles. Yeah. It's 50 seconds left, guys. This is not a lot of time for them to develop towards a bomb site. They don't really have a lot of map control. Certainly nothing towards A.
Yeah, just think of this. I mean, they're still a T-spawn, and this is where some godlike timing will be found by Blixie. Oh, yeah. There we go. That just solidifies the round, right? You'll see one player pushing here, Natiniki. All right, he goes down, but now the jig is up. It's 25 seconds. It will be a commitment. No. Please, not like this, CYBERSHOKE. You got choking your name, but you don't have to choke. No!
Oh, it's
choke in the name and choke in the game.
That's it. It's too much. There's way too much choking going on here. Fireflux have once again bombed out onto B with minimal prep, minimal effort, losing players everywhere else, and only for some miraculous frags to go their way. Credit to Dougie, credit to Paz. They made it happen. And now, we credit to some lucky viewer who's been spending their channel points wisely on those keys. Who will it be? It's not going to be me. I didn't enter. Hey, look at that. That's a neat little A1S. Hunter WTF. I mean, I say that every G2 game. Welcome. You're the winner.
Not bad. Yeah, that's good. I hope we have at least someone in the chat, snacks, Soto, and I'll leave it to the players in the chat to finish it, or snacks, Bober, and you can also find out what's up next. What's the 3rd word? The Poles love it. They use it every time, win or lose.
Oh, does it start with a K?
Yeah, that's the one. There we go.
That's the one. All right. Technically, I can't scream that at the top of my lungs on the broadcast, or I probably shouldn't, but I don't know. I've said worse. Let's see what happens here in the pistol round. I think it's safe to say, Danny, this is a compulsory pistol round, and the P250 has sounded off. Soulfly hits the deck nice and early. If CYBERSHOKE drop this one, we can wrap this wrap up much faster than we thought. They're trying to find Skrunk. They know he's there. They sense it within their bones, but Fenneman got flashed. So Team Flash, Nerd, destroyed. Dougie helps out as well. And, well, Lovicus and Blixie are going to be happy with that as well. It looks like CYBERSHOKE will be able to make this happen, barring a 1v4 for Banjo. He's already found the first. Is that going to be enough? He's, of course, going to look into it. Nobody runs away and saves their Kevlar. Not if your name is Banjo, surely. Start grabbing your nearest musical instrument, playing us a little bit of a juke. Oh, not going to happen. Glowing will take him out, and that is a wrap. So, a third round for CYBERSHOKE. It's not much. It is the slimmest of margins for them to hang on. Like the skin on their fingers has already started to atrophy as they've tried to dig into this cliffside that they're about to be sent careening off of. But they've got their fingernails still in the mud, so they're okay-ish. They need to find the strength to pull themselves over with their other hand, though, lest they fall and tumble directly into the next sandy map in the pool. It'll be Mirage as our second map.
I don't know, maybe it's the heat. You know, in Russia, I believe there's not a lot of heat. They're not used to it, man. They're struggling. Though, how come our Russian team's good on Mirage? Now, that's something I can't fathom. Like, I can't fathom this kill. Lavicus, how did you get that? I mean, come on,
That's
man.
a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Definitely saw more of Soulfly than Soulfly saw of him. Banjo getting one back, though. It's not all over yet for the force buy of the CTs. Still trying to chain together rounds or CYBERSHOKE. They've only done 2 in a row, and it was mostly own goals. Whoa! Okay. I like that. A little bit of a cheeky spray control with the MAC-10. Man, Valve really did fix the game. Maybe a little bit too well. Paz is now going to save his 5-7 and head armor there. Do you prefer head armor or helmet? I kind of like head armor because it also reminds you that the guy has Kevlar, but he's got neither now. See you later, dude. All right, 4th round for CYBERSHOKE.
I mean, when you think about it, head armor, that's not what it's called. It's got to be a helmet, right? It makes a lot more sense, right? You got a helmet. In its own right, a helmet is already a piece of armor. So saying it's like head armor, it's like saying, you know, yeah, it's like armor. It's like, huh? No need for that. No.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, a head is an armor. I guess it's armor for your brain, though. And I could use some of that after some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, my brain's been leaking. It hasn't enjoyed this first map. I'll give you that. It's been perplexing. It's been confused. And okay, glowing. That's good. You should survive, right? There we go. Gets himself a second kill. Maybe a few more with the MAC-10.
Oh,
yeah.
Dougie needed head
armor. Yeah, that's all. Oh man, Doug, where's your head armor at? Where's your head armor?
Well, Fenneman took a little bit of time to get that second frag, but that's okay. He had all the time in the world. It doesn't even look like they're that far apart now. 5-10, that's doable, right? But this started out as not 5-10. This started out as 2-10. It was not good. CYBERSHOKE will see if they can come back and make that first half a distant memory. As so far, they have been pretty solid. Obviously winning the pistol, getting the conversion with minimal casualties on the CT force buy, looking fairly comfortable about it all, and of course that anti-pistol, super easy. And a moneymaker for glowing as well. He had a lot of cash money. As a result of that, he almost overstepped. Baz has got his number shortly. Yeah, that's a wrap. See you later, buddy. Man advantage for Flux. Rename the team, please. And let's see what they can do.
Oh, he actually bails out. That's it.
I
thought he was a goner.
Impressive.
Used the smoke of his own. Had the backup of his teammate for a little while. And this is such a winnable round for Fireflex. I mean, it's a 5v3. The T side have no intel, no map control. And if they go for these gunfights, you could see they have some really nice setups. Middle, for example, they should be able to trade it out effectively.
Yeah, it's the right call here for CYBERSHOKE to go B. Banjo is set up for a multi-frag with the A4. He's got support rotating over with Paz as the pressure releases in middle. And if Soulfly takes another quick look, he might rotate over quickly as well through tunnels or through spawn. Ooh, that's a good, important frag for Lovicus. They're not expecting Banjo, though, and that is going to be 2 quick frags for him. Fenneman locked in a 1-on-4, found the first, but is he going to be able to even get the bomb planted? 20 seconds? This is possible. Not probable. Sniper trained on the double doors, but window is where Soulfly lurks. He's been flashed in. He's on the bomb site. I don't think he knows. Oh, now he does. Finds the first frag and the second. It's only one, but he whiffs at the worst possible moment. Skrunk will salvage it. What looked like an impenetrable op 1v4. Fenneman not able to make it happen. That would have been one hell of a way to make me believe again. All of a sudden, 6-10, we can do this. Our op are playing like that. But the slimmest of margins are just not enough, and it's now an 11th round for Fireflux.
Oh man, but that's a painful clutch to lose as well, because I swear, I mean, you look through the sniper scope and it felt like the player, like, he should have gone down there, Skrunk. I felt like the Opera Fenneman had what it takes to close it out. And Fireflux, well, they eventually get the win across the finish line, but let's be real, 11-5, that last round, which was supposed to be a pretty easy win, ended up going down to a clutch. So that could have been 6 rounds for CYBERSHOKE. And we saw as well, you know, a great masterclass from Fireflux on the first half. But let's be real, the way economy works as well, you can't go for one gun round, but what happens when you lose? Well, next up, it's a partial. You're on pistols, MP9s. Then you have the money once again to invest. You lose it, back on pistols. And, you know, it's not like they managed to win 8 gun rounds in a row or anything like that. And so the possibility is always there to reset your economy, your opponent's economy. And in this case, even though Fireflux won the previous round, their purchase is looking a lot weaker than what the T's have cobbled up.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even though the bomb itself never went down, Soulfly just on an MP9. Very little utility on the CT's remains after the first little skirmishes here. So if CYBERSHOKE go the slower boat here, that could be a very different story. They're already out in this deep middle position. Skrunk gets his head taken clean off. Banjo needs to play around this position so well, so nicely, but it's not going to work out too well for him. He only finds a second frag, and that's it. And Dougie's going to have to save this sniper. You mentioned economy. Well put and prophetic, as our Turkish sniper does need to fall back. And that's a 6th round for CYBERSHOKE. Man, it would have looked so much better if they had been able to win that last round and then chain together with this. That would have been such a different story for them. Could have come back on the T side. It's very rare for Fireflux to absolutely demolish an opponent. I was looking back over their victories so far in Galaxy Battle Phase 2. They have had some very contentious wins, like the ones over Monty, where both times it was extra rounds required. Then, of course, they did end up playing pretty well against Illuminar. That one was the easiest of the bunch. So maybe they're on a little bit of a better run of form now. But they didn't quite take Rush B particularly close. And so it still feels like on the side of Fireflux, they are chasing that consistency. You could say the same for CYBERSHOKE, who just want to keep chaining these rounds together, starting with this one.
Oh, and Fireflux has also had, in this event in particular, some absolute stinkers. I mean, they lost that game against Nexus 2-0, but the scorelines, 13-1 on Agent and 13-3 on Anubis. And I feel like at this point, at this moment in time, Fireflux seems to be consistent at being inconsistent. And I know what's it going to take for them to try to get across? Do they need a change up in the lineup? Do they need to get more experience gelled together? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But we are seeing some great shots from Dougie. AWP getting the first. Now Tiniki losing a fair amount of HP, but there's still a chance to just, take full control of the bomb side. Soulfly, great shot with the AK-47. I'll give him that. And now they're armed and dangerous. They got 2 AK-47s. There's still the AWP in the hands of Dougie. But yeah, it looks like the T's won't give them anything, and they're very much aware of it, the CTs. They'll back away in peace, keep their weapons.
Yeah, I mean, keeping their weapons is a huge haul there. Means that they can get a full rifle buy out of the next one. Dougie and Banjo can drop next round. Well, Banjo doesn't need it. He needs the drop, really. Dougie can drop Paz, and then Banjo can buy himself up. So that'll be a pretty solid little bit of economic, little crash course there, because you grab yourselves 2 extra rifles, free of charge, and they're better than the A1S. Sign me up. A 7th round for CYBERSHOKE, but not without some hollowness to it when your opponents are able to upgrade their economy that much. Remember, there's only 2 rounds necessary for Flux to get themselves across the finish line. It would be an unprecedented streak of rounds for CYBERSHOKE to close this in regulation. Let's see if they can do it. See what they got in them.
Now, we have seen CYBERSHOKE trying to change up the pace, and this is another great example. They have a good spawn for the long take, so early flashes come through.
Oh, no.
That is ballsy from Soulfly. Blixty gets another. Yeah, that's again, CYBERSHOKE getting the initial frags. Paz will try to maybe get a frag of his own, but you could see Natiniki is very much aware of a potential push. Paz is just walking by Natiniki. He's got the angle, right? Oh, but timing is a bit off, and Paz, at least he gets the one. They're very much aware the remaining players are in long, and I like the fact that Paz will try to join the defense close by Dougie. Oh, didn't see the players, or must have seen it on the minimap, and now he knows those players are getting dangerously close. He's in desperate need of backup. He's got Banjo, and the remaining T's, they want these frags ASAP. Banjo gets another. Dougie missing the initial. 50 seconds remain, though, and will they continue committing? Banjo, it's him with the AK-47, and it's Dougie to close it out. And Flux, they avert disaster because the start was terrible.
A lot of credit to Paz here. He eventually finds Lovicus all the way outside, and then they are very paranoid about somebody coming in from back doors. So instead of Paz committing to that position where he knows he'll be expected and watched and helpless, he goes all the way back up short. A great call, because you can't discount the potential of Paz rotating over. If you're in the CYBERSHOKE position, you can't ignore that possibility. But instead, he ends up going all the way to short, massively helping out, alleviating pressure, allowing Banjo to trade when the first opportunity is presented. Now we get into round number 20, and this is going to be a nice series of match points. 5 opportunities for Flux to close us up before regulation ends. And look at that, some damage down through the tunnels. Great spam from Banjo. But is he going to convert into any kills? It looks like yes, only for 1. Paz in a one-and-done spot does what is required, but this is a 3-on-3 retake now. Made that much harder. It looks like we will end up seeing a save after all. CYBERSHOKE look to extend play.
No, okay, they're going to back away from this one. I was kind of hoping we might see the retake attempt, as ballsy it may seem, but I thought maybe they had what it takes. But anyhow, this is by far the smarter play, right? And I feel like, yeah, it's a bit dissatisfying. The Paz, he was in a prime position to rack up those kills, but he was struggling to figure out where exactly the T's are. Have they already pushed through the smoke or not? And he struggles getting that initial first frag. And then once you saw the remaining T players pushing out of tunnels, I mean, they take care of him. They know his position. They take control of the site. And from there on out, yeah, it's basically round over. And damn, this is turning out to be a very close first map. Remember as well, the half ended in a very convincing manner for Flux, and now we're at 12-8. This is not just, winning 4 rounds, 4 gun rounds. No, this practically is, winning I guess 2 or 3 gun rounds. And at some point, if you're CYBERSHOKE, you can always break that opponent's economy. And that's always the scary prospect in MR12.
Fenneman not able to convert that prospect into an opening pick, but he would have loved it. Another rifle round available for the defenders following their save. And their stack is assembled, but Glowing is not going to go down. Fancy footwork, plus a little bit of a whiff from Dougie. He did talk about his inconsistency earlier. Maybe it'll come back to claw them a little bit. As of right now, though, just a little bit of short control for CYBERSHOKE. G's continuing to pressure as best they can. Soulfly trying to stop that with his body, not quite able to. He'll just jump spot over for now. Only waits for any sign of his opposition. It's a very tense round. CYBERSHOKE know that one false move, and they are on to Mirage at a map deficit. They want to hold on for dear life here as best they can. And you're right. I mean, a 10-2 starting scoreline there in the first half. Fireflux should have been able to close this out a lot more convincingly. We're seeing them falter now that the second half is in play. CYBERSHOKE are going to hit A. Let's see how good the take is.
Dougie, good with the first frag, knows more will come his way. Misses the second, though, and this is where you have to strike. If you're Natiniki, you come through CT spawn, you're in a great position, but no, you get caught out, the smoke is gone, and now your hopes and dreams to win this round might also suffer. However, it's a 2v3. There's still a chance until Banjo delivers the lethal note. And now Glowing left in a 1v3. 9 seconds remaining. There's barely any time to recover the bomb, let alone to win the round. And finally, it is Fireflux to close it out in a, well, drawn-out game. But they eventually pull through. 13-8, they win this too.
And that makes it one of their more convincing wins, by the way. I think the only scoreline that they did better than this was handed to Illuminar earlier. Remember, their Monty games were all OT. So they are still able to be convincing for, grading on a curve for what Fireflux tend to be. However, CYBERSHOKE did show signs of life in that second half, which is nice to see. It wasn't necessarily even required. We could have gone on to Mirage with the understanding that they were just going to move past Dust 2, and in many ways they have to. But it's good to see that they already have done that by getting some rounds back, by putting some damage down range. And we see here our map MVP, Banjo, the sole Finn on the lineup for Fireflux. The odd man out in many respects, but he was able to make an impact. And a lot of his multi-frags, I think that's really what allowed Fireflux to get over the line, because his first half, I mean, everybody was firing on all cylinders. When it took to the defense, Banjo was one of the few people still firing and still shooting back. So glad to see that he had some consistency there in the lineup.
Yeah, I feel like as well from some of the games I've seen Fireflux play, it's usually not the anchors who are able to do, a great job at holding on sites, getting those multi-frags. It's usually the players who are coming in with a flank, from B or from, another side of the map. And in this case, yeah, Banjo was able to find a lot of great impact. Sure, we saw the T side as well doing great work for Fireflux, but I feel like it's great to see as well that you have at least one or a few guys who are capable of finding some big frags. Paz as well, big shout out as well for him on that huge flank he had towards Longhouse. And it's great to see that Fireflux still had what it takes to eventually close it out. And that will be a wrap here for map number 1. It's a best of 3, guys, so expect some more action coming right up. But before that, we'll jump to a very quick break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you the second map of the best of 3. Stay tuned.
Hey, welcome back to map number 2 of our best of 3 here in the end of the Swiss stage for Galaxy Battle Phase 2 in 2025. Last map was Dust 2. Wasn't so memorable, however. A very quick stomp in the first half. A little bit of signs of life from CYBERSHOKE at the end, but Fireflux get it over the line without too much ado. Joining me for map number 2 is, of course, Sir Danny once again. And we're here to bring you guys what happens when you pick Mirage or leave it open anyway against CYBERSHOKE. I'm expecting some fireworks before this series is over.
Yeah, I mean, you hope for it, right? Because one of the things I really liked about how the first map eventually finished is that we did see a resurgence from CYBERSHOKE, right? We saw the players actually, putting in the work, being pretty proactive on that second half. Their T side felt a lot, how should I put it? It felt a lot more lively than what we saw on the CT side of things. And Mirage, I feel like it's one of those maps that You can feel both alive on the CT side and the T side. And CyberShoke, I mean, they're mad lads. They've been playing this map a bunch just these past 3 months. They've already played it 30 times now. Fair enough. In this level of Counter-Strike, you expect to see Mirage pretty damn often. But they also have a pretty okay win rate on it, 67%, and they've been, winning out against, oppositions like Sashi, Iberian Soul, Zero Tenacity, and some of these opponents are no slouches on a map like Mirage. So it's great to see that CyberShoke managed to give us some more life at the tail end of that first map, but something tells me Mirage is also going to be a lot more interesting, and coming right up is the pistol, of course.
Absolutely. We're going to get into this nice and easy with Fireflux being on the CT side. They are a little bit worried about all the different positions that you might see a CyberShoke player in, even at this stage. Glowing, rocking the near Doom model. Fenneman's going to get his head taken clean off. Paz with 2 frags. Well, he's already defending short, so why not go and take a look into the apartments? That's a 3rd and a 4th for the man. On for the pistol ace, but I don't think Lovicus is going to stay alive long enough for that one. Dougie will steal it away, and that is a statement way to take a pistol round on your opponent's map pick, no less. 1-0 Fireflux.
Damn, that was a masterclass from Paz. I mean, he clicked his mouse 4 times. Okay, 5 times. I'll give him that. He clicked his mouse 5 times to get 4 headshots. That is insane. Great price to performance for a single shot of the USPS, and that will be Fireflux winning the first pistol. I think they needed it as well, Sure, they managed to win the first map, but they had a very convincing lead, and I'm sure they wanted to close it out 13-2, boom, donezo with the map. But we saw some resilience from CyberShoke, and now it's great to see Fireflux also stepping up. Sure, it's just a pistol. It's early days in Mirage, and despite its early days, CyberShoke, I was kind of hoping we might see a force spike come through. But I suppose no bomb plant, no serious investment.
You always have enough money for a deagle. Coach Lau taught me that. We'll see if CyberShoke are going to keep on going with just the P250 on Notaneki and Blixie. Well, Lovicus is going to hit the deck early, though. Thing is, they see Glocks mixed in with these P250s. Fireflux are going to be a little bit more relieved. They know there's no advanced weaponry coming. This is a minimal investment situation. And Skrunk farming over in Palace. Banjo and Paz going to be farming over in B. An easy moneymaker of a round here. Skrunk with 3 SMG frags. Whew. He's swimming.
I mean, Banjo farming. I am getting a southern vibe from this gentleman.
Import him post haste. We need him in America.
Green card, citizenship. Give him it all.
Yeah.
Or shall I say,
That's right.
give him y'all.
Give him y'all. At this point, break out the gold card for him. Let's see what happens. Second round in a row, of course. Fireflux are going to be happy with that. But they're going to go up against rifles for the first time now. And CyberShoke are usually no slouches on Mirage, so I'm expecting them to fight back and fight back soon. If they at least get a bomb plant down, they can force up into the next even if they do lose, but they want to be far from thinking those kinds of thoughts as they're attempting to take more territory towards B. Nobody yet jumping on the opportunity to fight Banjo. Not right now. Glowing needs to clear him out. Okay, Blixie will do it instead. And Glowing catches Paz and Connector. That's big. Soulfly is responsible for the trade, but Skrunk is responsible for the site. I can't believe he finds even one there. Now a 2-on-2 with HP favoring the defenders. But there is the open question of whether the retake will even occur. Soulfly wants to take a look at it. I think he spotted it, not Neki. Gonna go for it anyway. Market's such a dangerous position to try to cross into.
It's kind of awkward as well that, yeah, the players, they make it to rotate pretty damn late now. It's all up to Dougie. And the out of window. You got a great shot from the Tiniki. He's got some nice vision. Yeah, Fireflux a bit disappointed, I'd say. Really surprised how Lonesome Glowing, just firing off a few bullets, chucking in a smoke here and there, basically deters anyone from being close by middle, or at least even peeking through connector smoke, trying to spot out if there is a potential short push. Despite the player's best efforts, does not go the way of Fireflux, but, you know, they still have just about money to go for another purchase. This time, Soulfly is getting proactive early on. He's going for the top mid play. He seems to be expecting that last time around there was only a single T player. That is a great frag. Goes in for more, but the 180 spin, yeah, it's quite hard to pull it off.
Yeah, it's a little awkward if he had maybe tried to play around the smoke and go on the other side of the cart. Could have ducked back under cover afterwards. Fenneman gets gifted a trade frag. Damage towards Skrunk with the HE earlier. It's unconfirmed, but it matters. Might be disaffected from a retake later on. Everybody else just at a standoff. Notneki is slowly making his way through Palace. Everybody else just rotating over to A, including some of the defenders. Banjo going to be looking from short. He was cleared at the top of the round last time. Will they expect him there again? Lovicus has a lot on his plate. He's just going to throw that smoke towards connector. Work his angles as best he can. The setup is here for an A take. 30 seconds.
Wow, that is a big kill. Blixie already eliminates Dougie, and Paz in the ninja corner. He should be good to try and stop this bomb plant. Oh, he actually readjusts. That's a chance for Paz. He's got a strike. No! He's struggling. No. Oh, bomb gets planted eventually, and now I feel like the retake needs to be called off ASAP. Those Skrunks close by. He's got intel. There's a low HP player in jungle, but again, no kits. Banjo goes in for the swing. Great frag being found, but the bomb is out there in the middle of nowhere. And 20 seconds have already passed. They need to get to that bomb ASAP. Blixie gets a great shot. Skrunk tries to get up close, gets that one frag, but we know there is no time to win for Skrunk, and he'll simply run away with the AWP. In fact, that's a big if. Natiniki is getting close. Skrunk cannot survive. And CYBERSHOKE, that's actually a sweet little round. I was a bit disappointed initially because we saw there was a connector smoke being deployed from CYBERSHOKE in the hopes that, okay, the CTs, they're going to see that connector smoke and they probably will think, okay, this is just a B play through short. But yeah, the CTs, they didn't bite. They just kept on holding their angles. And despite all that, they still don't win those gunfights. They go out without really putting up much of a fight.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Now we go into round number 5, all tied up, and only USPs. Now we know why Glowing decided to opt for the MAC-10. He wants to run him down, open up a farm of his own. 2 frags for him. We continue to wait for CYBERSHOKE to really get activated. This 3-round stretch for them has been certainly nice, but we could see more. We could see more. Glowing could go for these eco frags all he wants. Spots out where Banjo is. Has no idea about Soulfly. Really, the most we can hope for here is that... oh, an AK could go his way. No, instead. There'll be an opportunity for somebody to pick that one up and recover it. There we go. Tossed around. We've got plenty of rifles. The MAC-10 gets upgraded. Almost a blessing in disguise that one CYBERSHOKE player goes down. But this has been a clean stretch of rounds for sure. That last one impressive with how they did manage to score it at the end and even steal away the sniper. Fenneman might not have had any impact on it in the last round, but he didn't need to. He was up against USPs. This is where it's going to start to count. We got 5 rifles on the side of Fireflux. No sniper in sight. Reasonable utility, 0 kits. So if a bomb plant goes down, I think you're looking at a save more often than not.
Especially with this economy, they will try to compensate with some aggressive plays, including this one in ramp. Beanaman, yeah, the player just jiggles right into his angle. And that's the problem. That's the initial frag being found, but That's also some intel for the CTs. After all, Phenomen, he got that bomb, and he also had the bomb on his shoulders. And I wonder if this will prompt the remaining CT players on A to keep on pushing and maybe catch that player.
I don't hate the idea of going aggressive, but they weren't able to trade back the frag. Phenomen respected the chance for that kind of play to happen, and he's rewarded for his discipline. In this 5v4, Fireflux have a lot on their plate. They're going to try to link up towards middle, see if they can't rotate back over, and that is a good little egress. Glowing gets taken down. That's the go signal. CYBERSHOKE are going in. Despite losing another player, Lovicus brings us back into an even Steven 3-on-3. Phenomen so low from before, but still good enough to trade. Not Neki out. This 2-on-2 could be catastrophic as Phenomen recovers the bomb, but then gets absolutely clotheslined by Skrunk. Cannot fall back in time. Locking Lovicus into a 20-second 1v2. He's trying to see if he can't steal the bomb away with a cheeky little jump, but it's not close enough to the window, and Paz will take him out. I like the little gusto there. Maybe fate would have smiled on him. It was not to be. Signal error. That is another round for Fireflux, and well-deserved.
Again, to me, this spells a typical Fireflux victory. It's not the anchors that win you the round. It's those guys coming in with the big flanks as well. And what a big flank it was. Bomb being dropped in apps, and you know in that 2v1, the round is practically over. Impossible to win from there on out, but it's great to see that this second map, Mirage is already turning out to be a much more competitive affair. Our first map, sadly, only got competitive in that second half. Now we're getting action straight from the first half.
Which we love. We love to see these two teams dueling it out, neck and neck. And enough economy for both squads to reinvest properly. One AK saved over on Paz, who's been lights out so far in the series. Went a little bit quiet in the second half of Dust 2, but even then, had some important multi-frags. This lovely little cinematic shot showing Paz spamming the smoke. He's definitely locked in here to this B-site position. Him and Banjo, responsible for short and apartments respectively. Bomb's going underpass. Glowing is going to smoke off the sniper's pit, and that will be plenty of opportunity with that window blinded for CYBERSHOKE to continue taking mid control. They really have to watch out for this Banjo swing. Glowing seems to understand that there's a potential as he clears ladder room, but there's still so much danger here for the T's.
Oh, Paz, he's got the forward position, and he's got Banjo as backup as well. He is yet to reveal himself. But then again, this round should be coming to an abrupt end. The bomb is dropped in a very awkward position. Dougie, aware of the incoming push, snatches the player. There's Soulfly from Connector, and now it is just Mr. Not My Necky left in a 1v3. He's going to have to stick his neck out and does get one big frag. But it's just 25 seconds remaining. Molly deployed. There's also a smoke to follow it up. There we go. He's not going to push through the smoke. He's a mad lad, but not that mad.
Will you do it? Will you go for it? 10 seconds left. Tells us he's just going to see if he can't take Dougie's op and steal it away into the next. So, the most expensive gun saved by both squads, trading each other's ops. But Fireflux take the lead again. They're going to be happy with that, having scored the pistol and the conversion, but not able to reset after, not able to hold back the horde. CYBERSHOKE just storming the gates there for 3 in a row before finally being locked out. Another thing that will point towards more economic games, generally speaking, is that when you have these rounds where at least 2 or 3 are in a row, there's enough time to build up a secondary buy. Not so in this case, as obviously Not Neki saved. Good flick there from Phenomen, but only good for damage. Skrunk is tagged out, but that HE could do so much damage against these unarmored players. Follow-up utility not really able to do anything more. It's a cheeky play. I like it from CYBERSHOKE. At this point, I think Soulfly hears everything, and well, there goes not Neki. Hand in front of face. Another flash is serving him up. They're all here. I don't think Soulfly wants to go for that again. They're going to just enjoy plucking out some of the bodies. At this point, you know, you don't have any utility. You can use the human bodies as utility in a way. Trying to jump, throw the aim off. Give Fenneman room for trades. Unfortunately, they don't get any picks and they don't get any weapons to upgrade those pistols with. So this is going to be a slow burn. Banjo might be up next for some frags.
Yeah, I mean, Fenneman, he's the VIP. Send in your goons first. Let them scout out the area, and then you can sweep in with a big frag. But Paz, yeah, he's got the high angle. That's an easy frag for him. Okay, MP9 recovered. But the problem is 25 seconds once again. Some of these rounds have been incredibly slow, but Fenneman will not expect a backstab. Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Big frag being found, but if I'm on the CT side, I want to hunt him down. Okay, that's the big one. But 10 seconds. Okay. Wait just a little bit. And then if you're Banjo, put on your nut. Okay, he's not going to put on his running shoes. And he'll simply back away. Though I would have loved to seen the attempt. Anyhow, Fenneman at least keeps the sniper for another day.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good damage inflicted upon Flux by CYBERSHOKE Sopper. That's only saving 2 weapons, only having 2 alive means you've got to drop for the majority of your squad. It just can't really happen based on the money. Tactical pause here. A second again before the first half is over. CYBERSHOKE are not really having the game that they wanted to have on Mirage, but the CT side is sometimes where these Mirage specialists will do their best work on this economy. You can put up a defensive masterclass, so that'll have to be what it is if CYBERSHOKE take us to a third map. This is a do-or-die series, ladies and gentlemen. Winner proceeds to playoffs, loser is eliminated. Such is the fate of those 2-2 matchups. All or nothing. And right now, Flux are narrowly edging out the first half of Mirage, but there's 4 more rounds to be played before we call it quits here and move on to our second half. And Dougie has the sniper once again. Seems like that will never be out of his hands, but CYBERSHOKE could change that fate if they tear it from him and get their round win cleanly.
Yeah, this is a round where we won't see any up and up action initially as Dougie was positioned towards window, but now, just as he repositions towards ticket booth, Fenneman has backed away. Top mid control. In the hands of Glowing. A big nade. And we have seen this in the past, you know, Glowing having the utility to work with, and he's basically the only player keeping the CTs on their toes in mid. Now Lovicus will join from underpass. Again, to me, this signals a potential A-side hit.
That's what it looks like. Bomb lurking in stairs. Will Flux be apprised of the situation just by spotting Lovicus out? Not Neki hasn't announced himself just yet from Palace, but he'll absolutely take a peek. And Scrunk, a lot of pressure. Oh, a lot on his plate, and he's not able to even start, let alone finish it. Dougie is only going to be good for 1 in the back, and CYBERSHOKE are back into it nice and early. Lovicus shouldn't be able to get away with a kill here. But Banjo and Paz, no way. Is Banjo going to actually look for this? Oh, you can't be doing that. Lovicus will take 2 heads. The murder hole and the murder window. Either way you look, you're murdered.
But I like it how they timed it as well. I was so sure that... at least I'd like to think that was the case, that Banjo told his teammate, listen, if you're making the jump, do it now. Give that sound key away so that the team would be focused on window, and then I'll swoop in through the hole, get that frag. But as we saw, yeah, the team player doing a great job in the hold. And in general, some of these A-side hits have been really explosive from CYBERSHOKE. Love the fact as well, the connector players just moves in so quickly. The CTs just weren't aware how quickly the T's can move up. They were still thinking, yeah, there's a player in underpass. Like, yeah, he's gonna take his sweet time before he walks up. Oh, okay, he rocked up already. Okay. Big frags being found, and the repercussions of it are pretty dire. 5-4, and Fireflux have to whip out the Deagles. With Famas and an MP9 included in the bundle.
Yeah, that is quite a humbling bundle there for Fireflux. They will not be able to afford much in this round. But only a minute left on the clock. CYBERSHOKE playing a little bit slower than they're normally used to, at least compared to their Dust 2. A bit more measured in this particular round. Oh, Blixie needs to be good for more than one, but Dougie announces his presence, and that might be a little bit too much forewarning for CYBERSHOKE's Rifler. Lovicus getting a little bit of a cheeky crouch down is going to be able to take out not just Soulfly, but also Paz for a nice little 2K in the connector. Dougie only going to be good for one here as he's blinded. The Glock of Fenomen will be more than enough. A team nade softens up our sniper, but I don't think Banjo's going to be good for much here. Bomb getting planted with 20 seconds to spare, and this will be a tie game once again. CYBERSHOKE scoring their 5th round. Banjo would have to do some miraculous stuff. He doesn't even have a kit. He would need a 10-second ninja defuse with that smoke if he wanted any look into this one.
Yeah, I think it's out of the realm of possibility. Instead, Banjo, he is perhaps waiting for one of these T's to be aggressive, catch him off guard. Winning the round is, of course, out of the question, and a 5-5 scoreline is looking plausible.
I respect Banjo for rocking the skinless 5.7 vanilla. Guns looking like guns and not like anime or whatever. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. I don't know, man. The charms. I despise them so much. I feel like it just overloads your gun. I mean, skins already, to some extent, overload your gun. And now you got stickers, charms, and I want more vanilla AKs. Then again, I also like vanilla ice cream in real life, so I don't know. Sue me.
Okay. I think if you've got vanilla ice cream, the only thing I would recommend is putting some peanut butter in that. Delicious. So good.
Really? I've never tried that. I will admit, after watching a bunch of cartoons back in the day, I have tried peanut butter and jelly, and I feel like that's actually a really cool combo. I'll give props to American cuisine for that one.
See? That's what we like to hear. We got one, boys. Got one appreciating from Europe. All looking up now. Respected on the world stage once more. But hey, Skrunk's got some respect on his name, AK-47. And a stolen Molly. Hey, that helps. You can't buy those. Those are imported deluxe goods. T-side Molly, way better than CT-side Incendiary. So he's happy with that one. He might be more happy with that than the AK. He's lucky looking for an exit here. He's just going to get dropped. Nothing to say about it. All right. Well, it is a 6th round for CYBERSHOKE. It was always going to be, always slated to be with that buy or lack thereof from Fireflux. Skrunk will enjoy his ill-gotten gains into the final round of half number 1 here. And they are going to look to tie us up before moving on to the offense. Fireflux have been, I would say, generally speaking, the less consistent squad of the two, but neither of them has a pristine record, unmarred by failure. That's how you get to 2-2, right? You lose 2 best of 3s and you win 2 best of 3s. So, generally speaking, I would say CYBERSHOKE occupy that spot as the slight favorite. But if Fireflux want to surprise us, close us out 2-0, well, they can start by accepting this pressure towards mid and Glowing going down. Dougie missed opportunity towards Palace. That would have just been driving ever closer to victory. There's a lit grenade over there. You got to watch out for that. He almost burned alive. Would have made things very complicated indeed. But the bomb will go down. 5v4. HP slightly favoring CYBERSHOKE for some of these duels. Let's see if they can finish the job here. We've already gotten phase 1. Oh! Wow.
Wow,
Okay.
indeed.
I like
That is some fine shooting. Great flashbang being deployed as well, and the amount of frags being found by Lavicas, that is insane. That is a great call. I mean, you usually expect this to be the case, right? If you have those T-side players taking control of A-side, it makes a lot of sense to just keep on fighting for presence and CT spawn, and that was a great performance from CYBERSHOKE. They have been really explosive on these A takes, and it feels like every single time, if they decide to hit the A bomb side, they win the round, and more power to them. And more power to our dear viewers who have decided to participate in the giveaway and perhaps get a skin out of it. Apparently, it's going to be Wayne555. Congrats with the Amphosaurus and for a winner skin. Our admins will contact you shortly, but be sure to have that trade link ready and waiting.
Yeah. See, look at that. Even helping us out on the admin job afterwards. Getting that viewer primed and ready. I will say, since Phase 2 has started, I don't think I've seen a knife drop. Maybe one, actually. Maybe one. But that was happening in Phase 1 a bit more. I wonder if they changed up some of the odds or something. That would be kind of funny. I know they changed up the method. You used to just type a chat command in Twitch chat, but now you got to spend your channel points instead. Makes sense. You know, the dedicated viewers get the giveaway options. So that is the new method here. And CYBERSHOKE on the defense, CT pistol. If Fireflux can score this one, they would have won both pistols on Mirage. That would have been an opportunity to look themselves a little bit more solidly. You know, slot themselves into the winner's position on their opponent's map pick. Oh, Lovicus wants to do one better than Paz, apparently. But not quite able to convert. Oh, there it is. Banjo ends up going down. It's 2 frags for him. This is starting to get real awkward. Paz with a drive-by. Soulfly goes down, though. They need to clear Blixie in this bench position. And, well, Dougie's got a lot else on his plate. Glowing going to operate. Surgically removing 2 separate T's on that B site. That'll be an 8th round for CYBERSHOKE as they scored the pistol. Really, this one didn't even look as effortful as Fireflux's. I know Fireflux didn't lose a single player on theirs, but something about them, it felt like Fireflux was just too writhing in the mud, and CYBERSHOKE was calmly walking around, avoiding getting too dirty. That'll be an 8th round for them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that round, and you feel like the CTs, they were not pressured at all, despite this being a B play, you know, a full-on commit on B side by all 5 players. The CT players seem to be dancing in those circumstances really well. Just, you know, finding opportunities, getting frags. And this round seems to be no different. Naughty with the MP9 picking up, oh my goodness, 3 frags. That's pretty sick. Oh, okay, Scrunk, great response, but that will simply not win you the round. And this was no mere eco round, dear viewers. No. This was a force buy from Fireflux with one intent, and one intent only, to win the round, and now they have failed, and economically speaking, they're screwed. Oh, whoa.
Yeah. This is not going to work out too well for him. No bomb plant, no heavy investment, but we go into round 15 with them having some rifles and 2 upgraded pistols. So they're trying to work their way back into it, shoot their way back into it, but their utility is non-existent. They've got 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flashbang. Minimal control. Didn't even bother sending anything out towards mid. That's going to give CYBERSHOKE some pause. They might start to think maybe they don't have the utility to spend. Maybe they ecoed, but that's not the case. So Fireflux have time to convince us that maybe they know what's up a little bit better. The smoke blooming in apartments is going to sideline them. Soulfly going to walk out here into the crosshair of Lovicus. Aiming downward is pretty risky. Aiming upward sometimes worse, sometimes harder. Banjo makes it look easier. And 50 seconds left on the clock, and Fireflux are down a man. Ooh, not anymore. Maybe Banjo can help them out.
At least they'll have the 2 armored players, which is a must. And Paz, he has sneaked his way through a ramp. There's a big chance he might find this fragment glowing. Oh, he makes the jump across. Knows there's a player in front. Big frag being found. And now with 25 seconds on the clock, there's still a chance for Skrunk to move in, but he has chosen the Palace position. And as he'll peek out of Palace, Phenomen. Oh, what? Drive by Galil. That's massive. And Blixie is up close and pass. He knows. Oh, he will get that flag regardless. Teammate goes down, but it doesn't matter. It's Paz that reigns supreme. And the hero AK is being bought. Well, forget the AKs. It was all Galil. Paz's Galil finding some insane openers.
Yeah, there's a lot of value gained here from Paz just moving through. I don't know how he knew exactly where CYBERSHOKE were, but his pre-aims were on point. Reaction times there are plenty as well. Gotta give him some props. Gotta give him some props for sure. That's a 6th round for Fireflux. They're not out of here just yet. They don't have the greatest buy coming into round 16, but I mean, you can't really look at them and say they're worse off than the defenders. A P250, a 5.7, an MP9, FAMAS, and a NOG. Doesn't it just turn your stomach?
Oh, yeah. I smell desperation if I see an AUG at play. Skrunk? Okay, he's going to check in the HE grenade, and in fact, he has kept some of those CTs guessing, believing this might be a potential B hit to go for a bit of a stack, and luckily for Fireflux, they walk into the bomb site that is ill-defended. Lavicus holding a long, very long reach angle for the FAMAS to try and get something out of it, but if CYBERSHOKE keep the weapons, it's alright. The problem is, though, they don't want to keep the weapons, or do they? Okay, they're going back. They faked me.
They have indeed. Nonetheless, they will be happy to hold on to what they've got since they can't quite figure out where Fireflux's positions are. A rare 5v5 bomb plant into a round win. That'll be 7 for Fireflux. The offense happy to have a bit of a resurgence here after the pistol goes the way of the defenders. I guess maybe we'll see a little bit of a purchase from Nutneki and Glowing now that they've ended up saving, but all they can realistically afford are more MP9s. So we might see them just stick it out as is. And technically, it's only 2 rounds separating these two teams, right?
Yeah, and I don't know. They might even consider getting more utility in a round like this. I feel like that might come in handy, especially if they will try to rely to have those players relatively close by one another. And if they go aggressive, let's say in middle, they'd have at least 3 guys to go at it. Someone with a flash, smoke top mid would have been nice, but no, not a full commit. And some of these smokes will slow down the T's eventual push. What seems like B-side, though all can still change. And this is where, if you're Fireflux, we have seen how well they played slowly on the T side. But I feel like as well, they were kind of lucky that there were very few rounds where the CTs would play aggressive, would try to push them. Here, though, I feel like CYBERSHOKE is a lot more comfortable on the CT side of Mirage. And we might see some aggressive plays coming through in instances where they were not expected. Like here in top mid, Glowing up close with his teammates. Wonder if they hear anything from this.
Well, they were certainly being a bit loud. Fireflux are going to continue setting up for their mid-take. It's late. Fireflux are known for their lateness, their tardiness. And Glowing is going to make it hurt. Taking Soulfly out. Oh, taking Skrunk out too. The flashbang is enough, despite it blinding Banjo as well. A little bit of desperation on the side of Fireflux. It's only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Paz getting whittled down by Phenomen. It is not looking good here. The AUG terrorizing Palace. That's the terrorist's job. Being shown up here on Mirage. 15 seconds left. They are going to entry in dry without really much of anything helping them out here. Banjo can't even find Phenomen in the smoke. round dissolves with Lovicus, the FAMAS, the HE. A 10th round for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was just talking about the round prior is, yeah, on Does 2, Fireflux was pretty lucky, I guess you could say, because, yeah, they would, slowly set up in some of those rounds, take lower control at a minute 20, short control at a whole minute, and they wouldn't be really contested. We wouldn't see those, ballsy CT aggressive plays that you could see on a map like Mirage. And here, this was a great example of how, Fireflux, they were slowly setting up for a potential B take. They thought, okay, there's a smoke. There could be a stack right in front of us. Let's back away. Let's try to potentially fake out the A bomb site, then return back to B. And in all that instance, they were wasting a lot of valuable time. They gave up valuable map control. And this is exactly where someone, a team like CYBERSHOKE, who have players on pistols with armor, they can play aggressive. They could make these ballsy plays, and Glowing sure made a great play in that round, giving CYBERSHOKE 10. And now Phenomen is the first to fall in window. That is one big scalp to take.
Yeah, without Phenomen, going to be a lot harder for CYBERSHOKE to piece together this defense. I know they just scored a 10th round, but they can't be celebrating too early. A reset is still a possibility here. Good money on Phenomen and Notineki set aside. Oh, Dougie fragging out in middle. And Soulfly here with an easy switchback. It's only Notineki with an AK-47 to his name. That Kalashnikov needs to be brought into the next round, or CYBERSHOKE will be buying up from ground zero. Not where you want to be. Bomb plant going to be going down on B with a minute left on the clock. That is record pace for Fireflux. 40 seconds to detonation while Notineki tries to hold on to this rifle.
But I'll say this is not a round where he, must hold on to the AK-47, because remember, they managed to win the round previous with, I feel like, 4 players surviving. And they went on for basically what was a partial investment. You had $2,000 in the bank for everyone. So they win the round, they got $3,000. And some of those players, they'll be sitting on a fair amount of cash, I feel like. And the reservoir is there. So they will have just enough to get another purchase in. But man, oh man, this round was pretty darn good for Fireflux. They're able to find some really good timings in middle. And as the CTs try to aggress one by one, Dougie shining with the AK-47. In fact, sure, it's not like Fireflux has been swimming in cash in the second half, so I guess that's also one reason why he hasn't picked up the AWP. But even his rifling capability seems to be pretty okay, and if it can come in clutch like that once again, let's see if he can.
Yeah, he's going to need to continue shining if Fireflux want to continue this comeback that they've been mounting since switching over to the second half and losing that pistol round. Consequences of dropping all 5 in the last CYBERSHOKE are down to an MP9 and a FAMAS, but at the very least, Phenomen has a sniper. Blixie needs to be signing off here. Lovicus, however, is only good for 1. That's a heads-up trade from Soulfly. Scrunk elsewhere has found and cleared bench. So we are in a 4-on-3, and CYBERSHOKE probably are going to consider the save pretty soon. Paz could get sniped from behind. Not going to happen, though. Notineki just sees him slinking on into the ladder room. Oh, the timing has not favored these two players for their duel, but eventually Paz will get dropped, and that will just be another withdrawal here from CYBERSHOKE. Obviously, Scrunk going to look to upgrade his Mac 10, but well, things could get a little bit silly. No, not going to happen there. Another player going down. That felt very unnecessary.
Yeah, I was trying to rationalize it that perhaps Glowing was hoping to get, close, maybe deal some damage with the MP9. Maybe that would have been enough for the bomb explosion to kill a few T players. I guess that was his, rationale. But either way, 2 weapons being saved for CYBERSHOKE, which means they just have to go for the eco. A full eco, basically. If they do that, then next up, they'll have a proper investment. But now we're talking about double-digit territory for Fireflux. And again, this is turning out to be a very close second half. Look at Phenomen go. We don't really get to see this much from him, aggressive with the AWP. looking for those early fights, but doesn't see anything in top mid, nor in underpass. Despite that, we might see a repeat of the previous round as CYBERSHOKE.
Oh, no.
They need to hold on the B side. Pass coming in through short. Banjo's there as well. And the AWP is nowhere near this equation.
And we so rarely see a team drop their own map pick at this level. It still does happen, but it takes a lot of effort from the opposition to really bring it out. And Fireflux are bringing it. They might even go for the hunt here in the 5-on-2. They've cleared out all of the decoys, if you will, all of the shock troops that just had a couple of pistols to their name. Fenneman and Notaneki holding onto these rifles, clutching onto them for dear life. The money is not looking hot. If they go down without any extra weaponry, but no hunt is going to be available after all. Fireflux have started to make us believe as they cross that threshold to 10 rounds. We are all tied up yet again, and the momentum is on the side of the T's.
I mean, no pun intended, but they have been explosive, right? The T's have been exploding on these bomb sites for the last few rounds, and they've been doing some fine work. Entry frags being found, the B side defense unable to hold, and Fireflux, yeah, double digit it is.
Last of the timeouts used by CYBERSHOKE. Remember, they used 2 in the first half, so they don't have a lot to work with here if things get squirrely. 5 rifles still for Fireflux. They are not investing into the op until they are forced to. Until the opportunity arises with one of their players going down and having enough money. Which is more likely than we think, but that last round was very nice. 3 in a row now for the offense. Fireflux are going to continue their campaign here with rifles being bought up by CYBERSHOKE. This should be a tough round, but only a kid on glowing. Everyone with an A1S. And of course, Fenneman's op. They've done a great job of ignoring it, essentially bypassing it every time they go anywhere. That's the pressure to be in. With Lovicus going down so quickly, it's damn good that Glowing gets the trade before that smoke blooms. That could have been so disastrous.
Yeah, it's great to see as well as Soulfly being activated. After all, if we see heavy mid presence from the CTs, A side is probably with just a single defender. A great chance to peek to find a frag or so. And Fireflux, they're again returning back to basics. They've been doing a great job with these B-side hits, but that smoke puts a spanner in the works. They'll have to wait just a little bit longer, but luckily for them, we're not seeing any CT aggression in ramp. Oh man, Blixie,
Yeah,
this is
his
time to shine. Yeah, they seem to be aware of what's going on. Blixie needs to get himself at least a couple, and he does a great job of getting 2. And now, Soulfly in short. Big frag being found, but Banjo needs backup. 2 players have already made the cross, but it's Banjo with the AK. He wants more, and he's so close. It's time for Soulfly to get that final frag. The nade comes in. It's so close. And it will be Soulfly to fly high and win Fireflux another big round.
Yeah, I couldn't recover the op at the end there, but that is very impactful here. Blixie did his best. He did way more than what was really sensible to ask of him. After those first frags went the way, after Lovicus goes down so early, Glowing claws it back. They've got the lead. They've got the advantage. They could upset the apple cart here on Mirage, steal away their opponent's map pick. And they look good. I mean, this is a favorable round for them as well. The weaponry not quite there for the defenders. 257's a P250. Everybody else, A1S and MP9. That's all. That's everything. CYBERSHOKE do not have the firepower to continue the fight on an even playing field. And Fireflux still avoid the op, man. They are still going for 5 rifles. They do not want to drain their investments. Not yet.
Maybe that's for the better. With the AKs, they have the pace, and as we saw, these last couple of rounds ended up being super fast. Here, though, mid-control is the name of the game for Fireflux. They have connector presence, and if anything, You do not want to push through those smokes. You have no idea what's on the other end, but a lot of mollies have been deployed. Smokes as well.
Oh.
Notineki's close by. He wants to recover the AK-47. Damage inflicted. But it's Fireflux to come out on top, but not for long because Big C's from short. He is getting one big frag and waiting for more chances to strike. They want to eliminate the connector player, but the question is, when will Lavicus strikes? He's now waiting for a time of his own, and now there's a player right in front. So close with the MP9, but it's all up to Banjo. 1v1. Mano a mano against the short player, and it will be Blixie to win the round. A crucial victory. And CYBERSHOKE, they finally bounced back.
Yeah, this was almost honestly a quick series in all things considered. If this round goes the way of Fireflux, it's over for CYBERSHOKE. They'll take their own tack pause on the offense and consider their options here. More than enough money to make this work. They go down with the ship here, though. Things could get ugly. CYBERSHOKE could cruise on 13-11 and take us to Anubis. That is still a possibility. Prequel enjoyers, apparently really in the mud. Or in the sand, as it were. I hate sand. It's coarse. It's rough. It gets everywhere. Well, that's all you got in this series, so... At least Anubis has some water you can wash yourself off in.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, people don't really realize how the sand is dangerous as well to life itself. Basically, sand, there's no life where sand exists, practically. For anyone out there, recommend go to archive.org. There's a really cool movie called Woman in the Dunes. If you want to have sand phobia after watching a movie, give it a shot.
Okay.
For all the rest of you, Mirage, round 23, up next. Glowing. Yeah, there you go. The flashbang and the molly will force him out of position, and this is the change-up they need. They have the window boost, but it is Lavicus in window to get that frag, and I'm sure Fireflux was banking on Soulfly getting at least a single frag, and imagine if they kill the window player. That opens up the round. But now Glowing, oh no, that's a sound cue. They know who's next, and now Soulfly, oh, Glowing going down without much of a fight. But for the T side, this is perfect. We're back to a 4v4.
Oh, well, Lavicus will sign off on one more frag. His signature required for that delivery. This round is really for all the marbles. Both teams facing a bit of a reset, a little bit worse for wear here if you're on the CT side. Now in a 3v4, though. Going to be executing onto the site that has more players waiting. Fenomen smoked off for now. He's going to break that smoke himself. Is that going to result in a frag? Yes, Fenomen is able to take Scrunk out of the picture. And from underneath that dark position, it all falls down to Paz. He's not able to make anything happen. And that will be 12-11. All rounds required here on Mirage. Now point. Are we going to Anubis after all? Or are Fireflux taking us extra rounds?
I feel like Anubis is just around the corner. Fireflux, this is an awful situation to be in. Pistols come out, the two AK-47s. I feel like you might as well return back to your tested formula of just hitting the B bomb site. They've been doing some really good work with it. The top mid play is pretty good as well. Soulfly able to eliminate Glowing, who overstayed his welcome in connector. And now there's suddenly a chance. They might even recover a weapon out of it. Oh, they're going for the boost.
Oh, no.
Lavicus spotted out. No! He doesn't get a single frag. That's awful.
Oh, and the swing from Fenomen not fast enough to flick down on Soulfly. He was looking Palace. And, well, just like that, Paz's Deagle will finish the job. It's Blixie in a 1-on-5. He's found the first. I don't think we're avoiding extra rounds, though. Fireflux are about to lock this one in, punching the digits on A. It's the AK here for Blixie. But he's not going to have that one into the next round, that's for sure. He'll find Soulfly at the very least, but he's just padding those stats for now.
Yeah, for now, but
Yep.
not for long. There's
I like to imagine he was just
Uh,
shot back into the waiting arms of Paz. He was waiting to hold him and say, haha, there. This map's not over yet.
yeah. No, it's definitely not. 12-12 is the scoreline, and Fireflux. I kind of felt, once they lost that, what was it, a force buy with pistols on CYBERSHOKE's end. I was feeling that, yeah, this will probably be an end here for the second map, third map upon us. Let's go, but no, we have an overtime upon us, and the one big difference is, of course, both teams will have loads of money. And my biggest question is whether Dougie would consider the sniper rifle, because he has been rifling. And he has been rifling, I feel like, for the most part, out of necessity, right? Because there simply wasn't a chance to invest in the big green. Now they'll have money. And one great thing with a sniper rifle is that, they can slow down the pace. They don't have to be all that aggressive. They can wait it out. Because in these matches, the money, I mean, they were the ones going up. Listen to those initial engagements. They did an okay job at it. And looks like, yeah, still no sniper rifle. Okay.
Yeah. Yep, that makes a lot of sense if you think about it. They have been obviously forming their comeback since they switched over to the second half. While a victory in regulation has slipped through their fingers, it doesn't never really feel like it was supposed to be theirs to begin with. So they're going to be happy about that one. And 5 rifles are serving them well. Not Neki served up an easy frag, and the glowing's even going to help him out onto Banjo. This looks like it's not going as well as they wanted. Soulflight has something else to say. Even dodging most of the damage from that HE in his sandwich position. He's going to molly out the cross, but Dougie getting opt. That is dire times now. A 1-on-4 for Skrunk. Blixie is going to burn a little bit of HP off the top there. And he'll eventually be taken out, but Skrunk has more to do. 3 more to find. This would be real miraculous. He doesn't even have the bomb. Doesn't even have utility. A minute left on the clock. That's really his only ally right now.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Chance to be a fine thing. Remember, at this stage, it's 10K start money. So overtime is not an infinite money glitch the way that it used to be in some tournaments. Everything's all standardized now. So if he finds some damage, he takes away that op, that could be pretty big. Lovicus is going to be spotting this out here in this, and he'll be able to silence him. But I like the idea of taking the long path around and seeing if you can find anybody else lurking about, steal away their gun, make them reinvest. CYBERSHOKE are first to 13, but it did take extra rounds, so now it's first to 16. Partying like it's 2023.
I feel like the start of the 2000s was a pretty good party year.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan of techno music. For all my European techno heads, Scooter, banger.
There we go. There we go.
Fire!
Everybody remembers the Techno Viking.
Is the fish? Yeah. Or fish out. Man. Now you can see things are getting desperate for Fireflux if they've opted to go for the AWP in the hands of Dougie. But it is Paz to get that frag initially, and this is everything. Paz. He sees the player right below him. That's where the Doom view model would have been problematic, but the default view model helps out. Knowing how does he survive that engagement, I have no idea. But Fireflux, they have an edge. They know it, and they really don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, Banjo slowing things down as well. He's not going to be able to catch Blixie rotating over. And Glowing with so little health is a big target. As long as Blixie continues to anchor this ladder position, kind of flexing in towards middle, he can continue to help provide overwatch. But as of right now, this is Fireflux's round to lose. They've only got 30 seconds, and most of them are in underpass. They are going to have to choose a site and choose it quick. We've seen them score some own goals on Dust 2. Oh, Glowing. He should have no right to get so many frags, and with an HE as well, Fenneman able to get onto the scoreboard. That was a round that CYBERSHOKE had no business winning. And Fireflux just panicked, running with no map control directly through connector. I'd say that counts as an own goal. Even though they had 20 seconds left, this was just ridiculous. Guys standing out in the open.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this because I believe one of the T players spotted out that there were 2 players in short. So, okay, you're thinking, yeah, going B side is not an option. There are 2 players there, potentially, one of whom was in short. But then they decide, okay, let's go in the A bomb site, but let's do it through connector, which is a tight choke point, and let's chuck in a smoke grenade at the back of connector so that the CTs don't see us, but then again, we can get very easily spammed through said smoke as we walk out of a tight choke point. I don't know. The thought process
Only defender left
a bit
on
weird.
A was glowing. He had like 8 points of health.
Yeah.
You know, there was nothing in the way. A stiff breeze would have knocked him out. Might have caught him with a molly you throw into the site just for insurance. So I think as soon as Banjo sees 2 members in short after damage has come through from the boost, I think at that point you just say, okay, let's go A. Fireflux think they know better. Some good utility damage. Bullets almost take Soulfly out, but you can say the same about Lovicus after that HE and Molly combo into ladder. Still, it's only control so far, but no frags. Fireflux hoping to get at least 1 round on their T side and then lock CYBERSHOKE out into the next half of OT. Lovicus will be spotted. Bit gutting to headshot the player with no health, but okay, Fenneman. Still around. Oh, Banjo's going to trade him out nice and easy. Glowing. Catches Soulfly slipping. But it's so hard to entry back onto this site. Blixie in a 1-on-3 has found the first. There's no way he can perform another miraculous move. Oh, maybe he can. 15 for CYBERSHOKE is now here to stay. Every member of Fireflux letting out a collective sigh. They cannot believe they've dropped 2 basically guaranteed rounds on the T side in a row. And remember, it was heroics, it was absurdity that got CYBERSHOKE their 12th round to begin with. So why not continue those antics into overtime? And hey, if we get extra OTs after it, well, there's more spins on the little roulette wheel here in the interim. We're about to award another skin. CYBERSHOKE march on to Anubis. 1 round left for them. Hey, there we go.
Hey! Not bad. I mean, you talked about it. You wanted to see a knife, and there's one right in front of you. Congrats, Rekus, for the win. That's a big win.
Yeah,
Lucky
just if
bastard.
you make that sale, DM me half, please. I got you. I clearly got you that knife by talking about it.
Yeah. People talk about the caster
Bayonet
curse.
is one of the right. Yeah, they rarely talk about the caster blessing. I don't know about you, but I feel like if I'm looking for a combat knife, I'm looking for something big. The bayonet, the huntsman. These are some good ass knives, you know. But I know most people like those small ones, those dainty dinky ones. But I'm not a fan of them. I like those chonkers.
Okay, where would you put the good knife, though? What category does the good knife belong in?
I guess it's kind of on the in-between. It's been a while since I've really looked at it, but I don't recall it viscerally impacting me as much as the others. So, that couldn't have been too bad, right? That being
No,
said...
it's just a thick short boy. Let's call it that. Thick short boy.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like the long... Basically, I want a machete. That's what I want as my knife in Counter-Strike if I could. That's what I would do. Well, Dougie's going to be cutting into Lovicus here with that up. That's a nice opening salvo. Utility also was favoring... Ooh, Banjo with the double. Whoa, hold on. This is something that CYBERSHOKE have not encountered. Money was not there for 2 ops before, so... Fireflux are maybe back to the drawing board. Soulfly and Skrunk picking off T's around smokes. It's just Fenneman here to try to do some economic damage or hold on to the op otherwise. Still room for a sniper into the next round with somebody else dropping it for him, but this is not ideal. Could be better.
Wait, the dude's playing with no hands. He's just...
Can you believe that? He's pensively navigating with his mind. Yeah.
Oh, that's a focused gamer if I've ever seen one. And with 20 seconds remaining, ooh, that's a sharp mind. Getting the one, but I think if you're on the CT side, you're really on for the hunt. There's really no need to try and play it safe, but please time it better than what we saw in that 1v3, because that 1v3 was timed so bad. Okay, Venomman moving in, getting one. There we go. That's all he shall get. And if Fireflux out of it, get a round win. Now, it's still a lengthy journey for them. The 2 rounds they gotta win to at least reach 15, but it's a good start. The double up setup works out pretty well. I don't feel like you should try to rock with it this upcoming round. Now I feel like if you're CYBERSHOKE, you know that your opponent is playing with a double op setup. That's where you go out fast. That's where you catch those ops off guard. And why not the A side? It has been your preferred side in regulation, and you find a lot of success with your A side hits. Might as well keep it up.
Well, they are going to listen to you on that front, and it looks like it's going to be an attack with some pace. Retaking with a secondary op is not really very well advised. Skrunk is in a tough to sniff out position, though. Blixie, he knows exactly where to look. He's going to go a little bit further forward. Soulfly kind of burning in sandwich. He's going to get spotted out. Glowing might have heard that. Calmed over. And yeah, this is what you were talking about with those extra ops. You can't really retake. Dougie tries, but they need to go for this. They have to do this, or it's over. 16-13 in favor of CYBERSHOKE, and with one man standing, Banjo not known for his sniping. He gets the first frag. He will be run down almost assuredly. The Molotov keeping him at arm's length. And this is over, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to Anubis after CYBERSHOKE require those extra rounds to get it over the line. A third map will decide who makes it to playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like the weakest point as well in regulation is how poorly Fireflux defended the A bomb set, because there were numerous moments in the map where Fireflux would just get overwhelmed on a site, and that happened time and time again. And it's no wonder CYBERSHOKE exploited that part of the map when they were on their T side. But once we switch up, I will admit, CYBERSHOKE also made a fair amount of mistakes where, they weren't really coordinated on their pushes. They'd make some mistakes that, players like Soulfly could punish, Paz as well. Banjo as well, worth giving a shout. At the end of the day, though, I will admit it was a battle of which of these two teams will make less mistakes. And the fact was CYBERSHOKE made less mistakes. We can now look back at Fireflux, losing a 1v3, Fireflux losing to Pistols, Fireflux losing to a round where they were just pushing onto a low HP glowing. There were numerous moments where Fireflux ended up making more mistakes that eventually cost them the second map.
Yeah, it's a lot of mistakes, and none of it was really particularly necessary. Really, if they only fixed 2 or 3 out of those many rounds we're talking about, this is an open and shut case. They move on 2-0. They're in playoffs celebrating. We're signing off instead of moving on to a third map. But a third map is where we must go to figure out which one of these two squads is going to continue their journey with us in Galaxy Battle Phase 2. For 2025, we have at least one more map here, and one more map's worth of rounds. We could even see extra rounds. I jokingly said before we could see some of those real deep overtimes. We got at least one on Mirage, but it's anything but over. So join us for map 3 after a short break.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to our third and final map of the best of three. It's been pretty dusty here in this series, and now we have the penultimate dust in the form of Anubis, though at least it's a bit more refreshing as it's a relatively fresh map, but it's also a map that literally has some water in it. But most importantly, this is a map where I feel like Fireflux can really play to their strengths, right? Because in my eyes, Fireflux, again, is a team that their CT sides can sometimes make or break them. And despite the difficulties that some teams have on the CT side of Anubis, from what I've seen personally, Fireflux seems to be Anubis enjoyers. They like taking initiative, playing aggressive, finding opening kills. And again, it's because some of those plays that end up happening because of their aggressiveness. Some players tend to sneak in from behind and retake sides from flanking routes rather than, usual rotate positions. And I feel like this map really lends itself to these sort of plays for Fireflux. And from what I saw in the past, it just seems to be a much more comfortable map for them. But to kick things off, it's a 4v5 knife, I suppose. That's a bit unfair.
Yeah, I wonder what was going on there. The damage was already done. And Skrunk is out of there. Paz is out of there. Just like that, they give it over. Well, Fireflux will presumably remain on the T side. Or will they?
Yeah, that's the question. Though.
At this point, it's not gonna switch over here. Feels like, because I have seen some teams decide to play the weak side to start with, because then they get it over with, and then they switch on over and take initiative. But I think we're going to be seeing Fireflux on the CT side here to start with. I can't imagine anything else here.
And you know what? Like I said, I don't feel like that's a problem for Fireflux. I feel like they'll be more than happy to kick things off on the CT side. Why not? This is where they've had some dominating performances, against squads like Sashi and whatnot in the past. We'll see whether they can live up to the same hype as CYBERSHOKE early on. That is a very heavy pistol round. They have the 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs as well, so there's always the potential for a mid take. I feel like that is a pretty good round on the first pistol round, but instead of that, CYBERSHOKE, they are putting all their forces towards the A bomb side. Usually the A side is ill defended in the first pistol. There's only one player and perhaps a second player for middle, though there is a bit of a change up here. CYBERSHOKE have the players at the ready to push. Banjo just... Oh, he sees the first. Doesn't want to engage anymore. Dougie. That is a big hit. He's very low in HP, but if he can dish out some more damage, that'd be great. But now Banjo, feeling the pressure, goes down eventually. CYBERSHOKE, they have full control of the site.
Yeah, and they had 2 dualies, but both of them were on the B-bomb site, defending there instead. Soulfly going to rotate on over through A main. I believe his leg was spotted by Glowing, who is going to keep on holding this position for a while longer, as the other CTs seem to be backing away. Saving in a pistol, not the most titillating start here. Looks like instead there will be a flashbang, and just to see what's going on that side, but not going to be able to scarper off with any frags. This will be nice and easy pistol round victory for CYBERSHOKE as they get themselves on the board. Yeah, winning this pistol is definitely going to be good news for him. Fireflux were not able to close out a very hotly contested Mirage. And CYBERSHOKE have another shot at scoring the series and getting into playoffs. There's a 3-day break between today and the continuation of the set of this tournament. It's certainly going to be some interesting squads awaiting these Swiss qualified players. There were 4 teams, or no, actually a few teams that got invited through playoffs. Probably the most highly ranked one in most people's minds would actually be something like ENCE, but Big is technically the highest ranked. So, even though nobody thinks about Big anymore, I certainly don't.
Yeah. the German squad hasn't been looking that great in World Counter-Strike. CYBERSHOKE. There you go. Control of the B-bomb site. You can always play it safe and chuck in those 2 smoke grenades next by the obelisk, but if you go for the deeper smokes, then you could at least fight for some more presence on B side, which is, I feel like, tremendously important for the T side, because then you can, take up positions like Dark, even someone in Connector is a possibility. This is quite peculiar from Fireflux. They will just back away from this, will not even contest the Ts. Though I feel like they can and probably should set up for some exit frags. After all, bomb radius CS2, notorious how much damage it can inflict. That if you're at least somewhere close by, a few... Yeah, there you go. I mean, here as well, loads of damage inflicted. And if those players would be, let's say, close by B connector or maybe outside B, I feel like they could snatch away a weapon.
Yep, that's true. Fireflux not necessarily being the most proactive on their CT side, but there's time for that to change, and change it must on a map like Anubis. Plenty of rifles here on the side of CYBERSHOKE. Still on a bit of a bonus in round 3. Lovicus leading the charge with the MAC-10 is likely. Looks like his team is going to be setting up for success towards the B-bomb site. Great utility usage so far, forcing Soulfly into an uncomfortable angle. He'll be brought down by Blixie. However, okay, well, at least Fenneman was there for the trade, and it's unlikely that Dougie's going to get much with the dualies. So even though there was a frag back, well, CYBERSHOKE are very much comfortable with this. Paz has traded Fenneman out, so no Galil available for Dougie to pick up. Keeps things much more reasonable here. The trades have honestly been very good and impressive from the defense. It's Banjo locked into a one-on-one. Certainly you favor the Galil, but by how much? Bomb on his back. Glowing is going to start slinking towards this connector position. Will he just park himself here for a minute? That's how much time he's got left on the clock, and we already see Banjo cheating away towards the middle. Wants to be able to rotate if it is indeed the A-bomb site, and that's exactly where the fragging IGL of CYBERSHOKE is headed.
Oh, the timing. It's insane. Did Glowing see him as well? I guess he did. That's why he wants to go for the engagement. And now with 35 seconds, I feel like the Galil has to win a round like this, right? Look at this as well. Glowing is trying to make sure the distance is long enough, but it won't matter. It is the MP9 to reign supreme. And what an important victory for Fireflux. And we didn't really talk about it as well, but they lost the pistol. The second round, sure, they lose that as well. But interestingly enough, instead of going for that third round purchase, what they did was like, yeah, let's keep most of our money intact and let's whip out those MP9s. And man, oh man, was this a successful round. Though I feel like as well, the spacing, it was a bit awkward, but I was so sure that they will still close it out, CYBERSHOKE, but apparently Banjo being left in a 1v2, that is a dangerous player to go up against.
Yeah, the conversions were just fine there on the side of Fireflux, and those are the kinds of trades that you can get if you're positioning yourself ahead of the site take. As of right now, though, it's just a utility off. Nade off. No execute coming out just anytime soon, but CYBERSHOKE are postured towards this A site. Looking for a flash to get Dougie uprooted. Oh, he's not even going to need it. Not Neki going down. That is a whiff from the T's. Absolutely should have been a bit more proactive, knowing that it's a possibility with all those SMG kills that a sniper was afforded. But it was not top of mind. Through the smoke, Glowing will find one back. Skrunk brought down pretty low. Unconfirmed damage both ways. Well, technically, this is still a round. If they were down by 2, I'd say start calling it. But CYBERSHOKE claw one back and not able to get too much more. Oh, Fenneman blinded. Given a bit of a haircut there, but still intact. Glowing walking wounded as well. The HP starting to topple against CYBERSHOKE's odds of finding success in this round. 35 seconds left on the clock, and they're starting to wrap out around towards that mid position, towards that B position. where only Paz currently waits.
Oh no, Glowing has done just enough. The one smoke and Molotov is enough to force the players to rotate away from B-side, and that is a huge mistake. Luckily, Paz is here, and we know how well he can be with the M4. He gets himself a second. No insta-bomb plant just yet. Extra time being wasted. And now Glowing, he wants to look for those frags with the AWP. Might find something in CT spawn. And now it's a 2v2 scrunk. Your teammates, they're in desperate need of backup, or perhaps it will be Phenomen now left in the clutch to pull it off, but apparently he's got his back turned. And just like that, Fireflux, despite, them making a very ballsy rotate towards A site, it was none other than Paz himself to again hold on the onslaught of incoming Ts.
Yeah, a lot of this started off with them not expecting the op in A main. Not expecting the op in the round. CYBERSHOKE from there on shaky ground. Glowing with the sniper. Was good for 2 frags here, man. Bogdan's Law ends up paving out dividends. They've certainly reduced the amount of money they have to go up against in these later rounds, but when you're on the CT side of Anubis, I don't think you care too much about how exactly you get your rounds. You're just happy to get them.
Oh, the Scrunk. Sure, it's a long-range fight, but look who's on the other end. It's those Deegs. The 50 cal can pierce your skull, and just like that, a round will come to a close. CYBERSHOKE tried to play it fast and loose, but despite the early big frag, it's just going to come down to lonesome Naughty and very, very unwinnable situation.
Why is he called that? He has a neck. It was on your screen just a second ago. Look,
yeah,
it's right there.
I called him before.
Not a chinny. not a chinny could be a line. Ooh, hold on. He's making a few others, giving him facial rearrangement. It's definitely done some damage. Man, that's really good from him. Even if he goes down now, which is likely to do. Maybe he can scrape a weapon away and slink off to save. All we needed to do is talk some smack. And then he shows up. Very solid. Nade out at the wrong time, though. Burning alive. Dougie will finish him off. Sail on through for a 3rd round for Fireflux, but that's damage dealt. It's going to be an expensive reinvestment. Paz and Soulfly can certainly afford it.
The Nick man. Yeah, some big deagle shots.
Yeah.
I'll give him
3
that.
3 frags in the round.
And that has left a bit of a dent on the CT economy. No biggie, though. They'll have just enough to go for another reinvestment. Oh, man, look at this. Look at the aggressive play coming out. Dougie moving up so quick with the AWP. I feel like he should win this fight. However, the T's are very much aware of what's going on. Instead of fully committing, holding W, they'll slow down. And right as the smokes begin to fade, that's when Fireflux backs away. I feel like that's the right play, right? They realized they did not find a single opener in the next 10, 20 seconds. Those smokes are about to fade, and they might get, just caught down and shut down in no man's land. So it's better to back away, and let's return to our default setups.
Oh, yeah. And Scrunk was caught out there by the Molotovs. Oh, Dougie not able to trade. This is awkward positions, but Banjo is able to take Glowing out. Kind of baited forward there by the presence of the op. Now they got to rotate through camera. No nade there just yet, but it can. It certainly can. The smoke will block Paz for now. The re-smoke there is humongous. CYBERSHOKE are going to be able to continue to choke out this side of the map. 4-on-4 retake. And the position's not favoring the defenders. Just feels like there's way too much utility here to have slowed them down, but they're still in it. And they're still going for it. Man, there's so many T's close left, right, and center. Not Neki only good for the 1, though. And there's plenty more entries where that came from. Phenomen in a 1-on-3 is only able to find the first, and that is around for Fireflux, where they keep 2 alive yet again. Continue chaining these together. Their money not yet dry. They will absolutely have more room to work with here on the CT side of Anubis. Who said this was a T-sided map? All right, I said it.
Wow, I mean, that retake on A side was something else. I mean, we saw 4 players moving out of a very tight choke point, and despite all that, somehow Fireflux able to find the frags and have just about enough time on the defuse as well. That is just something you don't get to see every day. It is perhaps something they were hoping for when they made that connector play all that while ago on Mirage. Now then, Banjo with the early engagement gets the flash from his Opper. But it's all about the mid play. Look what's happening through camera. It is Dougie to get a frag on 1. Luckily, he's got Banjo watching his flank. And the T's have been bogged down. Those smokes are not giving them any chances to push through. Dougie. Oh, getting caught out. Fenomen as well with a frag on Banjo. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. Fenomen up close with a P250.
No.
There's Lavicus with a frag. Oh, no, not like this. Soulfly left in a 1v2. There's still a chance. After all, Fenomen is just on the P250. Oh, he's going for these fights. He knows that one player is super close by. He tries for the swing, and it will be the pistols to win a great round for CYBERSHOKE. A round they had no chance of winning, and yet they defy all odds.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to the fact that the A site was effectively split in twain. The way that we had CYBERSHOKE attacking it, they decided to take it slower. And Dougie just whiffed, man. He whiffed on one opportunity, gets the repeak and gets the frag. But at that point, Banjo has to commit to his defense instead of maybe pressuring outside A main. Only 9 points of health, not a lot to work with. And then, of course, getting overwhelmed when that Heaven Peak came in was just the nail in the coffin there. As Dougie not able to finish the job, that opens up Banjo to be pistoled down. Now it's a B-site take, and Blixie is able to fire his way into jail. The Warden will not see you now, but Soulfly from Dark wants to see if he can find another way back in. The utility usage has been very good, and even though he's blind, Soulfly is still able to make magic happen. Skrunk has been opt out through smoke, but it doesn't matter. Soulfly will not give this up. This is a 2v2. Fenomen has the bomb, has to turn this into a 1v2 for a moment. No, he's not even able to get the bomb plant down. And Soulfly is on for the ace. Banjo might steal it away from him, given the opportunity. A minute left on the clock, and Blixie, what do you have for us, my friend? An AK. Decent utility belt, but just like in the last clutch, there might not be any need for nades. No time to throw. Banjo is working around. Oh, he's found. Blixie narrows the scope. The first nade, will it be his undoing? No. Dodged immediately. Soulfly knows that. Oh, Blixie has it all to do. He's got to recover the bomb. He's got to plant it. He is locked in here with Soulfly. 30 seconds. The clock is ticking. It won't be his friend for too much longer. The smoke just baits out a little bit of attention. He plants the bomb, and he gets the headshot. It was all a bait, all a ploy. Soulfly not able to put the pieces together. A miraculous attempt, but even finding 4 frags, not enough. It's 4th round for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, 4 frags will simply not cut it. And I will admit some, big mistakes being made by CYBERSHOKE. Obviously, you cannot expect that a CD player will push through the smoke. I'll give you that. But yeah, we saw as well, Glowing trying to fight the player in connector by his lonesome. No flash, no nothing. And they gave him a lot of opportunities to deal damage. And Fireflux. 4 rounds on the CT side might be all they get here. I feel like CYBERSHOKE is now entering a new gear. From 2nd to 3rd. And this might come back to bite the players on CT side. Glowing might be overwhelmed with the back 10, but nothing major. He's got backup in the form of Blixie as well. A clean round. No players being dropped. That's stellar for T-side economy.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, maybe never, for Fireflux to be able to actually break the eco. I think even if they win 2 in a row here, would still be a buy, depending on bomb plant status. CYBERSHOKE definitely in the driver's seat, as you mentioned, entering that third gear. And Fireflux have been very competitive on the CT side. There were 2 rounds that were really theirs for the taking, but they weren't able to get it over the line. Heroics from individual members adding up and favoring CYBERSHOKE so far. I think it's been 2 clutches to the 1. So Fireflux definitely a bit on the struggle bus there, but clutches don't make a whole series. They don't make a whole map. There's ways to win back even when you've got standout players on the opposite end. Fireflux will consider their game plan as they get ready to full buy into this round. Just waiting for Banjo. There he is. The A4 equipped. A little bit of utility here and there, but not that much. So that plus no kit means that Fireflux need to get creative, need to get proactive. See what they can do in the early stages of this round before CYBERSHOKE can really burrow in.
Yeah, to me, this is the win condition. I've seen Fireflux in the past, and that's exactly how they managed to win those CT rounds. It's exactly by being aggressive, and we saw glimpses of that. Brilliant glimpses, in fact. Banjo finding lots of success outside A. We saw the B connector play as well by guys like Dougie, and I think Soulfly as well. Absolutely. Fireflux should continue playing aggressive, but do expect CYBERSHOKE to maybe slow it down, especially now when you got 5 rounds to work with, plenty of util as well. You can slow it down. You can't be just simply on the wait, knowing those CTs will play aggressive. And you can see that position from Glowing. He's not gonna make this audacious jump. That'd be too much. But oh wow,
no.
wow! I have no idea what's happening on B side, but Glowing makes the jump. He's only good for 1 though. Soulfly recovers the AWP, and now the remaining players must continue. They must push forward, and it's a good start at least. As Phenomen gets a frag on 1, it's down to a 2v3. The AWP is at play, but so are the CTs. There's one coming in from behind. Phenomen needs to dispatch of him ASAP. He's looking for it, but he's just not given the chance. And he needs it. He needs to get this frag because the defuse will come through. If he will not strike, he will simply be out of the round without pulling the trigger. And Fireflux will have to say hello to another great round win.
Yeah, we like those. Tie game now on Anubis. Even trading evenly here. 5 rounds is above average here for CT side Anubis. So make no mistake, this is looking like, translate this score to something like 8-3, right? That's basically where we're at, 8-2, 8-3, something like that. We're much closer to the uppermost echelon of what you can do on the CT side here than it might initially seem. If you're new to Anubis or haven't seen too many rounds go through, Fireflux are steadily in the lead here. If you track projections, it would be like having 5 rounds on the T side on Train, if you want a bit of a comparison there. Anubis has been around a little bit more often lately, though, so who remembers Train anyway? Scrunk already dropped a little bit down. Oh, Soulfly as well. Some good damage through the smoke, but unconfirmed. Glowing, and a bit of a standoff top middle. Dougie, oh, he takes a shot and falls back. That's not going to be for the dub, not going to be for the opening frag. But he's got a helper, a cameraman even. See if Banjo can assist. He actually slinks away, allowing more room into the A-bomb site. Lovicus going to be good to take out Soulfly. It's no longer safe to be looking towards water as they're setting up for an A take. CYBERSHOKE. Oh, they've got 50 seconds, and they've got plenty of frags.
Yeah, and again, Glowing with a lot of impact, but not just because he got that one single frag, but the fact that he is, I don't know, the reverse happy. He is going out there middle, first and foremost. He's alone, no backup at all, but it's not like he's baiting or anything like that. Like, no, he is making space for the team, and as an in-game leader, he's able to see what's going on the map firsthand, and he sees that, okay, middle, we basically have middle control. There's no one that can make a quick rotate towards the A side. We have cut off rotations. Now it's time for you guys to strike through A made, and they do a great job executing on the side. Yeah, man, glowing, and it's no wonder that as an in-game leader, he's able to find these frags as well, being the first point of contact. Looks like he's, going for some of those engagements where he feels comfortable the most. Ooh, and that is a pretty uncomfortable situation for Fireflux. Wow. A Mag 7. I have not seen that shotgun in a long, long while, but
Yeah.
I feel like it's the right position, up close. You love to see it. MP9s with the rest, though, and this is how I feel like CYBERSHOKE should claim another round, because, as I said earlier, yeah, Fireflux, they enjoy playing aggressive with the CT side, but Anubis has a fair amount of long-range engagements, and because they're on the MP9s, this is where they got to play up close. And probably
Yep.
the best way to do it is in middle and the B-bomb side.
Well, magic can happen. With the Mag 7, perhaps it's destined to happen. Right now, Scrunk is just getting toasty and softened up, tenderized on top of middle. He might have a quick look towards Lovicus, but unlikely to do anything at that range with the Mag 7. They spot him out. They will execute towards A. There's nobody here, so this will be a retake with pretty poor weaponry and no util to speak of. MP9's got a frag out, and really that's a hard proposal for anybody to sign off on here. Dougie not able to secure any frags. Looking around for any heads that will present themselves to him. Fireflux reduced to using their sidearms when their shotguns fail the task. Sulfy will get a rare frag back. But that's it. That's all she wrote. No hope for the 1v5 there, and, well, Fireflux are going to drop. It is a 5-7 scoreline. The CT side gave plenty of action for the slight underdogs here in Fireflux to potentially find some value. CYBERSHOKE, however, they're going to have to dig deep on their CT side to make things happen. 7-5 on the score, on the half. Let's see who's going to get lucky, Punk. Is it going to be another knife?
I mean, what are the odds of that, right? That'd be pretty slick. That'd be insane, but it will be hooked for 20 forever. Yeah, I mean, it's a choice, man. Bellandrama, you got some dualies, man. More power to you. 5-7. Fireflux, I don't think they're going to be too happy about the result. We talked about it as well. They've lost a few clutches, which hasn't been that great for their mental, let alone for their economy as well. They've messed up a few big rounds, and now I still feel like, despite Anubis being more of a T-sided affair, I feel like Fireflux, they wanted to get the majority of the rounds on that CT side, and now that they're on T side, well, it's still possible. With a pistol round win, it will be very possible to equalize the scoreline, but that's all part of the imagination now. Let's head back. Let's take a step back and one step forward. In fact, a lot of steps forward. Middle is the game plan for Fireflux. Once they take middle control, they'll smoke off camera, and hitting the B-bomb site is exactly where they shall land. That is the final destination, but there are free players that stand in their way, and this crossfire could be lethal. You got Bixie, you got Phenomen with the USPs, Lovicus chiming in as well, but the T's finally, they're able to get two big frags, but glowing in from behind with the dualies, and he's there to finish it all up. And CYBERSHOKE with a massive, massive win, and really, they didn't have to do much in that round. All they had to do was just put themselves in good positions and tap away.
Yeah, kind of wild that Fireflux entry onto the site with no flashbangs, with no aplomb. They just decide, yeah, we'll make a lot of noise mid, we'll make a lot of noise temple, and we'll walk out and kill him? Question mark? Well, they didn't get the last point of that plan quite right. Spacing wasn't dreadful, but it also wasn't anything to write home about, and When you already have no utility to work with, that makes it pretty difficult. Now, sniffing this out here, Glowing is expecting a full eco. That's exactly what he's got to look forward to as well on the other side of that smoke. Glock's sounding off as if trying to call him forward. The siren song with Fireflux attempting to summon forth the Eco Cobras. So far, it's not the end of the world here if they do end up losing those MP9s, but Glowing is just fine. He knew it. Not Neki knew Banjo would be there. Common spot. Finally, a frag back. Unlikely to find Fenneman, though he is pretty low. But I don't think he's... Yeah, you're not going to see Paz get away with that. So, good frags, mostly on the MP9s. And one of them went down, which means Glowing will be able to invest into the next round, or maybe scoop up somebody's MP9 while they invest, judging by his money. It's sad because Fireflux were due a pistol round if they wanted to maintain 1-for-1 conversions in all maps, but this is the first time CYBERSHOKE have scored both, so worth pointing that out. Makes their job easier if they want to close it on CT side. We are still expecting Fireflux to score plenty of rounds on the T side, but if CYBERSHOKE hit double digits without really any response, that could be cause for some serious concern. We might be looking at a blowout, even though that's pretty uncommon on a map like Anubis. Ooh, good damage to Glowing, and that's how we start things off. 1:30 left on the clock.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that we'll see an exchange of damage as Glowing throws in his grenade. I was so sure Soulfly loses at least half of his HP, but not the case. Naughty flash comes through. Some players instantly back away from that position, but Naughty lingers about. Not for long, though. There's a nade. Oh, Banjo's nade gets the pair of Glowing. He was the low HP player after all, and he was holding on to middle. There's certainly a chance now to take mid presence. However, on the other end is a certain Fenneman. He'll pick up a big frag, and now this is where you gotta just hold on to your positions if you're CYBERSHOKE. You have no idea what's happening across the map. So Fenneman, take a closer eye on A. Picks up a big frag on one. Knows this is an incoming onslaught of players. But look at this. 25 seconds. They will back away from this. This could be a huge mistake. But Blixie out here in middle, in no man's land, will take the hit. And now they're returning back to A? Oh, okay, no. They're just gonna fully commit on B side. No need to overcomplicate things, but Naughty is close by. There are currently only 2 defenders here. There is a chance for Naughty to get the better of one. Even the second is there. And now he knows the last player. He's got to be in connector, and he'll try to stick it, but there's a gap. And now Scrung being left in a 1v1 Fenneman. He needs to hit the op shot. That's all he needs right now. And it could be enough for him to win the round, but he's getting close. Oh my gosh. Forget the op shot because the USPS is handled by professionals, and Fenneman is one of them.
Wow, he just straight up walked right in, drive by USP after dumping his utility. And that was enough to give Fenneman the round win. Yeah, you can't say too much wrong about this. I mean, Fireflux definitely made it awkward, made it squirrely. With their big surprise rotate over and their presence in mid still, they were able to make magic happen. So it seemed. But as artisanal as that round might have been, Fireflux are not able to scrape out any victory. 5-10. We can start to worry a little bit here. Only 3 CT rounds required for CYBERSHOKE to close us out. And so far, it's in quite dominant fashion. Remember, the money is not there for Fireflux to do a full investment. Their tactical timeout was allowing them to talk over whether they would eco or whether they would force. And it looks like we have the answer as AKs, Galils, and MAC-10s are piled out. This is going to be another bloody round. And if Fireflux have their way, it won't be their blood.
Yeah, this is where things are starting to get pretty damn scary. especially now, if Fireflux, I mean, they know the consequences of purchasing it around like this, but even if they don't get a single bomb plant, I mean, that's where things do get very awkward. Wow, Paz, he just runs through the molly. Luckily, Phenomen is there to respond. Usually you expect a couple more players on B side, but there's no need to worry. You got Blixie with a big frag, Skrunk fighting in CT spawn, Soulfly would respond, Skrunk as well. Some unconventional gunfights being taken, and now Phenomen has been isolated completely. And this is where Banjo... Oh. I thought Banjo's just going to commit on B side, but looks like the two players will try to push in through camera, but this is risky because Banjo... I mean, he's got the bomb. Oh, okay. Luckily, he will link up with his teammates. So now all three players sticking together. So they have averted disaster, at least for now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They haven't really elected to go in any one direction, with any particular speed. Yeah, they have to speed up now. 30 seconds less than that, actually. It'll be around 15 when they get the bomb down. There's room for Nataneki to throw a spanner in the works. No flashes expended. Soulfly has one. They're watching for heaven. The swing is there, but 2 rifles aimed at the position take Nataneki's head off. So there's not much time, but still some time to clean this one up and put the bomb down. Skrunk might offer himself up to Phenomen. Indeed, he does. CYBERSHOKE Sniper is not interested in pushing the issue any further. And so that will be a 6th round for Fireflux. It did take a timeout for them. It did take some miraculous frags and bizarre engagements throughout the round in order for CYBERSHOKE to capitulate this one. They keep the op around. Other players are not super flush with cash. So, okay. There might still be some fight left in Fireflux after all. Not ready to go home just yet.
I will admit they did find some unlikely timing. We can take a look at the replay real quick. We're not going to see it right now, but Banjo, I believe it was, who just pushed on the B bomb site by his lonesome. And you can see the CTs, they got caught off guard. They did not expect to see this level of aggression so early in the round. And well, Banjo's opener definitely was really impactful. And not only that, we also saw a very successful mid-play from the rest of the gang. So Fireflux, good job on that front. But now, it's no wonder they slow things down. Slow it down to a crawl, in fact. Phenomen is on the other end with the sniper rifle, and they have no idea where he's playing exactly. But I like this from Phenomen. You know, he's trying to be proactive. For the most part, he has been somewhat silent on those CT sides, but this time, he goes out there, gets the opening frag. That is already a gap in the T-side offense.
Yeah, there's potential for a trade to come out here. If Paz is not head on a swivel versus these pistols, well, they're already retreating from him. So maybe not. Glowing has fallen in mid. Spotted the bomb in the process. That's going to be info gathered. Phenomen has arrived with the op. Paz next in line. First kill is good. I don't know if you keep staring him down here. I think maybe you think about retreating, but they do want to bait them into the op setup. Fireflux are going to be electing for this B-bomb site anyway. 40 seconds on the clock. They could try to rotate over, but instead just making enough noise to make it seem like that's what they're going to do. Phenomen peering towards water. Nobody is coming from there. It's all 4 members of Fireflux storming through this B main position. Utility has been deployed. Phenomen is out ahead of it. Singed by the fire. He will find the first frag. He's rescoped in time, but there's only so many bodies that can be deployed to add some more time to the scales, and it's not going to be enough. That's another round for Fireflux. And even getting the bomb down after is good for their economy. But now we get a proper buy from CYBERSHOKE, surely.
Yeah, I like it as well that Phenomen rotates towards the site that has lost a few players. That way, if you're, Fireflux, you're thinking, okay, we already killed a couple guys on B side, might as well push there, and boom, you walk into a AWP. And it still ended up being relatively close. I mean, only 2 players surviving for Fireflux. Not that great, but at least they get the round win. But man, oh man, have some of these rounds have been incredibly close. And this is a difficult choice for CYBERSHOKE. I mean, they could potentially go for another eco or half buy, if you will. Then they'd have just enough money to invest, but they also realize that they're in a precarious position themselves. Yes, they're just a few rounds away from victory, but every single round counts. After all, if they fail here, again, it's eco, it's just wasting a few rounds in order to purchase. They know the repercussions if they fail. And it's also a bit dissatisfying. They come into this round without any defuse kits. To me, the signals, at least some aggressive plays from the CTs need to be made.
We'll have to see what happens here as round number 18 is upon us, and Fireflux are not yet abating from their successful T-half. That's what they want it to be. Of course, CYBERSHOKE are laughing their way to the bank so far with their CT rounds, but they've laughed their way to troubled times as far as money is concerned, having to rely on an MP9 for Fenneman. He's got the sole diffuse kit of the squad as well, and the utility is pretty much already spent through. So retaking will be very difficult indeed. Flexi will get traded. Fenneman good on the upgrade there with the A1S. Noise is cut for the most part. Neki taking a little bit of chip damage. Lovicus has that MP9, but he does not want to be staring down the barrel of that AWP. He'll slink back into a more defensive position. Fenneman's very far away, all the way back in CT spawn, but he can rotate over if needed. And, well, let's just say it's needed. Glowing, good for the trade, and Lovicus pops out to kill Soulfly. That was not in the bingo card. Oh, but Fenneman gets drove by. Now in a 2-on-2. Glowing, are you good for more, my friend? Fragging IGL for CYBERSHOKE needs to do some big deliveries here in a 1-on-1 against Dougie, who's got his up trained on the angle and only 15 points of health for Glowing. It's not going to be enough to survive the leg, and that will be a frag for Dougie that scores them in 8th round. No survivors for CYBERSHOKE. Money once again jeopardized.
In an awful position, if you will. And as anticipated, yeah, CYBERSHOKE, they try to play aggressive, and some of those players just walk into the loving embrace of Fireflux. The T's find some big frags, and despite all that, we still end up going to a 2v3 on B side, which I thought should be looking pretty damn good for CTs to close it out. They had solid positions, but they managed to just isolate the duels, catch those CTs off one by one. And now we're entering dangerous waters. CYBERSHOKE, this round, yeah, just some upgraded pistols and all that, but you expect Fireflux to walk away with a win in round number 19, and by that point, it's only just a single round difference between both squads. And again, as we've been saying throughout this entire best of 3, it's anyone's game.
It's really hard to call a winner even at this stage. Remember, the T side massively favored on a map like Anubis. CYBERSHOKE have been leading from the front for a good while now. After a 7-5 half and then 3 successful CT rounds, they've quieted down quite a bit. Some rounds have gone close, but none have looked very good. Oh, but Blixie might change my mind. That's 3 frags with a 5-7 and a recovered weapon. This is now a 2-on-2. Paz and Dougie have to combine yet again, and oh my god, they just cut Noise completely, and Blixie gets made a fool of. Lovicus with the deagle and 7 points of health to his name. Not a chance in hell he gets this clutch. 20 seconds left, plenty of time for the bomb to go down. Best he can hope for is saving a weapon into the next, and that is a heartbreaker.
Yeah, it feels like those rounds where you don't expect to win at all seem to be the most heartbreaking. Lavicus, though, okay, that is a huge frag. Maybe it's not the end, 7 points of health, but it's the upper to shut it down. Oh, man. Again, it just has to come down to Dougie to clutch out a round. Yeah, this was supposed to be a lot more convincing from Fireflux. We're down to the 3v2, even at this point, down to just the 1v1. And that's scary because, we talked about how CYBERSHOKE has been struggling in terms of money, but it's not like Fireflux is swimming in cash, despite them winning rounds. If they fail here, in fact, if all of their players go down, then suddenly they're in deep water. Fediment, though initially losing a big chunk of his health, nothing major, I believe. We're down to the usual Anubis setup. 3 players on B side, 1 player towards middle, and Naughty. Oh no! That's a great one by Banjo. That instantly opens up the site.
Paz keeps them interested towards B. Fireflux are going to continue working the angles. They are slow. They are excruciating. Paz will get cleared. Soulfly spotted out as well, so that's a little bit more presence towards B, but Bomb can easily rotate over to A, and CYBERSHOKE know it. They're sending rotates over already. It'll just be Lovicus on the B bomb site. Blixie even starting to slink back in. They are going full gamble towards the A site, and they are right to do so, but caught in the middle, blinded, and flushed out. It's just a utility, giving them so many frags, so many looks in. Lovicus all by himself. This round's over. Fireflux, bring it down to a tie game, and we have 3 rounds for each team. Whoever gets those 3 is basically destined to get into the playoffs of Galaxy Battle Phase 2. Fireflux really do draw you into a lull, and then, when you least expect it, slaughtered and slain, they explode onto the site where they need to be. That's how they managed to tie their way up here.
What a sick frag from Banjo as well. It goes to show that some of these CT players have gone complacent. Fireflux.
Yeah, no reason to be there.
I'm starting to believe, man. I'm starting to believe Fireflux has what it takes to bring it over the finish line. It's just a few rounds. Yeah, it's just a few rounds they need to get that win. Not only in the map, in the best of 3, secure that spot in the playoffs. And now they know, I mean, they once again have broken the economy of CYBERSHOKE. They'll have to play with some upgraded weaponry, but that's all they can play with because they want to contest round number 22 once they have the real guns at their disposal. But Banjo coming alive, finding big frags. Paz as well. We have waxed lyrical about him on the CT side, but he's also been impactful here on T side. But if I were to spectate a player, I'd have to look towards Banjo. He has been finding some really slick timings on some big pushes as well. Speaking of pushes, look what's happening towards the A side of things. Phenomen. Okay. That P to 50. Big frag being found on 1. Banjo being softened up. Not the start you want if you're Fireflux.
Yeah, that's definitely a completely different look here for CYBERSHOKE. They've gotten their pistols out, ready to go. Ready and raring. Nostrils flared. CYBERSHOKE are the bull, about ready to charge forward. But they're containing themselves for now, and Fireflux are slowly wiggling their way onto the B bomb site, but they're telegraphing the attack a little bit, and the rotations, they're not really that far away, especially with mid being completely empty. We're going to see Glowing wrap around with that 5-7, and he's going to see multiple heads, multiple players. Spots him out, he's slowing the attack down, 45 seconds. Fireflux, they are going to be able to deal with that flank, and they are getting onto the site. This isn't their round to lose just yet. Fediment from Connector, not going to get a clean angle onto the bomb. No, instead he needs to worry himself about Paz, who's able to immediately deal with them, and the Soulfly transition, he switches right back in. Transfer is there, and Lovicus, my friend, you were about to be boxed up and shipped off. This is an 11th round for Flux, and they are not letting up, even when they lose that first pick. Scrunk can sit this one out. Flux have got it. 11-10.
I gotta wonder as well, how come Glowing decided to, shoot that 5-7 so prematurely? I was really hoping he'll try to get as close as possible and then pull the trigger. Deliver, perhaps, the lethal blow. And now a tactical pause being taken by CYBERSHOKE themselves. It goes to show that both teams, they know how close they are to securing eventual victory on this map, on this best of 3. And you make a few mistakes here and there, and that could cost you a spot in the playoffs. And Flux, they are very much aware of it. They themselves got their butt whooped at those last few rounds on Mirage. And now they'll try to set the record straight. But before that, there's a challenge. And that challenge is in the form of this CYBERSHOKE investment. Pretty good utility on their side. There's Fenomen with the AWP. Again, I want to see Fenomen try and be that player to look for opening frags. Because for the most part, I feel like he's usually the one playing it safe, playing it far back. I want to see him play aggressive. And now he's taking the first point of contact at A side at least. This is your box standard Anubis setup again from the CT side, the 3-1-1. But mid control is the name of the game for Flux. So far, they're yet to be contested.
Yeah, CYBERSHOKE won't even bother sending players over here. They'd prefer to catch them on the rotates or hold them down. Make sure they shall not pass. Not Neki. I'm going to spot one player moving their camera. Oh, and Soulfly decides to challenge it. That's ill-advised. Fenomen with a quick flick up, and now quick starter. Paz also going to go down. This is easy as you like. Bomb is lost in camera. And Flux just bungling that one hard. They had plenty of map control. I don't know what possessed Soulfly to move forward. Maybe the same spirit that possessed Fenomen on Dust 2 when he was charging out with no support and op in hand as a bit of a delivery system. Either way,
yeah,
this will not be the 12th round that they were looking for. This is going to be a tie game, and that's worth celebrating.
And this might turn out to be the most convincing we've seen out of CYBERSHOKE. Not dropping a single player, shedding some blood, but they'll take that cost if it means they can at least tie up the scoreline 11-11. And it was a really nice round. I'm quite surprised at what was going on here because I'm not sure if Flux eventually wanted to commit on A side through camera. I guess they were still waiting for their players outside A main, but the camera players decided to pounce in first. Interestingly enough, I was hoping that the A main players might alleviate some pressure, but that was just not meant to be. And now, yes, 11-11. Again, a very solid purchase from both sides, and the scary part is that there's still the realm of possibility either squad can be economically reset or have to face some economical conundrums. But Scrunk and company, the connector control is just being handed over. There's just the one smoke, but all they have to do, wait for it to dissipate, and then they'll have some vision on B side.
Another side effect of CYBERSHOKE winning that round is if Flux close them up here and they're able to stop him from saving, we could actually see a real miffed buy at that last round of regulation. Conversely, Flux don't have a crazy economy, so the same could be said for them, but T-side, it's almost always easier to scrape away with a force buy than it is on the defensive side. Yet to select a site, but it's looking like it might be B. Just need to wait for Dougie to recover the bomb, and they'll be off to the races. Lots of usage of utility here is going to flush Lovicus back into a more defensive spot. Scrunk revealing his position inside dark, but not quite flushed out yet. A lot of utility expended just to get this much map control. Now they're feigning back over towards the A site, and wow, Fenomen asleep at the wheel. Banjo just bops him. There's one more member for them to clear, and Banjo, oh no, he's blind. They're not checking him though. They are not checking him, and not Neki. He gets 3 frags to keep CYBERSHOKE in this.
Oh, and he keeps on delivering, not to Neki. Unreal performance. And I mean, it's just so risky as well to let those players pass by. You could make the play of a lifetime or be the laughingstock of Reddit. This time, though, there's nothing funny about Natineki. Not even his lack of chin.
Hey, I was going to say that. Good job. Well, this is series point, playoffs point for CYBERSHOKE. This could be the heartbreaker that ends Fireflux's run in Galaxy Battle Phase 2 2025. This is all they have left. A tactical timeout. They'll save 1 for overtime, which is now what they're fighting for. And not with the best of buys. They've got an AK on Scrunk that he saved over, as well as some of his utility. Everybody else has to be on pistols. Maybe a MAC-10? Yeah, it's just going to be Tech 9s. And who can blame them? Realistically, this has to be an attack with pace. This has to be an attack that says, yeah, you've got a deep utility belt. How about we throw that to the wind and just burst onto a bomb site, steal some weapons away? Let's see what Fireflux's game plan here is. In our last round of regulation, ladies and gentlemen, it's the 3B2A split that CYBERSHOKE have been using for the last little bit of this half. Fireflux are going to slowly push their way forward to a site, and then they will jump straight into whatever awaits them. They haven't selected a site yet. Seemingly like A. Not Neki snuffed it out. Stopping any push from camera. Minute 15.
You can see how proactive the CYBERSHOKE players are being. Instead of just, anchoring the sites, you can see Blixie is playing close by middle just in case anyone decides to make a flank. There's still the realm of possibility they might consider B an option, though I feel like A is pretty much set in stone. 50 seconds it is. Venomant with a big frag. Natineki has continued to deliver, and he will find even more frags if that's what it takes for his team to win the round. He'll come up huge, and Banjo has been such a stellar player for Fireflux, but even him being left in a 1v3, I just don't see it happening. But I do see him making his way towards B side. All right there, Banjo, quick on his feet. Had a good chance to get that bomb planted, but the CTs, they're running it hot. They know his position. He's got to be somewhere in the smoke. They could go for a spam, and that's how they will win the map. Congratulations to CYBERSHOKE for rounding out our list, our last team to enter playoffs at a Galaxy Battle Starter 2025 Phase 2. That's the one.
They are in. They managed to make it into the playoffs, and they squeak out by the skin of their teeth. It took extra rounds of Mirage to avoid an 0-2 drubbing, and it took every round regulation had to offer for CYBERSHOKE to be here with us now. 13-11. As Fireflux commiserations to them. They'll have to look elsewhere for further developments. Those VRS points will not be theirs. The opportunity to play in the playoffs, not theirs either. Competing for a higher share of the prize money is now the sole domain of CYBERSHOKE between these two. And we got plenty more action coming after the break as well. I mean, think about that. There's 3 days separating us from those juicy playoffs where some of the aforementioned bigger hitters, talking about big, talking about Ents. But here we are with not Fireflux. Unfortunately, Paz will take that map MVP as a commiseration there. But it will indeed be CYBERSHOKE making it in the Russian majority squad. Happy to have one of them in there in that squad. They're going to be joining the likes of Rush B, actually, from their region of the world. So interesting stuff. A lot of the teams that CYBERSHOKE and Fireflux were given grief by are already in the playoffs. So isn't that fun?
Yeah, and speaking of playoffs, I mean, we got some really cool teams, like you mentioned as well. You got Bigs and Enses of the world, but, Saw as well. Let's remember as well, you got Nebika, Paravision. These are rosters that could also do some really good work in online Counter-Strike, especially in some of these more exciting playoff matches. So I feel like we have some really solid teams here that have qualified to the playoffs of Galaxy Battle. And yeah, if there's one thing we were definitely right about, Perdogo, is that today was a game of very close Counter-Strike. It was quite hard to say who's going to come out on top. Fireflux, it felt like they could have actually just closed it out in two, right? In regulation, on Mirage, it felt like it was possible. They crumbled
Really close,
on that
yeah.
map. Fair enough. Luckily, there's the third one in the form of Anubis, and you're thinking, right, Fireflux, they're making the comeback a reality, but then they lose that one round to Naltaneki, and it all falls apart. But yeah, I mean, Fireflux, there's still a chance for them to continue playing online Counter-Strike, to continue developing. But that's going to be end for us here. That's going to be the end of the broadcast, the end of the Swiss stage of Galaxy Battle. There's a lot of exciting things coming up, folks. A very exciting tournament will continue after our couple-day break. I believe our next matchups should be happening on the 26th of May, so definitely stay tuned. If you want to find out more information, be sure to follow our social media. You can also give us, the casters, a shout. I believe you can click on our names on the banner there on Twitch. But yeah, that's gonna be it here for the broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed watching the game, and we hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, folks, and see you next time.